Well, it's the morning of day 4, and of course, Pakistan, as we know, are trailing still by 150 odd. 3 wickets for England to get, and then they come out to bat again, or will they? So lots of questions that we need to ask. We've got Will Jacks alongside. Will, first of all, good morning to you, Will.
Morning.
It's been an amazing test match for the batters, but for the bowlers, it's been hard work. For you, 3 wickets, the way you went by. I think you'd agree with that you need a lot of patience as a bowler out there on this trip.
Yeah, there's a lot of hard toiling on a wicket like that, but that makes it even better when you get your rewards, and you have to work very hard to get 1 wicket. There's a lot of time left in the game, and we're going to have to do a lot more toiling and be very patient.
In terms of the test match, as England, how do you find yourself as a team with 150 lead already, 3 wickets to go? Of course, you guys will come out and bat. Tell us a bit about, not everything, but the plans that England wants to go ahead with.
I think we're in a very good position.
You only have to take down. What about
the No.
What do you want
Yeah.
What do you want to see? Generically, just something.
Yeah. It'll be pretty early because I've got nothing to talk about. As consistent as this pitch has been, I've been here every day looking at something which is out of the ordinary. Well, the extraordinary thing about the pitch is that it hasn't changed at all throughout the course of the game. You'd think that something would develop, but not so. So England have taken to other methods to try and get themselves a bit of success. I've never seen this either. We've seen a lot of records. We've seen extraordinary batting, but shining the ball, how innovative can you get? That is absolutely brilliant. They've tried everything to get that ball in shape and get the ball talking, but guess what? It hasn't talked at all. It's still the same. It's still difficult out there. Tell you what, England, with the way that they play, they'll still make a game out of it, and they'll make sure that they push it to the limits. And they talked about not playing for a draw, or draw is out of the picture. If Pakistan win it, so be it. I think it'll be very, very hard for England to actually get to that stage where they're comfortable of declaring and then bowling Pakistan out. I think Pakistan will be pretty happy with what England said last night. So leave alone the pitch, leave alone whatever the surface is doing, which is, I repeat, doing absolutely nothing. It's all about the intent and the gameplay of England. As consistent. As consistent as this
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
I think though I saw a Hawk package with Turjo sent, which was just him coming down the wicket, where he's defending them as well as hitting a few from the same length. Yep.
Shay, can you bring this tripod over if you don't mind, please?
Yes. 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 Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3.
Harood, do you want to come this side? Is that okay? Yeah, Nasser here. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10.
Mic check 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
Thanks, Tex. Cool.
There are plenty of spin being bowled in this test match, over 100 overs between spin. And what we saw in particular was the Pakistan openers play spin really well when they came down the track. I've been joined once again by Nasser. And Nasser, playing spin and using your feet, what is the importance of that?
Well, you did a good piece on commentary yesterday about Imam in particular, not getting caught in the in-between length. Obviously, Imam is left-handed, but if I could do it right-handed, he very rarely got caught in between. He's either fully back or when he came down, he was quick on his feet to get to the pitch of the ball. Now, that doesn't mean you come down fast just to hit everything. Quite a few times, Imam came down the pitch and just batted it away or even kicked it away if he didn't get to the length of the ball. So I think it's a vital part of your armoury when playing against spin.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a piece from Hawk from yesterday where he's actually come down to the same length when he felt he wasn't quite there and he just sort of blocked it away. And when he felt he was there, he actually hit some big sixes. So it just, I think, picking up length and then getting to the pitch of the ball, both are extremely important.
And having a release shot. You know, high quality spinners will get dip on the ball. So they see you coming and they may just drop it short. And I see a lot of youngsters, boys and girls, that come down and think because they come down the pitch, they have to hit everything for six. What Imam did really well was when he came down and it wasn't there, what coaches call a release shot, he will just play it away. You can get deceived, but make sure you just have in the back of your mind, oh, I have been deceived, I'll just knock it in a gap for one, or even just kick it away and get back in.
Now, we talk about getting down the wicket to try and negate any spin possible and get to the pitch of the ball. The other thing is obviously going far back, let the ball spin when you open up angles leg side and offside as well.
I think so. I think the best one of that is Joe Root, actually. Joe Root has very quick hands and very quick feet, and when he comes, he has what we call in the game a forward press. He presses there, and then he either goes forward or he comes right back. You can almost go back on your stumps and play it from there. Obviously, that brings LBW into play. If you think of Azhar Ali with the new ball that skidded on yesterday, he went a long way back, but the new ball just did him for skidding on. The best thing about spin, kids believe that the slower the bowler, the slower your movements. Wrong. The slower the bowler, the quicker your movements. Quick hands, quick feet. When you have fast bowlers, then you can just use the pace and, you know, sort of glide the ball. When it's slow, make sure you keep your movements quick.
You've heard it from him. Make sure you keep your movements quick when you're playing spin. There are plenty of spin being bowled in this test match, over 100 overs between.
In between, he's either fully back or when he came green helmets on will have to work out how to get as close as possible to England. That's a big swipe, leg side. Will it go all the way? It does. The third Test 100 for Abdullah Shafiq. He has taken to Test cricket like a duck to water.
It's another 100 in Rawalpindi for Imam Ul Haq. He loves batting here. That's all it needs to complete yet another magnificent 100.
It's time he finds the edge. Cracking Jack Leach, and he's taking it, so it's work. Could be a draw still, but England have given themselves a chance. Runs tomorrow and set it up for the final day. Brilliant from Stokes and his men.
Well, the sun's out here in Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium as we enter day 4 of this Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series. Well, this is the situation at this point of time. England are obviously making 657 runs in their first innings, and in response, Pakistan are trailing by 158 runs. Well, it's a crucial day for England and Pakistan because England will be looking to get Pakistan out cheaply and then, of course, coming into bat. What would be interesting is to see how much of a target that they are comfortable with, because we heard a statement from Joe Root yesterday that they're looking to win, they're not looking to draw. I've got with me David Cower and Waqar Yunus on this Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside show. David, that's what we heard from Joe Root. You know, they're looking for the win. And you wouldn't expect anything less from England.
Well, no. Ben Stokes, who is obviously the captain, is a man who likes to think very, very positively. It's been a fantastic reign, even in this short space of time from the start of last summer in the UK. They've really laid down markers in terms of how they play their Test cricket. Now, in order to win this game, the best path for them is probably, well, they need to bowl Pakistan out to get these last 3 wickets, maybe a lead of, say, let's say a lead of 100 or so. Then we know they will press on as best they can. And late in the day, they will probably have enough on the board to say, right, we can set a target. All these plans are very easy to talk about, not always as easy to implement. You know, things can go wrong with the bat when you bat third, as it were. And if you don't make the right process, or progress rather, you then end up with some difficult mathematics. The other way around this, of course, is if things go the other way, where again, Pakistan might be bowled out. Even England could be bowled out, potentially. Maybe not on this pitch, but there you go. And then you end up with a game which is rather sorts itself out. So, I mean, there are lots of permutations available.
What kind of target do you think England is going to be comfortable with?
Good morning, all. Look, it is very hard to predict at the moment, but credit must be given to Pakistan, especially, after, being in the field for so long and 600 plus runs being scored, and they've batted really well, 3 centurions, and they're still looking good. I mean, playing the entire day without losing too many wickets, I think they've done extremely well. Target wise, I would say they will probably look to get them out as soon as possible. They need time. I know they play very positive cricket, and as you said, that they can lose more wickets also in that. But they'll probably be looking at 300 plus to give to Pakistan some, maybe tomorrow early morning, or if they get it really quickly, maybe tonight sometime.
The thing about England is that if they get these runs, they'll get them at a certain pace, at a good pace. So I think the highest ever winning score batting fourth in Pakistan is something like 300.
Right. We're looking at obviously 300. I can tell you that 7.6 was the run rate at which they were scoring that first innings. So I can bet that they will go for that in this innings as well. But they'll be looking to get that wicket cheaply. Let's find out if the pitch is going to be supportive with Bazid Khan.
Pitch Report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
As consistent as this pitch has been, I've been here every day looking at something which is out of the ordinary. Well, the extraordinary thing about the pitch is that it hasn't changed at all throughout the course of the game. You'd think that something would develop, but not so. So England have taken to other methods to try and get themselves a bit of success. I've never seen this either. We've seen a lot of records, we've seen extraordinary batting, but shining the ball, how innovative can you get? That is absolutely brilliant. They've tried everything to get that ball in shape and get the ball talking, but guess what? It hasn't talked at all. It's still the same. It's still difficult out there. Tell you what, England, with the way that they play, they'll still make a game out of it, and they'll make sure that they push it to the limits. And they talked about not playing for a draw, or draw is out of the picture. If Pakistan win it, so be it. I think it'll be very, very hard for England to actually get to that stage where they're comfortable of declaring and then bowling Pakistan out. I think Pakistan will be pretty happy with what England said last night. So leave alone the pitch, leave alone whatever the surface is doing, which is, I repeat, doing absolutely nothing. It's all about the intent and the gameplay of England.
Pitch Report, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, the surface is pretty much the same as we saw in the last few days. It's not done much, as Bazat Khan said, and it's probably not going to do much, but it really is about how England is going to be approaching this game on from now. We'll take a short break and we'll be back just in a bit. Welcome back at the Inverix Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. Now, we saw that Imamul Haq is one batsman who used his feet really well. We saw him go down the wicket against somebody like Jack Leach. Let's find out from Nasir Hussain and Arooj Mumtaz. More on that on the Expert Advice.
Expert Advice brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
There are plenty of spin being bowled in this test match, over 100 overs between spin. And what we saw in particular was the Pakistan openers play spin really well when they came down the track. I've been joined once again by Nasir Hussain. Nasir, playing spin and using your feet, what is the importance of that?
Well, you did a good piece on commentary yesterday about Imam in particular, not getting caught in the in-between length. Obviously, Imam is left-handed, but if I could do it right-handed, he very rarely got caught in between. He's either fully back or when he came down, he was quick on his feet to get to the pitch of the ball. Now, that doesn't mean you come down fast just to hit everything. Quite a few times Imam came down the pitch and just batted it away or even kicked it away if he didn't get to the length of the ball. So I think it's a vital part of your armoury when playing against spin.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a piece from Hawk from yesterday where he's actually come down to the same length when he felt he wasn't quite there and he just sort of blocked it away. And when he felt he was there, he actually hit some big sixes. So it just, I think, picking up length and then getting to the pitch of the ball, both are extremely important.
And having a release shot. You know, high quality spinners will get dip on the ball. So they see you coming and they may just drop it short. And I see a lot of youngsters, boys and girls, that come down and think because they come down the pitch, they have to hit everything for six. What Imam did really well was when he came down and it wasn't there, what coaches call a release shot, he will just play it away. You can get deceived, but make sure you just have in the back of your mind, oh, I have been deceived, I'll just knock it in a gap for one, or even just kick it away and get back in.
Now, we talk about getting down the wicket to try and negate any spin possible and get to the pitch of the ball. The other thing is obviously going far back, let the ball spin when you open up angles leg side and offside as well.
I think so. I think the best one of that is Joe Root, actually. Joe Root has very quick hands and very quick feet, and when he comes, he has what we call in the game a forward press. He presses there, and then he either goes forward or he comes right back. You can almost go back on your stumps and play it from there. Obviously, that brings LBW into play. If you think of Azhar Ali with the new ball that skidded on yesterday, he went a long way back, but the new ball just did him for skidding on. The best thing about spin, kids believe that the slower the bowler, the slower your movements. Wrong. The slower the bowler, the quicker your movements. Quick hands, quick feet. When you have fast bowlers, then you can just use the pace and, you know, sort of glide the ball. When it's slow, make sure you keep your movements quick.
You've heard it from him. Make sure you keep your movements quick when you're playing spin.
Expert Advice brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Trying to think of all the players from Pakistan that have done really well against spin and use their feet really well against spin. Shoaib Malik comes to my mind, somebody who goes down the track. What about from your playing era, somebody who you remember who played spin in particular really well?
There were a few. Imamul Haq comes into my mind, Javed Miandad, Salim Malik. I think all these greats who played the cricket in the 80s and the 90s. You know, spin was big those days, and especially in our part of the world. And you got to learn how to play it, how to manage. And I think the way Nasir is saying, just use your feet, come down the pitch, you know, block it if it's not there, and nudge it away. I think these three comes to mind. Mohammad Yusuf, who's the batting coach at the moment with the Pakistan team. I think all these guys were just excellent. You know, playing in these conditions, you need to know how to tackle spinners and of course also score runs against.
Now we're talking about playing spin really well. England played spin well, in particular really well, sweeping all the fast bowlers. Everyone literally coming from Pakistan. Now it's time for expert predictions. Let's hear the thoughts of our experts.
Expert Prediction brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Right. It's that crucial time, David, where I ask you about that first session. How many wickets is England looking at in that first session?
Right, it's going to become more of a wish list than a prediction, but I think for the sake of the game, we need 3 wickets to fall for exactly 29 runs.
Yeah.
The maths
very
relevant.
accurate prediction.
Well, no, it's one of the. I might be wrong. Who knows? Then that keeps the game in the right sort of position. Then it's a question of whether or not England can have the runs at the right sort of pace, and then we have a game on tomorrow.
3 wickets is what David is saying. What about you? Thoughts on that, Waqar?
Look, I think England would love to sort of bat before lunch. They don't want to go too deep. They don't want to be out there in the field for too long. So, they will look to get rid of these three batsmen as soon as possible. They're very low order batsmen. They haven't really got too much experience. They're debutants in there. So, I mean, they can do that. So I feel that England will be batting before lunch.
All right, England will be batting before lunch is what our experts have to say. There you go, expert predictions for you.
Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Now, we've spoken a lot about England. Quick thoughts. Pakistan, what should they do?
Stay positive. I think Salman Agha is going to be really, really crucial. I mean, don't just go out there and keep on blocking the balls. Just look for runs, because the more you score, I think England will get under pressure.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts, gentlemen. Pakistan should look to play positively is what Waqar Yunus has to say. England, on the other hand, will be looking to wrap up things in that first session. They need 3 wickets. And it should be an interesting day's play today, day 4 of this test match between Pakistan versus England. We'll be seeing you shortly, just after this short break. So don't go anywhere.
the green helmets on. We'll have to work out how to get as close as possible to England. That's a big swipe, leg side. Will it go all the way? It does. The third Test 100 for Abdullah Shafiq. He has taken to Test cricket like a duck to water.
It's another 100 in Rawalpindi from Imam Ul Haq. He loves batting here.
That's all he needs to complete yet another magnificent 100.
It's time he finds the edge. Cracking is Jack Leach, and he's taking it, so it's work. Could be a draw still, but England have given themselves a chance. Runs tomorrow and set it up for the final day. Brilliant from Stokes and his men. Welcome to day 4, Rawalpindi. Weather conditions absolutely perfect. It's the Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series 2022. A match where you prefer to be a batter than a bowler, that is for sure, but 4 wickets in that last session yesterday evening has just opened up the game. Plenty of time left, and with England getting those 657 runs so quickly in their first innings, they will believe that they can push on and win this Test match. Pakistan will try and chew up as many deliveries this morning with their last 3 wickets. They still trail by 158 runs. Here are the wickets from yesterday. Shafiq, after getting to 100, nicked a wide one through to the keeper, Ollie Pope. He was disappointed, as was Imam, with long on. Robinson set back. He tried to take him on and he failed. So the openers got hundreds, like in the England innings, and they both went. New ball was given to Leach, and Azhar Ali missed one that skidded on. It was given out on the field, reviewed it, but was plumb. And then this is the session that really turned it for England. 4 wickets after tea, and the big wicket of Babar Azam as well in there. Will Jacks had a good day with the ball. Rizwan chipped it to Stokes. Anderson's first Test wicket in Pakistan. And England kept their standards up right to the end. They kept the spinners on because of the light. And Will Jacks got another, a good catch in the deep from Jack Leach. So 4 wickets in the last session, 3 in the first. It's still a very, very good pitch. There, the playing conditions and the timings today. 9:45 to midday, and then 12:40 to 2:55, 3:15 to 5:15, the final session. Will Jacks is having a decent debut. He's got some runs and some wickets, and he spoke to Sikandar earlier.
Well, it's the morning of day 4, and of course Pakistan, as we know, are trailing still by 150 odd. 3 wickets for England to get, and when they come out to bat again, or will they? So lots of questions that we need to ask. We've got Will Jacks alongside. Will, first of all, good morning to you, Will.
Morning.
It's been an amazing Test match for the batters, but for the bowlers, it's been hard work. For you, 3 wickets, the way you went by, I think you'd agree with that you need a lot of patience as a bowler out there on this trip.
Yeah, there's a lot of hard toiling on a wicket like that, but that makes it even better when you get your rewards, and you have to work very hard to get 1 wicket. There's a lot of time left in the game, and we're going to have to do a lot more toiling and be very patient.
In terms of the Test match, as England, how do you find yourself as a team with 150 lead already, 3 wickets to go? Of course, you guys will come out and bat. Tell us a bit about, not everything, but the plans that England wants to go ahead with.
I think we're in a very good position. We're in a position where if we finish off the tail quickly here and then put some quick runs on the board, we're in a position to win the game. It would be amazing, all things going well, to have a nice bowl at Pakistan tonight and hopefully get 1 or 2 wickets. But we'll just have to see how the first hour goes. If they bat for the first session, then we'll have to rethink. But we'll be putting pressure on the Pakistanis and trying to win this game.
Yesterday, Joe Root was of the opinion that England wants to win this, and we're not looking for a draw. And in trying to do that, if Pakistan wins it, then so be it.
Absolutely, yeah. This team's about creating an environment where all we want to do is think about winning. We want to create something that's amazing for the fans to watch and great for the game of world cricket. And trying to get a win on a pitch like that would be amazing.
First Test, 4 days gone, but your stay. Tell us a bit about that, coming to Pakistan and How has it been for you?
It's been brilliant. The hospitality is amazing. The crowd the last 3 days has been really good, and I'm expecting with a tight finish over the next 2 days that they'll keep coming in and be loud.
Well, 3 wickets for you. Good luck for the day's play and have fun.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's having fun already. There's an opportunity for a test fifer for Will Jacks. Big wicket of Babar Azam. Didn't know he was playing until 2 minutes before the team huddle because Ben Foakes was ill. Said it did him some good, actually. He didn't have time to overthink about it. The Rouge and David Gower next to me. It should be some fun this afternoon, David, especially when England get to bat. They're going to go at it hard, I reckon.
Well, that's their way, we know that. And it's also the way forward in terms of trying to win the game. I mean, the ideal situation for them, I think, is 3 quick wickets, the biggest lead possible. It gives them extra time yet again. We know that I think the highest ever winning score in Pakistan batting fourth is something like 300. They want to have more than that on the board. They know it's still a very good pitch. There are other ways to get to that same result, but that would be their optimum course. Even if things go badly and they have maybe fewer runs to work with, well, then there's still a chance of things happening. But with Pakistan 7 down and a lead of 158, I would suggest that the England plans say 20, 30 more maybe for these last 3 wickets. They'd be happy enough with that. That gives them still a lead of over 100. If Pakistan bat well and take that deficit down to below 100, keep going, then of course it does affect all the mathematics that comes into play when you're trying to reach a point where as England you can declare. Took a little while yesterday. Ben Stokes, I have to give full credit to Ben Stokes yesterday. There were some incredibly funky fields. It's one of those things, as a captain, you do everything you can to disrupt the batting lineup. Everything you do, everything you possibly can to get into their minds. And he set a lot of very, very different fields. It took a little while, but for instance, the chip to Stokes in the dying moments of the day yesterday, as the sun was already setting off Rizwan, was finally evidence that one of those short positions could work. And the only little thing we saw yesterday as well in terms of the pitch, still not a huge change as any observers would say, but just a little bit of lessening of the pace and bounce. 1 or 2 stopped in the pitch. First thing yesterday morning, for instance, Abdullah Shafiq played 2 or 3 shots where the ball was in the air back to the spinners while he readjusted this ever so small nuance of a change in the pitch. And it's down to Pakistan now to make it as tough as possible for England as they can to try and thwart those plans. We had a look at the pitch yet again. Very hard to discern much of a change, let's put it that way. There's little cracks with their right at the start. The surface looks almost pristine, almost looks like a first day pitch. I was amused this morning, I have to say, they put the mower up and down it. Unfortunately, I was 100 yards away, wasn't able to see whether there was actually one blade of grass in the mower tray at the end of it. It's a sort of formality. Whether it actually changed anything is a moot point.
Well, absolutely vital that these 2 Pakistan batters, one is a genuine batsman in Salman Agha, and the other one obviously Mahmood, who's a blocker, just to chew up deliveries. Salman might be a little bit more positive and get the runs up towards 550 should probably be their target if they can get there. So vital, day 4, all results still possible. And it's going to be Jack Leach with the first delivery of day 4. Slip and a short leg, Salman on strike. Immediately nearly that leading edge. We saw this yesterday morning on a couple of times. The Pakistan openers nearly chipped it back to the spinner. His pitch really dying. Can they get back for 2? Yes, comfortably. 500 up for Pakistan. The Rouge, good morning. How should these 2 play? Should it be just occupy the crease, or how important is the runs as well at this stage?
Morning, Nas. Morning, David and everyone else. Yeah, I think in Salman they'll still feel they can bat a little bit longer.
That gets through, and that should be a couple more. Mahmood's slow in turning, actually. It's just a single.
Yeah, he's recently come off a 158 score place for Southern Punjab, Salman Ali Agha, a couple of weeks ago. So he can bat long. The only problem is the other end. The tail being exposed. Zahid Mahmood, obviously not known for his batting. So they'll want to buy time into this game and then get any runs that are on offer to close that deficit, which is still about 155. So it's going to be a bit of a cat and mouse. Close men around the bat. Pakistan will have to be careful here.
Zahid Mahmood, a genuine blocker. LBW, his biggest threat on this low, slow pitch. Tries to get in line and just block it. And if Leach can get one that just skids on, it won't be bouncing over, that is for certain. Stokes realising that Mahmood is just going to block like a night watchman, has another catcher in. He himself goes into a leg gully.
Oh, nice boy. Yes, Lee.
Does his job. Mahmood sees through the over, 502 for 7.
Yeah, the roles are very clearly defined. Salman is the man who needs to score the runs. Mahmood just needs to support that. So if you have a partnership, it doesn't matter whether one man makes 1 and the other one makes 100, or 50 to be more realistic. It's still a beneficial partnership. In fact, go back to Ashes 2019 Headingley, Ben Stokes, brilliant 100. At the other end, that, what was it, last 70 odd the partnership, the 10th wicket partnership, Jack Leach, 1 not out. So the roles are reversed today. But yeah, time and runs all add up as beneficial for Pakistan.
Wondering if it'd be spin at both ends. We mentioned the fact that, well, Jacks might be looking for a test fifer, but Jimmy Anderson has got the ball in hand. Got the wicket of Rizwan yesterday evening, his first test wicket in Pakistan.
Yeah, it is his first test in Pakistan. Make it sound like it's taken him 17 years to get it.
Well, it has.
Well, I know he was here, but he didn't play, did he?
The point was he's got one-day wickets in Pakistan on this ground.
Sorry, dear.
Little bit of reverse, gentle reverse in.
Yeah, plans from England also fairly clear, looking for those wickets and looking for them quick. Hence why the lead man is into the attack. And just to clarify, it's his first test wicket in Pakistan because it's the first test match he is playing in Pakistan. 17 years ago was the one-day series where he picked up wickets on this ground.
Meeting of minds in the middle this morning.
Well, 2 out of 3 anyway.
Actually, Baz McCullum was talking. He was in the gym last night with Sarfraz Ahmed, and he was mentioning to Sarfraz that he was his 1 test wicket. Brendan has got 1 test wicket, and it was Sarfraz, and he just brought it up on the treadmill last night. Rob Key was just waffling on about the pitch. He turned down the single. That's the first time we've seen that. They're protecting Mahmood from Anderson. Probably think they should take every run, actually, but they see it differently. Salman sees it differently.
Yeah, with 7 down, I think every run matters. I think he should trust his partner, but role's fairly clear here. Zahid will probably look to block everything. But still fairly behind 155, so every run will become important. Obviously, Zahid Mahmood up against Jimmy Anderson. Something that Pakistan don't want to see, I guess.
This time they do take the single. with how many deliveries? 2 deliveries they've trusted Mahmood with.
Which, as we know, is pretty much the formula, isn't it? If you're going to go down this route, then it's always designated that the last 2 deliveries are okay for the lesser batsman, and if the senior player can make hay of any sort from the first 4 of an over and dominate the strike, then that's the way forward. That's the way it's been done for thousands of years, it feels.
Again, the same as with the spinner, England will be targeting that front pad of Mahmood. He tries to cover his stumps. Anderson will be trying to bowl a perfect in-swinger and trap him in front. Can he get it right first up? Maybe even the in-swinging Yorker, as we saw late last night. A little bit too straight from Anderson.
I'm hoping that
Mahmood has a vital role to play here. There's nothing worse when you've had to work so hard for 7 wickets. You think over the years, someone like Matthew Hoggard for England, bowlers who just block the living daylight out of it, just survive, and it's so hard on a pitch like this. Just low back lift and say, right, come on, get past that. He has a role to play. Time is going to be important in this game. Can he use up time? Or just flick it away, leg side. And they turned down the single because it was the last ball of the over. 503 for 7.
Like we're talking about wicket partnerships between 8, 9 and 10, the averages there in the last 2 years, Pakistan right up there. So they have had a good tail, but a lot of that would have featured Yasir Shah, Noman Ali as well. Shaheen Shah Afridi, Hassan Ali would have been in there as well. So their tail do seem to be steady. That's what Zahid's role is here as well.
He wouldn't.
2 debutants to come in Ralph and Ali. Hard sweep and swept away for 4. We've highlighted what a good player of spin Salman is. He'll want to show it on day 4.
Well, this is a point about the combination of time and runs. His role is to make the runs. Mahmood's role is to help them use up time as well.
I guess the difference here being Agha Salman, 3 test matches, Zahid Mahmood on debut, Haris Rauf to come in on debut, Muhammad Ali to come in on debut.
Telling you now, Rouge, if there's one pitch you want to come in as a tail ender, it's this one. Option A, Brisbane, Lords, Perth, the Wacker. This is the one you want to, as a bowler, if you want to get some runs, this is the one.
Yeah, and I'm sure Naseem Shah will be absolutely gutted. He was looking for quick runs, big runs. He'll feel he missed out an opportunity.
It's well bowled. There's yeah, just that little hint of turn, the little bit of width and that length. The combination of that little bit of width, the length, and someone just feeling for it. But you see just that little bit of turn and enough bounce to beat the bat.
Get on that then.
4 balls gone. I wonder if Stokes will bring him up now for 2 reasons, really. 1, to keep Mahmood on strike to Anderson. 2, to make Salman play the big shot. He leaves them back at the moment. The fielders are looking at Stokes as if to say, do you want to come up? Mid-off's hovering up a bit.
Yeah, Joe Root from just behind square leg was just signalling to Ben, yeah, what about the ones? What about the ones? Sometimes as a captain, you either lose track of the balls or just, you know, you're thinking about a million things. You sometimes don't sort of
fall in with the natural game plan. But actually, even though he's been alerted to it, okay, there are people coming in now. There are still ones available. I mean, for instance, the man behind square on the offside, so a short third, is deep enough that if it goes angled down there at all, there's one.
There's the option now for the bigger shot down the ground or the big sweep. He does come down and he takes that option. This is really good batting from Salman. And it goes all the way for 6.
Yeah, this is really good. He's not looking to just block it out. Saw there was an opportunity with the fielders coming in just before that ball. And he hits it straight back over.
Yeah, a game of cat and mouse. Stokes bringing him up, realising that Salman might play the big shot. He has done now. Can they sneak a single anywhere? Or will he try and go big again? Oh, lovely shot. He didn't get anywhere near the pitch of the ball there. And he gets another boundary, back-to-back boundaries. Very good from Salman Agha. You see his first-class stats there. He's in good nick. He's showing it. 517 for 7.
Yeah, I wouldn't be worried if I were him about having to keep all the strike, because as you say, Nas, the pitch, the way it's playing, you'd back the other man just to hang in there, whatever. Even if he has to bat through a maiden, for the sake of argument, and every time Salman is at the crease, then he's good enough like this to manufacture a shot to get him a boundary. So it's just a question of maximising the returns when he's actually on strike, but sensibly.
I wonder if Anderson can get that in-swinging Yorker. Tried 3 or 4 in an over late last night. Even the odd bouncer. Mahmood might be just lunging on that front foot, keep him honest. There are a short leg and there is a leg slip in there.
Rather hoping that Zayed Mahmood doesn't suffer from claustrophobia. It's an extraordinary field, isn't it? I mean, there's people often talk about fielding side putting pressure on a batsman. It's done in several different ways, but having a ring of fielders in close on the onside, especially 3 plus the short leg, the leg slip, and then the man close on the offside as well. He's definitely aware of the fielders.
That will be 4 down the leg side. Buys, I reckon. It wasn't wide enough. Yeah, given as buys. Very useful runs for Pakistan.
Yeah, the only consolation for Anderson is there was at least a bit of shape there, but the original line just slightly wrong. And Ollie Pope, not quite absent, but unable to reach it.
Might think about going round the wicket as well, Anderson, with that shape to bring LBW. It has to be almost perfect from over the wicket. He did try a few from round the wicket yesterday.
Now you talk about the field as well, with the ball just nipping back in, not enough carry or speed while in the pitch, and Jimmy Anderson around the mid-130s. Slips, the cordon of slips obviously won't come into play. They're probably looking for anything that he pushes from his pads or tries to flick one in that ring of fielders on the leg side.
Short ball played nicely. I reckon that'll be another boundary. He's just used the pace of Anderson and run it off the face for 4.
I was just thinking slip in something shorter, but I was thinking more of a proper bouncer and more aimed towards the body. just that line. It's just enough to give Zaid Mahmood the chance just to deflect it down to the vacant third area. At the body, so another 9 inches, 12 inches towards the leg side, and he's got a potentially slightly awkward fend off towards short leg.
Yeah, we've been talking about Pakistan and the tail and how seem to be hanging on just to shape back in. He's got 2 first-class 50s, Zaid Mahmood, and his partner on the other side has batted a lot with the tail in the domestic circuit. He had a 41-run partnership, 8th wicket recently with Mohammad Ilyas as well. There's familiar conditions from Salman.
Good from Anderson with the Yorker, but good from Mahmood as well. 5.25 for 7. No real venom in the Yorker, was there? It was fairly slow and gentle. Mahmood just lined it up perfectly. I think one thing this morning's play, in fact the last 9 days of Test match cricket on this ground has shown, is that England will have to dangle the carrot. If they bat on too long and Pakistan are just in block mode, I think tomorrow could be a fairly turgid day. If a side is just looking to survive on this pitch, I think they will survive. I think England will need to tempt them and say you could win this game and offer them something. Stokes has said that that's the sort of cricket he wants to play. We shall see. First things first, got to get 3 wickets. Oh, good fast hands from Pope. They're going to have a look. Salman thinks he's got back in, but good work from Ollie Pope.
Rector, we have an umpire's review for stumping. It's a fair delivery. I have checked the front foot.
Third umpire's just going to have a look.
Can we have the spin vision down the line, please? On the ultra edge, please. Thank you. Flat line, your best side on for the stumping. Foot is grounded. Thank you. I have a decision for the big screen.
Good work all round. Good delivery, good take, and Salman getting back in. Salman might just have to rethink here. Mahmood is so comfortable, he doesn't have to do anything drastic and dramatic. Just trust his partner.
Oh, nice
yeah,
boy.
Make England do something special to get you out. When Mahmood's playing well at the other end and surviving, don't give your wicket away.
Oh, nice boy. Good luck, good luck.
And as you talk about, England will leave this game exciting and then they'll probably want time in the game. I think Pakistan also recognizes that and will want to take time away from the game as much as possible. So it'll be interesting when these 3 wickets come, because that'll probably set the tone for England, who've been aggressive with their mindset. And like Joe Root said, that you mentioned it earlier as well, so if Pakistan even win but looking for a result, then be it.
Pass short leg. But do you understand my point? On this pitch, if a side is just thinking about defending, 10 wickets is a nightmare. If there is a carrot of you might win and you're going to have to be attacking, then that you come into the game a bit more. So England, with their declaration, will have to be smart if it comes to that, when it comes to that.
Absolutely, and it'll be a matter of inviting Pakistan for their win more than anything else.
Good, Mahmood. Trust your number 9. 5:26 for 7.
You're talking about the brand of cricket England is playing currently, and since Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes have come together, the second innings run rate has been staggering. 299 for 5 against New Zealand, just under 6. 5.7 against South Africa, 130 and 296. So they get their second innings runs in quick fashion. Not quite sure what can be quicker than what they got in the first innings.
No, that would be ridiculous. But you've got to put it into context as well. For instance, that Nottingham score, the Trent Bridge score at the top, was the most beautiful fifth-day pitch you could imagine, and some brilliant, better than this with more pace and bounce. There was a gesture from Arooj there. The one at the bottom at Lord's was a really hard-fought effort. I mean, there was some really good bowling from New Zealand. There was enough going on. Root actually batted beautifully for 100. Ben Foakes got runs as well. If either of those men had got out, they wouldn't have won that game. So actually, you've got to put everything into context. You know, the conditions, the circumstances. There was 130 for 1 there against South Africa, where they had time just to bat for a short time, basically, and set up the declaration, which they did very impressively. And this, different conditions here in Rawalpindi. Obviously, good batting conditions overall. It's there's a sort of 2% chance that you can sometimes overdo it, lose a couple of wickets, and lose your way a bit. But England have such depth in batting. Right, time for Will Jacks.
Yeah, mid-off and mid-on are up. I like this field from Stokes. And it was the field that got Nazim Shah out last night, because you come tempted it over the top. And actually, Ben Duckett is a wide mid-on, deep mid-wicket, waiting for the catch. Actually, he comes this time and hits it straight. That's a good shot.
Yeah, what Salman's done so well here is dictate where he wants to hit it. Well aware of that man at sort of a very wide mid-wicket, and you just saw the face of the bat there.
Now the reverse, and he's nailed that. The sweeper will try and get round. He won't. Salman Aga's playing a really nice cameo here. Back-to-back boundaries again.
Known for his ability to play spin really well and understanding where the fielders are and creating opportunities for himself. He's an experienced campaigner. 5,000 first-class runs to him.
Oi, nice boy.
This was late last night, and that man was out there deep mid-wicket. It was Leach. So that's what Stokes is hoping, that Salman comes down to hit over the top and just drags it leg side to Duckett, who's out there now. He comes and adjusts.
Yeah, it's a slight difference, but vital difference between a man who's just playing a shot he thinks is on and getting it wrong, i.e. Naseem, and Salman, who deliberately opened the face of the bat to get the ball going straight where it's perfectly safe over the top. Clever.
Just the debate with the last ball of the over, how many they want to bring up, because they know if they bring everyone up, Salman will just belt it and get another boundary. Which catcher do they want out for if he does come? Again, Salman, as David Gow said a couple of minutes ago, shouldn't panic about the single because Mahmood is playing fine. It's not like you're batting with a walking wicket at the other end.
It's what's known as a longish conversation.
Salman will be absolutely thrilled that they're taking so long to work out the field for him. Root's having a chat. What do you reckon? What field should we set?
Sure, I'm going to be a bit old-fashioned here. This is a moment for the umpires to say, hang on a second, how much longer are you going to talk about this? You know, people have paid to watch this game. Time out, this is one thing, but I can imagine an old colleague of ours. Get on with it.
It's still going on. What cunning plan have you come up with, Ben?
Suddenly, nothing changed.
Gets away with that one. Salman's cross with himself. He missed a short, wide one. Well, 5:34 for 7.
Safe to say that the deliberations were not necessarily about the short, wide one hit straight to cover. 0 run.
So Leach should, if he bowls it well, have 6 deliveries at the tail end of Mahmood or whoever he gets out, really, because he's surrounded and the singles, everyone's up on the single. That's what you want as a spinner. 6 deliveries.
Oh, nice boy. Very good, Nat.
Yeah, plenty of spin being bowled in this test match, and in particular Pakistan batters have used their feet well. Imam and Abdullah did it up front, and Salman now as well.
Oh, nice boy. Very good, Nata.
And as we spoke about this earlier in the day as well, getting to the pitch of the ball to negate any spin possible, and then just there have a release shot in if you're not quite there.
Yeah, we've shown the shots he's hit, but like David mentioned in the last over, when Nazim Shah came and went through with the shot when he wasn't there and got caught, Salman, being a batter, wasn't there and just blocked it.
Oh!
Imam was the other one who did that well. Came down to the pitch of the ball, and when it was not quite there, he either blocked it or he still had a release shot where he could nudge it away for a single. That's the other one we spoke about, was playing as far back as possible, and especially on a slower track, it allows you that time. And you mentioned Joe Root in particular does that really well, where he has that forward press, stays low, and then goes back, way back into his crease.
Yeah, the key is not to get caught in between. Even Mahmood here is lunging forward, and that's why he's now surrounded. Absolutely surrounded, like a under 11 game when you need the last wicket. One more ball to survive. Can he do it?
Oh.
He can. Good from Mahmood. 5:34 for 7.
Yesterday, first 7 overs, 35 runs, same as today. With from 35 and 7. Yeah.
Well, the crowd a little sparser this morning, on the 4th morning, than it was yesterday, but those who have come in have seen a safe start by Pakistan. Not just safe either, they've scored 35 runs from the first 7 overs, so that's It's been about as good a start as Pakistan could hope for. Trying to whittle away at England's lead and not lose wickets in the process. If you were a tail ender, there is probably no more perfect pitch to bat on. You wouldn't have thought. Most tail enders get a little worried if the ball can get around your ears, but that's nothing to worry about on that front. And there's not much spin either for Jacks or Leach. England being very particular about their field here. They've got Keaton Jennings right behind Will Jacks. It's a very unusual position. Salman has looked in decent touch, actually. He's played a nice cover drive there for 2. Jacks, as per yesterday, is giving the ball a lot of air, and that's probably why that man there, Keaton Jennings, just front of screen, in a very unusual position, right behind the bowler virtually. What position do we call that? It's not quite long off, it's not long on, long straight.
Good morning, Athas. Good morning, Bazid. Well, I've seen fielders behind the wicketkeeper in the past, but not something like this. What about if a batsman sort of start moaning about that there's someone in front of the screen? Can he move him or he can't? I'm not sure, because normally when you see someone just trespassing from the in front of the screen, a batsman is not comfortable. Salman's not having any issues at the moment.
On this pitch, I wouldn't be worried about anything. People wandering behind the arm, they can do what they like. So Salman has moved to 41. He's marshalling the tail expertly at the moment as England try and keep him away from the strike. We've got 2 balls left from Will Jacks, who is moved to round the wicket now. Ooh, it wasn't far away from Joe Root, you know. He anticipated that shot at slip and he began to move to his right as Salman got down into the position, and it wasn't far away. Watch Root move here now. Almost brilliant.
He almost pulled off something ridiculous, because Salman has hit that pretty well and he's got to it as Joe Root. Anticipation, straight away going that way, and type of magic England need. He's given it.
Well, it was reviewed instantaneously.
Director, we have a players review for LBW. Original decision is out, and I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with this front on spin vision, please? I'll need Ultra Edge to confirm that there's no bat. Okay, roll through into the pad. And no bat involved. Ball tracking when ready, please. Thank you. We'll go back on field to Joel. Joel pitching outside leg. We'll have to.
Yeah,
you're on screen now to reverse your.
That's why it was reviewed instantaneously. And if you watch Joel Wilson as he wandered over to his colleague at square leg, Hassan Rana, Raza, he was shaking his head. I think Joel Wilson knew, having given that out, that he'd made a bit of an error. And obviously the fact that we've got the DRS system allows that error to be corrected. It wasn't a good decision. The ball clearly pitching outside leg stump. So Salman survives. And Pakistan are 542 for 7.
Well, it took a long time before he decided to give that out. And the appeal was not really strong enough. And he gave it out. He gave it a good thought. And I'm not sure why was he shaking his head, because he's taken enough time to think hard and think that is it pitched in or is it not pitched in. There you go. That's what Ethers talking about. Yeah, that blow, that head shake, you know, he's not sure. He wasn't sure. But he did take his time, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He took his time, but I think he still knew that he'd made an error. I did play in a test match once, actually, where an umpire changed his decision. It was Viv Richards' last test match at the Oval, and David Shepherd gave him out stumped at square leg, and then immediately kind of motioned that he'd made a mistake. And of course this was pre-DRS days, so Richards would have had to have been dismissed. But umpire Shepherd immediately shook his head and changed his mind, and Viv survived.
Had Viv given him a bit of a glare?
In his last test innings he might have done more than that. Think back to all those test matches pre-DRS. David Shepherd, the late David Shepherd, was one test match that you played in, Waqar, at Old Trafford, when he missed about a dozen no balls, of which there were about 8 wickets fell, and he rang me on the way home actually just to apologise. I was driving home that night and you bowled me, and it was a no ball, as many were, and I said, Shep, you're talking a millimetre or two, it doesn't make any difference. I would have still been bowled. But of course DRS now means that all those human errors are corrected. It's been a triumph, really. The installation of technology in so many ways. It seems to have been a more successful trial than that in football, VAR, which is still under heavy debate. But DRS has had such an impact on the game since brought in. Bit of spin, but it's very slow off the pitch.
I remember that test match. It was at Old Trafford. Yes, Saqlain Mushtaq and Wasim Akram, they were the two bowling those big no balls. There's a lot of pressure in that game. It was a very tight game. We just needed a few wickets to open out the gates, and I don't know what really went wrong. Why? Because they were showing it on a big screen that what was happening, and just David couldn't really sort of see or got frozen, or I don't know what happened, because David Shepherd was one of the best umpires I have I've seen and you know, been out there in the field with.
Yeah, he was terrific. He just had a bad day, but he was so disappointed with himself. He rang me on the way home after the test match to apologise, but there was no need to. Just it happens. Players have bad days, umpires too, and the fact that DRS now is in play means that those bad days no longer have such an impact on the game. "92 test matches for David Shepherd, a very popular and highly competent umpire as well.
Oh, you spin, boy.
That's as you talked about funky fields, and I think it was Waqar Younis's first test match back as coach, Pakistan versus Australia. And Michael Clark regarded as one of those innovative captains, and he did everything there. Funky fields, he'd have mid-off up and all this kind of thing, and it just didn't work. And Pakistan had a captain who'd actually perfected the art of how to captain spin. We were talking off air with Waqar as well. Waqar pointed that out. Misbah knew exactly what field to set in terms of the subcontinent when spin was on. He'd normally have that in-out field. You have a couple of catches close and then sort of field spread out so that you're making sure that this is slightly different because this is quite flat. In Dubai and in UAE, trying to get a single was more risky than actually hitting over the top.
Maybe someone can give Misbah a ring. And how do we get wickets on this? That is flat batted away through the offside. There's no real need for Salman to panic, and he shouldn't be worried about Zahid's ability to survive on this pitch. Obviously he still has to look to score, but he doesn't have to do anything stupid because Zahid should be able to survive. He moves to 47 from 56 balls. Pakistan by 44, chipping away at England's lead. Oh, really, to illustrate the point that I've just made, why panic about trying to keep Zahid away from the strike? It will result in a wicket, whereas a number 9 should be able to survive on here. 5:45 for 7.
Yeah, this was not required. Zahid Mahmood, who has faced 36 deliveries, don't really need to take any risk. He had so much time. Oh, that was close. Very, very close.
That's a real tail-ender's bit of running, isn't it? Doesn't slide the bat. The bat gets stuck in the turf. He's about 2 yards short, but he has survived. Liam Livingstone in the back of shot there. He's off the field getting treatment, having tweaked his knee again yesterday. It's beaten everybody. It's beaten Pope, beaten Root. Don't think there was any bat. No, byes given. So Salman remains on 48. It is a 50 partnership between these two, and a very useful one as well.
Yes, 1 second.
It's a tough job keeping on this sort of surface where the ball keep low, odd ball just jumps. And when you're not a regular wicket keeper, it makes it even harder.
He's done pretty well, hasn't he, as you say, for a guy who's only standing in about his 8th first-class game as a keeper and 2nd time in a test match. We reckon he might have put down a feather off Imam. And there was that chance down the leg side that I thought he did pretty well to, was given out and then overturned on DRS. Other than that, it's hard to think of chances that he's missed. As you say, quite a tough job on a pitch with not a great deal of bounce. Somebody's not used to doing it. It's probably his thighs and his muscles in his buttocks are a bit sore after a couple of days. And it'll be interesting to see whether he comes out at number 3, having had almost 50 overs in the field, or whether England will rejig that order.
He'll be fine. He's young, lots of energy. Very, very fine player, no doubt about that. But it's not an easy job, I tell you. when you're wicket keeping in, also asked to sort of bat number 3.
Nicely played. It's placed elegantly wide of the man out at long off, and that is a 50 for Salman. His second in Test matches. Valuable runs down the order and trying to usher Pakistan to safety.
There are very few batsmen who can play with the tail enders, or you can really manage this sort of situation, and Salman has done it beautifully. That last shot really shows that he knows how to bat on this sort of surface. Bringing his wrist into play at the last second, playing over the top, finding the gap. Excellent knock.
Keeps a strike as well. Offered a single by Stokes with the man out at long off. He takes a risk-free single, keeps the strike. 5-5-4 for 7.
Jack, go. Out there. Go on then, Naka. Go on, Jack, go on, Jack.
Salman Agha, a reputation of playing spin well. That's why he's drafted into the side, particularly on this sort of pitch. They played well in Sri Lanka in this first-class season. Even in this season he's played really well. Last first-class game he got 158 not out, and Waqar was talking about batting with the lower order. In that particular game he got 41 at a partnership of 41 with Mohammad Ilyas for the 8th wicket. So all those boxes ticked, and that's why he's drafted into the side when conditions are spin friendly or when conditions are slightly flat. The other option that Pakistan would have as a bowling all-rounder or an all-rounder, Salman more a batting all-rounder, is Fahim Ashraf. But maybe outside edge and gone. That one from round the wicket, it just stayed straight on, and England finally with the wicket.
Yeah, it's an excellent catch, actually, from Root at slip. You've got the angle from round the wicket. Crawley, correction at slip. It's Jacks from round the wicket, and he's looking to turn it on the onside. And that is a good catch from Zach Crawley. And it is a 4th wicket now for Will Jacks, so it's an excellent performance from him as a very inexperienced spinner in general, and obviously on debut at this level. Salman has played well, 53 from 67. Pakistan 8 down now.
Guys, batsman here, let's go.
Quite a cheer for Harris Rauf, who makes his way to the middle. Local boy, playing in his first Test match and just his 9th first-class game at the age of 29, which tells you something about his journey to this level. A, he's a bit of a late starter, and B, he's played more white ball cricket. That's the end of Salman. Good catch. Crawley's a tall man. He had to stay low and took that shin high to his left.
The surprising bit was that that ball actually carried to the slip, but the ball is actually dying. You ball slower, it even goes slower to the batsman, and that one carried quite a good height. And Crawley is a tall man, and getting down and catching that, done an excellent job.
And it's Joe Root who slipped back into that position. Crawley has been banished, having taken a very good catch. 5-5-5 for 8.
They're almost shaping to play it leg side. That's a good catch because it's traveled quickly towards his left. He's got down really well. Salman disappointed with the way that he played that delivery, but his first delivery that just carried on from round the wicket.
Yeah, Will Jacks will be delighted with his return in this game. 4 for 152. I think that's more overs now than he's bowled in a innings in first-class cricket before. England's selectors took a bit of a punt on him for this Test series, and of course he wasn't due to play in the 11. Ben Foakes, his illness on the eve of the game or the morning of the game gave Will Jacks his opportunity. And given the absence of Liam Livingstone through injury, so Livingstone hasn't bowled a ball, you'd say that Jacks has done his prospects of playing in Multan no harm at all. I was watching Haris Rauf run to the non-striker's end there, which he didn't do with any great freedom, it must be said. So whether he will be fit to bowl or not, I'm not sure. Of course, he was it a quad strain that he suffered in the first innings? He did. Yeah, well, the news from the dressing room is that an MRI scan has revealed a small tear, so he won't be bowling, which will be a problem for Pakistan come the second innings here, but also one assumes the next Test match in Multan and then Karachi as well.
Yeah, there's a little limp there, so I'm not sure if that batting is going to really help him.
So what options then for Pakistan looking at the bowling to come in Multan and Karachi?
I think they'll go Fahim Ashraf in place of Haris if it comes to that. Wasim Jr. is also there. Hit it hard. That one just, this might go all the way. Beautiful hit against the spin. Zahid Mahmood just taking a control here after Salman's wicket.
Well, I tell you what, Harry Brook had to take some evasive action here. England have got a couple of short legs in. The squarer of the two is Jennings. Brook was right in the firing line there. That was hit very firmly.
Oh, nice.
562 for 8. There is Brook. Watch him take evasive action. He knew that was coming his way. Boy, he hit that hard.
Oh, that's a nice.
Well, I asked Mazza, our statistician, who was the last England spinner to take 5 wickets on debut, quick as a flash. The answer came back Adil Rashid, 2015 Abu Dhabi. So 7 years ago. That was the game that Alistair Cook batted forever, seemingly. A mammoth double 100 from Cook from memory in that game. 836 minutes. In baking temperatures.
Time for Tapal Tea Lounge. Quite relaxed. Confidence in the local boy, Haris Rauf.
Oh, that's good.
Well, that game you mentioned where Rashid picked up 5 wickets in Abu Dhabi, it was Shoaib Malik's return also, and he got double in that particular game, and sort of given retirement right at the end of the series. He had enough. He said, I'm done with it. 150 overs been bowled, 563 for 8. Pakistan have done really well this morning. I think it's a good move bringing Robinson on, who's bowled 18 overs, 64 for 1. Not many tail-enders like fast bowlers coming at them, although Zahid Mahmood has batted very nicely against Anderson. Can he manage Robinson here? We're not going to see too many big boundaries against him, but can they survive? That's the key. Pakistan would love to kill more overs this morning if they can manage to lunge. I think they'll feel that they've done a really good job.
It was about this stage with the first ball that we probably saw more reverse swing over 70 to 80, albeit very slowly off the pitch because the ball was so soft by this stage, but we did see some reverse swing between about over 70 to 80. Then Stokes took the second new ball immediately. Short leg in place, and that first ball from Robinson suggests that he's going to try and get it up and test these tail-enders on the back foot if he can.
No ball. The check, and it's gone against Robinson. Just slightly over. Very tight though.
Tactics pretty clear. Try and take the pitch out of the equation. A couple of bounces, and then the Yorker, the old 3-card trick.
England would have loved to have had Mark Wood on this pitch, especially, who can really bowl 150, 150 plus. You need pace. If it's reversing, if someone can bowl 150, I think it'll be very, very handy. This last delivery, 125.6, so there's no real pace. Yes, he's a little stiff. Bowling his 19th over. But you do need some wheels. You need pace behind the ball to get it a bit more effective when it's reversing.
He gets away with it. He was trying to sway inside the line. The ball followed him, didn't bounce particularly, and ran off what seemed like the back of the bat. Ballooned over Ollie Pope's head.
I think it was off the glove. Oh no, off the bat, of the back of the bat. He did manage to took his gloves out of the way, but couldn't really bring the bat down in time. Could have gone anywhere. Lucky that it just went in no man's land.
So just looking forward, just pushing this game forward, as England have talked about taking the draw out of the equation. How many overs will England want, or will England need to bowl Pakistan out in that second innings? It's about 80 overs on average per day we're getting.
Yeah, they need all that final day and a little bit of the last session tonight, you would think. This first part of the day was always going to be vital, how quickly England could take these last 3 wickets. They still need 2 more, 565 for 8. Of course, what they can do, as we saw in the first innings, is score unbelievably quickly. They were rattling along at 6.5 and over. That was just in the first innings of a game. So when the pressure is on to score more quickly, you'd expect them to go even harder, so they could easily score at a rate that would allow them to declare, but they've got to get these last 2 wickets.
Oh, yes, boy.
83 overs remaining, and I don't think we'll be able to get all in. Say 75 remaining. Take out maybe 7 or 8 with the light coming down the pitch and heading over the top. This might not go for 4 because it didn't really middle it. Getting a couple there. So every over passing, I think, is putting more pressure on England, who are desperate to want to win this test match. A little bit too close on that occasion, Rauf.
Question is the nature of the declaration as well. One of the great commentators of this game used to make a distinction between a declaration and a closure. A declaration being you offer the opposition a kind of a hint, you know, you dangle a carrot and say, come on, you've got a chance of winning as well. Or the closure, where you just shut the opposition out of the game. I suspect Stokes, knowing his attitude, he'll offer the former rather than the latter. He may just give Pakistan a sniff as well. And by doing that, that may then be the way of taking wickets if you keep Pakistan interested. But first things first, got to get these wickets, and Pakistan are not making it easy for England. The tail-enders are applying themselves well. Zahid 15 from 43, and they're just trailing by 85 now.
Yeah, as soon as Haris Rauf has walked in, Zahid has assumed the senior role and is playing a few shots. Ooh,
Good bowling on the angle, beating the outside edge. That was how he got the previous wicket. Just running the ball across the right-hander. It was an edge to slip. Really good bowling from Will Jacks to beat the outside edge again.
Well, the fielders around the bat, they heard something. They were asking. That's a good delivery. 572 for 8. They were asking Stokes to take a review. Purely that ball, I don't think he hit it. That was daylight between the bat and ball. You can see that there. It's a long way away from the bat. Time for drinks.
The pitch is not just sleepy but almost comatose by now, and Pakistan's tailenders are digging in. Only one wicket has fallen this morning, that of Salman, neatly picked up by Zach Crawley at slip. Off Will Jacks, who's now taken 4 wickets on debut. That was that one wicket to fall. An excellent piece of bowling from Jacks from round the wicket, using the angle to find the outside edge, and Crawley, a tall man who just nipped in for that over really while Joe Root was off the field, took a good catch shin high to his left, was then banished immediately from slip when Root came back. Nicely clipped, and a big cheer for the local boy.
I'm sure we're going to have another full house today. Still a little early for the cricket lovers here in Pindi to come, but they will come. Those stands were quite full yesterday. Watch Babar getting 100.
And that's beaten Pope down the leg side. It's trickling away. Harry Brook does well just down in front of our commentary position to keep it to 2. Played that well, actually. It got up and he managed to keep it down with a short leg, just waiting for anything that pops up off the glove. 575 for 8.
Well, Will Jacks has had, I wouldn't say it's necessarily, given the circumstances, an unexpected amount of work, but a lot more work than he normally gets with the ball in any form of the game.
Oh, that's nice, Jacko.
Was interviewed this morning. He said they're getting 1 wicket's hard enough. He's got 4. But plans for England this morning have not exactly gone according as they would have wished. Just had to hurry a bit and just keep an eye on Haris Rauf here. Remember, we had that quad strain sustained in the field on day 1. And I would suggest that quad strain is still there.
And he will not be bowling anymore in this match, which is really unfortunate for Pakistan. Obviously, a big shout for stomping towards the leg umpire. I'm going to have a look.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire's review for stumping. I've checked it, it's a fair delivery. Can we go to the front on spin vision first, please? I'll need Ultra Edge to confirm no bat. Keep rolling through. Just roll through that it doesn't catch up with it. Keep going, keep going. Yep, thank you. Side on when ready. Okay, I'll need a zoomed up thing to see if that foot is on the line or behind. Or, and then potentially a stump cam.
One spike. Left spike.
Yeah, we can. Is there any chance of a split screen between the stump cam and maybe this one? Oh, okay, other side. Yeah, this one is a bit fuzzy, so maybe the previous one. Yeah, the stump cam again, please. There's nothing behind there on the stump cam. I can see the line there. Okay, I have a decision for the big screen.
Well, some things are indeed worth waiting for, and for Will Jacks, what an extraordinary thing for him in his first Test match. 5-wicket haul, 5 for 161 for Will Jacks. Well, a hairline decision in the end. Murray Erasmus worked very hard there to see if there was anything behind the line. There might just have been a stud, you never know. But according to Murray, no, there's not enough behind the line. And that is that for the long resistance from Zaid Mahmood. He goes, and it's now 576 for 9. Well, 1 to go as far as England and Pakistan are concerned. 9 down for 576. Last man in, Muhammad Ali. Will Jacks 5 for 161, but in his, well, 1 ball short now of completing 40 overs. Cluster of men around the bat. Safely negotiated. Well bowled, Will Jacks, 576 for 9.
Yeah, the Surrey combination. Jacks with the ball, Ollie Pope back there, and he couldn't quite get that back foot back in on the reverse sweep. Good work from Pope.
Reminds me of that, what's that football thing? World Cup, yeah. The little incident with Japan, the ball that nearly crossed, or almost crossed the goal line. Ooh. Many pictures circulating on the web. Might be a few circulating there of the Zayed Mahmood fans.
That's some good odds when you're discussing Will Jack's first Test fifer in a football match in the World Cup involving Japan, but I see what you mean.
I like to test you now and again, Ness. The words, "what on earth are you talking about," might spring to mind.
Just amazed you'd know about football, Dave Lowe.
It was a bit vague. It was just a fleeting moment it was. That's the way through extra cover, finds the gap, invokes the chase.
Yeah, you'll probably see a lot more of this. He's not going to be hanging around Haris Rauf. He's going to throw his bat at anything that's either pitched up. Done nicely there.
Oh, just over the head of Jennings at short leg there. Tallman. Just loops over his head. Just had enough pace on it. We've had a few long discussions this morning about field placings. No apparent rush. Jennings having his 6 penneth. Now that short ball was miscued over his head. We've now got another one, just to clarify, around the corner. So a little leg gully, got the silly point in. It's either the double bluff Yorker or another short one. Half-hearted, not even that in terms of an appeal. Just stopping traffic there, Ben Stokes.
I think only Crawley was interested on the offside. Crawley was almost running off to get his pads on, and everyone had to convince Crawley that he hadn't hit it. He thought he absolutely nailed it. No, Zach.
Well, bodes well for his next innings, doesn't it? Seen that clearly. Well, that's good from Robinson. We know it's a sluggish pitch. We know the angle of attack now.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, it's a good effort physically after 155 overs in the field, but also the line is perfect. Any tail end, any batter really, outside off is easy to play, but in at the ribs, that's the difficult one, especially with a short leg and a leg gully waiting. Good effort from England. They've kept going. Robinson's kept going.
Well, somehow Muhammad Ali has got through that. 5.79 for 9. England have indeed been made to feel very, very welcome here, as they were for the T20 internationals. 7 of them, of course, a couple of months ago now, then the World T20 intervened and the England Test squad back here in, well, optimistic frame. And reasonably well supported too. I don't know how many are here, but maybe a couple of hundred touring fans have made it here to Rawalpindi. And there are more coming. Clever, reacting to the highlight of yesterday, which is the ball being polished with the sweat of Jack Leach's scalp.
Again, Dave, I'm not sure we can have that as the highlight of the whole day.
Well, it's gone straight to slip this time. The big heave intended to go over long on. In the end, it's safely taken. And Will Jacks has 6 to his name. 6 for 161.
He'll be mighty proud of this effort. Him and the English boys. 6 for on debut. Oh, what a sensational start. It has been a good catch by Joe Root behind the stumps and slips as England wrap up Pakistan's innings of 5-7-9.
Yeah, last England spinner to take a 6 for on debut was Peter Such back at Old Trafford against Australia in 1993. It's a good catch from Root at slip. Above his head, and excellent work from Will Jacks. On debut, 30 runs with the bat, 6 for with the ball on a pitch that didn't really spin a lot. He'll be absolutely thrilled with his work. And it sounds really odd when a side have made 579, but I reckon England will be pretty pleased with their work on this very docile pitch.
Yes, there would have been some plans set this morning. It would have been ideal, of course, if England could have whittled away those last 3 for rather fewer runs. Still a lead, though. It's still a lead of 78, and there's still quite a bit of time left. Will Jacks leads the side off, claims the ball. Maybe the first of many items in his collection of memorabilia. So 5.79 it is. 155.3 overs in the field for England. Hundreds for Shafiq, for Imam and for Babar. All of them very, very high class. And that useful contribution down the order from Salman to the 53. It keeps Pakistan in touch. As we say, it keeps England with a lead, but not one that was maybe as sizable as they would have liked first thing this morning. The figures, the bowling figures: Anderson 1 for 52, Robinson 1 for 72, Jack Leach nearly 50 overs for his 2 wickets for 190. Oh, Jacks, there you are, 40.3. 5 of them maidens, that's an achievement in itself. 6 for 161 for him, outstanding performance. So 6.57 plays 5.79. The lead for England is 78. We know they will do their best to force the pace for the rest of the day. And when we come back, we'll be all set for that England second innings. So we are into the third innings of this match before lunch on day 4. Just to remind you of the overall situation: 6-7, played 579. England's lead is 78. There'll be going through the calculations as to how many overs are left in the day, or how much time rather is left in the day. We probably won't bowl all the 76 overs that are theoretically here to be bowled. Similar calculations for tomorrow. Now the wickets that have gone down in this Pakistanis: Abdullah Shafiq 114, little edge through to Ollie Pope. He's a man who likes to go big, but this little edge denied him that. Good catch, so it's quite a big deflection there. Taken a while. Now Imam Ul Haq, the other opener, with 100 to his name as well. Misjudged this. Ollie Robinson, one of the taller men in this England side, 5 yards in from the boundary at long on. Imam didn't get enough of it. Very comfortable catch. Azhar Ali, prolific run scorer over the years, but beaten by the new ball, the skid of the new ball from Jack Leach. It was reviewed, but no avail. 3 reds, and that was that for Azhar Ali. Saad Shakil, 37 for him. A little bit of a flat-footed waft outside the off stump. Left hand is preserved, but a little extra bounce. To be fair to him, a little extra bounce. Simple catch for Ollie Pope. Thank you very much indeed for him. Will Jacks into it again, and he had the scalp here of none other than Babar Azam. Just a tiny bit of extra bounce. Azam just maybe coming off the ball a little bit with his weight. Didn't get on top of it. Didn't time it. Nice simple catch for Jack Leach this time. Big scalp for Will Jacks. Anderson round the wicket in the closing overs of the day last night. Ben Stokes, short mid-wicket, went straight to him off the bat of Mohammad Rizwan. Sort of field placing you've been trying all day. Before the night had set, finally worked for Ben Stokes and for Jimmy Anderson. Naseem Shah going with the spin, but not really judging it at all, not getting a hold of it in any sense. Good catch from Jack Leach coming in from a very wide, deep mid-wicket. Yes, that look of the batsman saying, have I got away with this? Have I got away with it? No, I haven't. Then into the morning, Salman Agha, very good 53 from him. He judged it pretty well actually through the morning. Found ways of making runs, played some inventive shots. This is basically the straight honour which defeats him. Good reactions at slip from Joe Root, 66. Zahid Mahmood, 17 for him. His stumping took a long time to decide by Murray Erasmus in the third umpire's seat. Very close run thing. And the final one, Haris Rauf, a real big swing. He launched himself off his feet. A little bit of a skip down the pitch. Toe end of the bat. Root had to get his hands high quickly. Did so successfully. Will Jacks getting used to the celebrations of taking a wicket. Just to remind you, did say this morning on interview that getting one was hard enough. Well, he must be mighty pleased with those figures at the end of it all. 6 for 161, very much the leading wicket taker, but a lot of work put in by England. 155.5 overs in the field. At least the bowlers know they can have pretty much the rest of the day off. For the batsmen, the task now of scoring enough runs quickly enough to set up the possibility of a win that England have stated they are very much going for in this first test match of 3 in this series against Pakistan. You saw the scoring rate in the first innings, which is absolutely outstanding, almost in the realms of unbelievable, but it's fact, it's there, it's in the books. It'll be in Wisden next year. Whether they can score at the same pace again remains to be seen, but they have a habit of tearing up records. Let's say that 4 and over would be a starting point. I know it was 7s or so in the first innings, but in the second innings, see what happens, of course. Just to remind you, day 1, after England had won the toss, Zach Crawley faced that first over, and the score was 14 without loss at the end of it. Both of these men, Crawley and Duckett, century makers in the first innings. For Ben Duckett, it's a return to the Test match scene after something like 6 years since his previous Test. And what a way to start, what a restart with 100 in your first innings. Pakistan's short on resources, one short in the bowling department. Haris Rauf has that quad strain, which means he will not take the field. Nazim Shah put in a lot of work accordingly in the first innings. Had his own little problems, actually. A twinge in the shoulder was looked at by the physio a few times. So Nazim Shah will start from the pavilion end. Babar Azam just conservatively with a couple of slips. 3 on the offside, saving 1. Men out in the deep at long leg, deep square leg, and a wide third man. Pakistan will hope to pick up wickets, of course, just to slow things down, but they're also going to be very keen to slow the run rate down as best they can. Shan Masood, the substitute fielder, in for, or on for Haris Rauf. Right, we are ready to get underway with this England second innings. There is a deep square leg.
Well, the pace of play is going to change again from Pakistan trying to occupy the crease and bat long. England will see this pretty much as a one-day innings here. I reckon they'll want about 55 overs maybe, try and get 250 and set Pakistan 330, something like that. Angle the carrot. Pitch is too flat to bat too long. It may bring Pakistan into the game, so I think we know what England are going to do. That's going to be blatantly obvious. All eyes will actually be on Babar's captaincy as well. Is he going to be defensive, or will he actually try and take wickets?
Well, he's got a wicket. 2 balls in. Nazim Shah has struck. Ben Duckett has tried to guide that down towards third man, but instead has just guided it straight in to the hands of second slip, where Salman takes a comfortable catch. So the contrast in this game of cricket: 100 in the first innings, nothing in the second.
Yep, it is a great leveller, this game of cricket. Duckett obviously looking to be positive, just ran it off the face of the bat. 100 in the first innings, a first ball duck in the second. England 1 for 1.
Well, England 1 for 1. Such a contrast from day one. Ben Duckett, of course, 100 and 0. Ollie Pope, another of the Centurions in the first innings, comes out to take his place.
Well, I've just been told by Maz that Ben Duckett isn't the only one who's got a century in the first and a duck in the second. All 3 Englishmen in the commentary panel as well have the same record. Nasser Sen, David Gower, Michael Atherton was up in the commentary box next. You guys remember when that was?
Well, and there's an old saying, which I've just made up, which is you're not a batsman until you made 101 innings and a duck in the second. I remember mine, MCG against Australia.
Bulawayo for me.
Go on, who got you then, second time round?
I only remember the 100, Dave, to be honest. Atherton, where was your 100 and a duck?
Don't worry.
Guyana, Michael Atherton got 100 and a duck.
That's another flat pitch, isn't it, Guyana? Yeah, that would have been Burda, the old Georgetown ground.
Yeah, great start here for Pakistan. First up, excellent delivery, angling across the left-hander. Salman good in the slips.
Oh, that's close. And the the enthusiasm of the appeals, both from Nazim Shah and everyone around, suggests they think it's pretty close as well. The only man saying no initially was the umpire.
Had a similar one on 99, didn't he, Zach Crawley? Just going down on 99, was given out. Did he get an edge on this, or was this going down as well? Going down, very similar.
Just have a look at this thing quickly. Yeah, that Babar was absolutely spot on with that. Had it, for instance, gone to review, there would have been the two things. First thing would have been that tickle, that little inside edge. If that hadn't been there, then the line would have been just drifting just down leg side. But Babar Azam's ears are working well. His powers of observation spot on. All bowlers are trained to ignore things like that.
The robot just that way.
Another one down the leg side. It's 4 for 1 at the end of an eventful first over in this second innings.
It's a middle. Off stump. Right arm over.
Yeah, 4 for 1 after that first over. England lead by 82. This should be really entertaining. The way that England going to approach this, we all know what they're going to do, but this should be entertaining. Muhammad Ali with the new ball. All the expectations now at us is that they'll go at a fair clip.
I would imagine so, Bazid. Yes, given everything we've seen from England in the last 6 or 8 months, given everything they've said ahead of this game, listening to Joe Root last night, he said, we're not interested in a draw, we're going to try and win this game. And given the players at hand, that's exactly the expectation. Quite a challenge for Ollie Pope, isn't it, though? Batting at 3, having kept wicket for 155 overs. He doesn't have a particularly good record in the second innings of Test matches either. And having squatted down all that time, that's something that he won't be used to. So a challenge for him, get himself set in this second innings.
You think he would have been asked if you want to bat at number 3 or you want to go down the order?
Yeah, I guess so. In Pakistan, on these pitches, you tend to want to get in against the new ball. It's a good time to bat. With the ball coming on, it can often be the easiest time to bat.
Yeah, it does clearly shows that when the ball is new, it comes onto the bat a lot better than once it gets a little bit older, coming down the pitch and looking to play on the onside, almost a leading edge. The amount of bounce you get with the new ball and the pace you get, and it comes onto the bat a lot better. And the numbers will show you just now. It clearly shows that when the ball is new, the scoring rate is a lot better than once the ball gets older. Getting a little bit of swing there, Muhammad Ali. Normally, if there is a little bit of grass on the pitch, he does get that outswinger going and kisses the pitches and goes away from the right-hander.
I mentioned that Pope has a poor record in the second innings of Test matches, and that's graphic illustration there.
Yeah, down the track, shimmies down and just clubs it leg side. That won't be stopped.
Well, the idea is not allow Muhammad Ali to settle. Although a couple of balls swung away from the right-hander, they did pick up a wicket, but it's not going to really stop England to play their shots. Once again, coming down the pitch, he's already standing out of his crease. That means he wants to get to the pitch of the ball.
Short ball pulled away leg side. It's in the gap. They'll come back for the second. 11 for 1.
I think boundaries would be a little harder to come by in the second innings, just because Pakistan have already come out with quite a defensive field setting, knowing what England's approach is likely to be. Before a ball had gone down, there were sweepers either side of the wicket, which obviously they weren't in the first innings. So whether England will find it as easy at the start to rattle along at the same pace remains to be seen. But as they build that lead, and as Pakistan's change bowlers come on, obviously they're a bowler down with Haris Rauf, I expect to see England pick up the pace again.
Naseem Shah will be up for this. He likes bowling with that new ball, the shape that he gets, and he also will be hoping that England take a few more risks. He bowled pretty decently in the first innings, but it's with the new ball that he's mightily effective.
And that's the hope for Pakistan, really, that England, in taking risks, could lose 2 or 3 wickets and suddenly find themselves in a bit of a hole. So even though we've had this exceptionally high scoring game, 657 and 579, because of the pace of that first innings from England, actually there's still lots of possibilities left in this game.
There are many ways to watch Test match cricket. All you got to do is be a little careful.
Thrashed through the offside. Timings is absolutely superb.
The margin for the faster bowlers is so small. You give a little bit of room and the batsmen are happy to just throw their arms, throw their hands at the delivery. Don't really need to run after hitting that sort of shot. Message is very clear.
Talking of all the vantage points to watch the cricket, perks of the job for some of these men in the security forces right up on high there, glued to the action.
Surprised that the batters haven't objected. Normally they're very fussy with anything. Just in that line, I don't think it's, even with a fussy player, it's quite disturbing them. 15 for 1.
विकेट गिर गई तो काम हो जाएगा उसको हम बाहर कर सकते हैं वैसे
Very animated. Rizwan just speaking in Urdu, just pushing the boys, telling if you pick up 1 or maybe 2 more wickets here, this game might go the other way around. So just stay positive.
Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life's too short for sensitive teeth. Barmy Army cooling down. That is not too cold for turned away. 2/3 gets back for second. That is, didn't get his attention. It's not too cold for people up north coming here to Islamabad. They're having ice cream and they're having cold drinks.
This is just about perfect for English supporters, and the good thing is there are a good number of English supporters who have come. Obviously we haven't been to Pakistan for a long time, and other than that T20 series, but there are lots of travelling support groups here. Gullivers and other support groups here brought good numbers of English supporters to Pakistan, so that's really good to see. Hopefully they'll have a great time. Perfect conditions here in Pindi.
I tell you what, our production company has been struggling to get hotels in Multan because you guys, or Barmy Army and all those travel groups, have booked all the hotels 6 months, 4 months beforehand.
Yeah, there's been a lot of interest in the tour, partly because it's a good time to get away from the English winter, the depths of winter in November and December, but also because clearly it's not a destination that England fans have been used to coming. And it's good to see them here in reasonable numbers.
Well, my village is not far away from there, so I invite you guys, if you want to come and stay there, happy to accommodate you.
What's the name of the village?
I come from Vihari, Burewala. That's why they call me Burewala Express, which is about an hour and a bit. Now, if you're happy to travel in the morning with that sort of distance on a small road, no problem for me.
Small village, big town,
No, it's a very small town. It's a district, but not very big. It's growing for sure. But I come from a little bit further, about 20 k's from there, a place called Khadar. It's a canal which is called Khadar, and we used to have land there. We come from a background where my father, my grandfather, all farmers, and we still got a little bit of land there. We still got house there.
Farming what?
Oh, that region.
Crops or cattle?
Oh, no apples. We don't grow apples
No
in this
cattle,
part.
sorry.
Sorry, I thought you said apples. No cattles. It's more of that region, Multan region, is very rich when it comes to fruits. So mangoes and oranges, and also cotton, sugarcane.
Not to mention fast bowlers, whipped away leg side to the fence.
Yeah, that's pretty true actually, because from that region we had Mohammad Zahid, the tall fast bowler, who had back injury and couldn't really manage to play for too long. Irfan comes from a very same region. Rahat Ali comes from Multan. Nadeem Iqbal is another one comes into my mind. So a lot of fast bowlers have come from that region. Inzi, you'll see a big name. Big pavilion is named by his name, in Zamam's pavilion.
He's just getting a bit of shape, and that's screwed outside the off stump, the outside edge of the bat. They run back for the second. He's not bowled a bad over here, but it's the intent of Pope and Crawley. 26 for 1.
And that village that you come from, or town that you come from, Waqar, what would the cricket facilities have been like there? Was there a cricket ground? Was there a formal kind of cricket ground?
Yeah, there is a stadium there which has not been looked after that much, because there is no real facility of hotels there for teams to go and stay. So yes, there is a lot of club cricket. Burewala is another city, they're twin city. They've got about 30 k's difference between the two cities. In the Burewala, that's where I played most of my career. There's a college there, the government college. They have a ground just by the main GT road. Played a lot of cricket there. Yeah, facilities can be improved there.
Whipped away, and this should also go to the fence. So England motoring as per.
Yeah, Naseem has been a little leg side with the new ball in this spell. I don't know whether deliberately so or not. Quite a few have gone down the leg side and have been taken by Rizwan. Here he drifts onto Crawley's hip, and Crawley punches it away leg side. So great intent again from these top order batsmen. Crawley 12 from 14, Pope 15 from 12, and England rattling along at well, between 6 and 7 and over, which is where they were throughout the first innings.
Short and pulled away this time, even better. The timing superb, and that'll go to the fence.
It was a quick delivery. The problem Naseem Shah facing at the moment is because he hasn't played too much four-day cricket, or a longer version in the recent past, he's struggling to get the right line, right length. That's why the ball sort of going on the leg side, and even the bounces are not in the right area. I thought he was getting better in the first inning. By the sort of 16th over when he was bowling. But once again, he's just sort of going down the leg side, or even the bounces are not really zippy. Although he did pick up an early wicket, he's got to stick to the length, the line and length outside the off stump. Like that. He's generating some good pace. And that's what you need to do. Ask the batsmen to take risks rather than you just give them the deliveries which they can hit away.
Yeah, just one thing that Waqar didn't mention, there's a public school, Sadiq Public School, which Waqar went to, and you went to HSN College. So HSN College and Sadiq Public School have a fixture, or sort of, you go there to play every sport. You have 7, 8 sports that you play against each other. And you know why they get fast bowlers? They're very tough. I remember a basketball game, HSN College versus Sadiq Public School. And whenever HSN College players would jump up, they would sort of tug at the shorts or even sort of pinch them. And then they won the fixture. They had to win the fixture.
Come on, be a sport. We were good. We were very good. Yeah, big rivalry between the two schools. It's a massive school. The HSN College, of course, in Lahore, a very old college, and then Sadiq Public School in Bahawalpur, which is not far away from Multan. It's about an hour and a bit more toward Karachi side, more towards Sindh. A beautiful school. It's got plenty of facilities, got cricket grounds, and I think we have a principal from overseas also come and sort of guide the teachers.
Chance. Has he got that? No. I think he's put it down. That was definitely a chance. 36 for 1.
It was certainly a chance. It was a leading edge from Crawley, who was looking to whip away through the leg side, and it went to Nasim's left hand. He had a grab at it, and then rather in jest threw it up and began smiling, but he couldn't quite cling on. It was good effort, one-handed left hand, but it didn't quite stick.
Never easy in your follow-through. 36 for 1. Although England lost the ducket in the very first over, but they're just still coming hard at Pakistani bowlers. Lead now 114.
Short ball in the air, a chance and accepted this time around. A good bouncer from Muhammad Ali, and Pakistan have a second wicket.
That bouncer was the perfect one. It was on Pope's right shoulder. He had to sort of just get under it. That pace, 135.4 clicks, and really did the job. An easy and a comfortable catch there for Nasim. Banged it short. A perfect bouncer. Couldn't really control it. And straight to the man at fine leg. Easy as you like. Beautifully taken. Pakistan picking up their second wicket in the 6th over. Pope, who had a tough time behind the stumps, is gone now for 15. He's 36 for 2.
Just middle. Right arm over, one of the over.
all action as we expected when England came out to bat in the second innings. Pakistan, a few punches of their own. Joe Root would probably consider missing out in that first innings where everybody's getting hundreds, but quality player.
Yeah, the new ball meant that it just got through to Pope more quickly than he might have anticipated. A very straightforward catch to Naseem in the deep, who didn't have to move. So Pope's poor second innings record in Test cricket continues, and he gives way to a man, Joe Root, who has a fantastic record both in Asia. For England, and many good England batsmen who played spin in Asia well, but Root would stand tall with them all.
Muhammad Ali's rhythm much better than what we saw in the first inning. He's running in a lot better. Picked up his first wicket in this inning. Getting that shape, what he always looked for, that outswinger. All you probably need to do is just maybe just go a little fuller. Joe Root likes to drive. Just get in there.
Still fascinating the way that England will carry on. You talked about taking draw out of the equation, but that also what that does is bring Pakistan back in the test match. And they will obviously leave something for Pakistan to chase, but I'm not sure if they can go at the same tempo they did in the first inning. The first innings, 500 in a day. They'll certainly try.
Yeah, there'll be no lacking in intent. It's just that Pakistan are ready for the assault from the opening ball of this second innings. They had sweepers either side, so the boundaries will be harder to come by. Remember, Pakistan are a bowler down. That won't help them. But I don't think there'll be any lessening of intent from England at all.
Leg side. All he wants to is running back and does it easily. So wicket in that over. 6 done. It's 41 for 2. .83 England are going at. Pakistan have got a couple of wickets. England will try and just keep going around that mark. It is the last over before tea, but I don't think there'll be before lunch. I'm getting ahead of myself because of this intent that England have got. They've got everybody scrambled, myself included. But yeah, last over before lunch, and you reckon that the intent will still be just to go for it and score runs. Yeah, speaking of tea, the lounge, Tapal Tea Lounge, there's always a cuppa ready for you. That's the perfect length. Although Joe Root likes to drive on the up, early on, if you just keep the ball there and about, you will be asking questions. Suddenly, Joe Root's bat sort of opening more toward cover, is looking for a drive. Slow one, or just over. Well, he's deceived him, but just lucky there, Crawley, to squeeze it over the top.
It looked like Crawley was completely deceived there. A slower ball from Naseem. It's a good ploy to Crawley because he takes the ball early. He's always looking to take it early, and therefore if you can bowl a good slower ball and deceive him, then you're in the game. It almost worked, just ballooning over mid-off's head.
It was a real surprise. I don't think he was expecting the slow delivery to come at him. Just a little bit over the top. Yep, that was a slow delivery. It was off cutter.
Good bowling, attacking those stumps. He does have a really good slow, and we saw that in the World Cup recently. He bowled predominantly into the pitch slow ones, and very effective there in Australia. Then when he got a wicket like Melbourne, he was able to just seam the ball away from the left-handers and seam it the other way as well. So just after being out of the side for what, 6-8 months and coming back into the side, Naseem Shah has probably now become the bowler everybody thought he would, progressing in the right direction. That'll be knocked into the covers for a single, and I suspect that should be time for lunch. Yes, it is. So England 124 runs ahead. They've lost a couple of wickets in this 7-over session, but they've gone 606.57 run rate. Joe Root, he's completed 1,000 runs this year, and he'll be looking for more. Pakistan, well, they won't be too disappointed by the way they bowled.
Yeah, that brief 7-over stint there will just give us a clue as to what is to come this afternoon, with England pressing and maybe creating some opportunities for Pakistan as well. It's been an eventful morning though, with 5 wickets falling, that run rate just shy of 5 and over, and the game has opened up somewhat after 2 very high scoring innings. There's still all to play for.
Pretty even session for both, I would say. Pakistan first coming out with the bat, and they batted quite nicely, and then when it comes with the new ball, I think Naseem Shah bowled really well. Muhammad Ali picked up a wicket, 46 for 2 after 7 overs so far. Their ball is still pretty new. Naseem Shah 4 overs, 22 for 1. Muhammad Ali 23 for 1. So the ball, well, they picked our wickets. They're a little expensive. So this is how it stands. Match summary: 657 in the first inning. England, Pakistan in reply 579. And England again 46 for 2. This game is pretty open now.
Salman Agha and Zaid Mahmood started off. Salman Agha obviously with that lead role of attacking the spinners. It was a good innings from him. He hit the ball down the ground, the reverse sweep, the route almost taking the catch. This was a huge appeal given out, but on DRS the ball was just pitching outside leg.
Yeah, Salman Agha, I thought, played extremely well, especially with the tail. It's never easy when you just deny singles, and this was a beauty. Beautifully taken. He carried quite nicely. Kohli just came in the slip for only 1 over, and he picked up that beautiful catch. And then Zaid Mahmood took over, hit a couple of very, very fine shots, and then that stumping, beautifully done by Pope. It was never easy, especially when someone's looking to play a reverse sweep. Got the ball on time and just lodged the stumps. And this was another fine catch in the slip by Joe Root.
6 wickets on debut for Will Jacks. England came out very first over. Naseem Shah, good catch at second save. Abdullah Shafiq. As we know, England on the attack straight away. Handsome cover drive. And Kohli, short ball, dismissed leg side. So a lot of fun to come. Drop chance. Naseem Shah. Cotton ball opportunity, went begging. Good bouncer from Muhammad Ali, which ended Ollie Pope's innings. Naseem Shah with the catch. And it's been eventful, to say the least. England with the lead of 124 at the moment. 657 played 579. Now 46 for 2 England, trying to set the game up. England lead by 124, and we'll be back in about 35 minutes for the post-lunch session.
So from 499 for 7, with help of Salman Agha's 50, Pakistan added 80 more runs and they wrapped their innings at 579, all out to the answer of 657 from England in their first innings. And of course, 6 for Will Jacks. Brilliant performance, and then later on Pakistan striking with 2 wickets. Let's have a look at the match summary. And we start at the test match, 657 from England, all out. Pakistan in reply, 579 all out. Babar getting 136. Imam and Abdullah Shafiq also getting 100. England, 46 for 2 in 7 overs in their second outing. England still lead by 124. Hello and welcome to the Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. I've got my 2 guests, Aruj Mumtaz, David Gower alongside me. The match is getting interesting. Let's start off with you, Aruj. 2 wickets down. Pakistan would be happy that they feel that they've got a sniff somewhere here and there. They've been chasing the game throughout the 3 days as of now.
Yeah, I thought when Babar and his men came out, they had plugged in boundary options because they knew England was going to go for the runs. But they still kept looking for wickets as well. Yes, England bat very deep and very strong with Livingston and Jacks coming in at, I think, 7 and 8 it is. So they've got a very long and a strong batting lineup to cater to. England, on the other hand, will obviously look to score those runs and score them quickly. Wickets always give you a sniff and break the tempo. Although, again, the surface will play into England's hands and they'll continue to look for runs.
It'll be an interesting course of the day because England will play the way they do. They want to score big runs and they want to score them quick. Not much for the bowlers, but then also that creates an opportunity when the batting side wants to play flamboyant cricket.
Well, it does. I mean, there is a classic trap in the third innings whereby a side goes too hard, loses wickets and loses its way. As you so rightly say, England have a lot of depth in batting and a lot of confidence in that batting. But the interesting thing for me will be the next hour, because you've got a combination of Crawley, who is just naturally positive but is in good form with that 100 in the first innings. You've got Root, who actually is the man for the situation, I think, because he's very good at scoring runs at the right sort of pace, but by doing it in a controlled fashion. He's not the overt smasher of a cricket ball like a Ben Stokes, for instance, but he's very good at compiling runs quickly with apparent ease. So I think it's a lot of this next hour or two this afternoon is down to Joe Root and how he plays. Yeah. But yes, if you want to play the game where you look at the figures, 8 overs so far, 2 wickets down. Yeah. If Pakistan would just carry on striking at that rate, it's only a 40-over innings. I mean, these little things are little quirks of the mathematics. In reality, England will keep pressing on. They have enough resources to do so successfully.
Since we are talking about Pakistan's bowling, let's have a look at the fall of wickets, the 2 wickets that England have lost for 46.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
A brilliant start from Naseem Shah. Perfect line, perfect length, and the ball carried to Salman Ali Agha in the slips, who took a good catch. And then the bouncer. Now Ali Pope didn't get a big score, got a first 100 in the first innings, Muhammad Ali.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Would you expect, I'll ask David about this, a different line of attack from the Pakistan bowler? So you see that the conventional way is not going to get you the wickets. So now you're talking about the shorter lengths and then having a fielder or 2 in the deep and get those catches going.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. We've talked so much. I mean, Vakar Yunus talked so much about having different plans. If you look at yesterday, let's just turn this around. Look at yesterday for England. Ben Stokes came up with so many different plans. It was brilliant. One thing he'll never do is just leave the same plan in action, for more than sort of half a dozen overs or so. Kept switching. Having said that, it took him a long time to get the results. It was just the last hour of the game or so where one was finally chipped to mid-wicket. Sometimes as a captain you get lucky. And for instance, Muhammad Ali, with 1 man in the deep there, went straight to him off Ollie Pope. It's a good bouncer, but it went straight to him, good catch, simple catch in relative terms. Sometimes you get lucky. For Ollie Pope, for instance, you know the score. That could have gone 5 yards either side and been 4 or 6. Yeah. For Ben Duckett, he gets a decent ball, but you can look at Ben Duckett and say, well, okay, as an opening batsman, have a look at 1 or 2, let one go, then get it's one of those things. If you strike lucky, it looks like it's changing the course of things. But we tend to think on this pitch that it's easy enough for someone just to hang around and make a suitable score, keep things ticking. And the game will sort of develop that way.
He's talk about striking lucky. Pakistan's point of view, they'll have to grab every single opportunity. There was one. It was a tough one, but once it touches your hand, we call it drop.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be really tough on Naseem Shah. In your follow through, dipping down on his left hand. Never easy. But bowlers back drive, when you get those sort of opportunities, they tend to stick. And very difficult on the rebound when you're also falling down. So, tough chance, but a chance.
She wasn't of that opinion when she was sitting up there in the balcony with me.
Did she get a bit passionate? Did she?
She was like, what is
bit
he
of
doing?
patriotic passion.
But talk about top performers, and when you have a bowler as a top performer, then he must have done really well on this pitch. 6 for 161, Will Jacks.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, I think you talked in this morning, didn't you? There was the interview with Will Jacks was along the lines of, it's hard enough getting one wicket on this pitch. And for a man who's experienced an off-spinner, I mean, he was still looked at as a support act, as a bit of a part-time spinner. But what he kept doing well, he kept flighting the ball. There was the odd little bit of bounce and turn now and again. The tempters like that one where if you float it outside off stumps now and again, you get lucky. It might well be, let's face it, could be a long time before he takes 6 in an innings again. It might be next week, who knows? But for him, an absolute triumph.
Let's have a look at the bowling card from England. Uruj and Anderson. Important to see the number of runs he's given away.
Yeah, I mean, it's a reflection of, again, Pakistan's intent to score wasn't as fast as England's, of course. The surface was the nature, but Anderson always never leaks runs. He'd be disappointed he didn't pick up more wickets, but he kept them quiet. But again, the highlight of that bowling card has to be Will Jacks. 6 for on debut is pretty amazing for him.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Time for a break. When we come back, we'll look into the session coming up. It's all important. 46 for 2 England. Let's find out what's going to happen on the other side of the break. Hello and welcome back to Inverex Solar Energy pitch side. I've got Uruj and David alongside me. Before we have more chat on the game, it's an important aspect of English cricket. When they travel, especially the test side, the Barmy Army follows them. We all know about them. Very organized group. Let's have a look at this piece and then we'll get David into this.
The Barmy Army was founded in 1994-1995 by 3 backpackers that were travelling to Australia. A long time ago now, 27 years ago, they travelled to Australia to see the wonderful sights, but also to follow the English cricket team in the Ashes. And unfortunately, the English team were getting battered quite badly. They were losing significantly to the Australian team. At the time, the Australian press called them the Barmy Army. Barmy because they're still there when the team are losing, still supporting. Army because there were so many of them, and there was born the Barmy Army.
It's been amazing here in Pakistan, interacting with the local fans and showing them what the Barmy Army is about as well. And I think we're connecting really well over our love of cricket. I'm very excited about watching Babar Azam in Pakistan. This place is going to go crazy when he walks out to bat, and I'm really excited to watch that.
That's all it needs to complete yet another magnificent 100.
I'm super excited to be travelling around the world with the Barmy Army anyway. But previously, before I joined the Barmy Army, I was a touring musician, playing with many big bands, and I've been all around the world. But Pakistan's one place I'd never been to before. I was super excited to be here. A, because it's somewhere new. B, it's such an exciting country. The culture's so strong, and also my wife's grandfather is from Rawalpindi. There's something about the feeling of this place that I really like, and I think this will go down probably as it'll be one of my favourites. I think in years to come I'll look back on this one as being a very special occasion.
Yeah, it reminds me of that song, You're in the Army Now. So let's ask David, how do you become a gold member of this?
Just takes money. Yeah, the history there was briefly explained. It was actually a couple of people making T-shirts to buy their tickets. They sold T-shirts to buy a ticket to fly from Adelaide to Perth to watch the final test match of that series. And it just had Barmy Army on it. And from there it just grew and grew and grew. Now it's a very professional organisation. They organise the travel, the hotels, everything. There are still people who'd rather not be called part of the Barmy Army, but it's now all lumped together. So every English tourist following cricket is called part of the Barmy Army. Some of them like to feel they're officer class. Some of them are very happy to be in the lower ranks. They behave in very different ways, some of them. But the whole ethos has become sort of very widespread. And the great thing for England is that this army of supporters follows them everywhere. I mean, fewer numbers here, of course, for obvious reasons, but across the world, Australia, West Indies, they come in good numbers, South Africa, and there are times when overseas the noise that the Barmy Army makes physically lifts an England team.
Well, you can think of a name if Pakistan had one?
Oh.
Yeah.
Give me a couple of minutes, I'll come up with something.
Yeah.
Pakistan platoon.
I'm getting Shaheen Army in my ear. I'm going to call it something else, not army.
Yeah, I'll have to do something more fun.
Fun. More fun. Talking about more fun. So, David, I'm going to play something very, very important to you. So, this is me and Uruj and our future plans. Now, we're going to make truckloads of money with our vlogs. You'd be invited as guests at times.
Right, okay.
And if only we can afford you. So, have a look at City Trail. And this is Uruj and I. And we won't tell you more. Watch. City Trail. Brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. So it's not an easy task to find a great place to eat, especially when you're very particular about food, but we are not. The thing is,
that there are certain cities where you can never go wrong with food, and there are certain cities you got to be very careful because they're still trying. I know you guys are going to get very, very upset when I say that, but you know, that's inbuilt with the Karachi eyes. You can just park your car and have a biryani anywhere, you can have anything anywhere, and you just feel it's absolutely right. When I say absolutely right, you tell them where we are, because we've been here before a couple of times and this place doesn't go wrong.
Not a couple of times. It's probably been every time we've been in Islamabad, we've come to Arz Lebanon. It's authentic. They've got an authentic Lebanese chef. And trust me, like Sikandar said, the food doesn't go wrong.
Well, let me tell you, Bazud Khan introduced this place. That's his only claim to fame. Usually you're supposed to have this after the food, but she was so cold, she wanted to have this.
It is cold.
And the food is here. The food is here. So this would be a platter,
Cold meze.
Cold meze
The cold
platter.
meze.
And you've got to try this hot bread. And here it is, the salt volcano.
Yes, the saltish lamb.
Wow.
And like I said, our food is literally
Yeah, well, look at
on
that.
fire.
Wow. So you got fire here, fire here. There you go.
They're literally chunks of salt,
Yeah.
which was on fire, or
You can see that.
you can see the steam. The concept is obviously it's,
And I'm gonna
it's
give you
slow
some-
cooked and
Yeah.
it's meant to melt in your mouth. So
It is.
lovely. One word to describe your food right now.
Heavenly. Like I said, you know, you can find halwa puri anywhere. You could do trekking anywhere. This is something, of course, from Lebanon, but you find it in Islamabad.
It's topped the reviews. It's a definite must-visit place when you're in Islamabad.
City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
I know what David is going to say. Is this the same restaurant I invited him to and then dished him later on?
Well, no, I wasn't going to mention that. I mean, I wouldn't throw you under the bus like that. But there was an offer that was rescinded the other day, and it looks as though it was one I'm sad to have missed. Yeah. Looks like you had a lot of fun, some really good food. But I'm sure there'll be another chance somewhere.
It looked good with two people, and of course, a lady would be preferred.
Oh, so what?
You
So
and I sitting there with
two's
five.
company, three's a crowd, is it? Okay, fine.
Baz can take him. Baz can take him.
That could be fine.
The other person
Okay.
who's really going to be grumpy after seeing this is Zainab. Because you had to give her the invite and I think you forgot. So
David,
Zainab-
We're going to need lawyers here.
Tell us, you've been here to Pakistan before as a player and then, of course, as a commentator. Tell us about the food. What's your favorite or best experience you've had? Any city.
Well, I don't want to get involved in this battle of the cities. And I'm being stared at by a Rouge here. I have found good food in Islamabad here, where we're staying, in Karachi, in Lahore. I can't remember Faisalabad all those years ago. I can't remember
Just
what we had
tell
there.
them which was the best. Come on.
No, come on. You can't force me.
Did you?
into a
He said
diplomatic
Karachi.
row.
He said Karachi.
He said Karachi. I heard it. I heard it. Spot on.
But I meant to be fair. I love the local food because, as a sort of bit of a mantra, wherever you go in the world, eat what they know best. And I love a curry. I love all the sort of varieties of food you can get. I know now that things like, for instance, sushi have become quite popular in various places, and it's just great to be able to travel, eat well, and just enjoy the welcome.
You're great.
And if you do
great
send me the invite
diplomat.
next time, just get me there in time, okay?
Okay, talking about the intense moments out in the field, and this game is wide open, but it's very important when these boys go back to the hotel, their friends and their colleagues. Harry Brook and Sean had a fun moment, and we recorded that. Let's have a look.
Hi, I'm Sean Masood, and today we're going to play the flip tic-tac-toe with Harry Brook. You go first, please. Do you get... Oh, oh, you do not have to wait. Oh, got it.
Yes.
Breakfast on me.
All right, let's go. Find out the match summary, have a closer look at that, because I'm telling you that I have a strong feeling Pakistan might have an opportunity here, David. I know I'm speaking too soon, but look at that. 46 for 2, 7 overs gone. England leading by 124. It's really about skill set over mindset and who's going to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, okay, let's be fair. England still have the advantage because they have this long batting lineup and they have this positive approach. The little thing we mentioned earlier, the little thing that could derail the England plans is if they somehow give away 2 or 3 wickets too soon, which is why I said earlier Joe Root is so important here, because he understands the business of making runs under pressure. He makes them very easily. Didn't succeed so much in the first innings, 23 in the first innings. But the fact they have this result, Ben Stokes, for instance, comes next. We know how he will play. They're not afraid of risk. And even if it goes slightly wrong, well, then they'll do their best to somehow come to that win. But for Pakistan, heads high, tactics sound. If they pick up wickets, they stay in the game.
So a quick one from you, that basically it's about how comfortable England is, leaving Pakistan with a certain number of runs, and then enough time for their bowlers to bowl Pakistan out if they want to win this.
Yeah, I think the conversation's always been around how difficult it is going to pick up 20 wickets. They've done the first bit. Now, what's going to remain is how quickly they can pick up this second lot of 10 wickets. For Pakistan, I think they will have to sort of be careful with their strategy. Yes, they will look to pick up wickets, but they also will have to be careful of how many runs they leak, so that England will get to score many. Like David said, I think Joe Root can easily plug a hole if they have a couple of wickets that fall early, but they'll depend on how quickly they feel they can get the 10. I still feel it's a game where England will leave the carrot dangling where Pakistan thinks they can win, so they come out and make a mistake.
Cool. David, have a look at this. This is England's second innings run rate since McCullum has taken over.
Yeah, there's all these figures need being put into context. For instance, the Trent Bridge innings, 4th innings, winning innings, was the best pitch I've seen on a 5th day virtually anywhere ever. And Johnny Bairstow played out of his skin. At the bottom, where they won at Lords, it needed, just to mention Joe Root again, it needed Joe Root to play a proper innings, a really good batting innings, because there's lots going on with the ball. They're a very different sort of pitch. Ben Foakes with them as well. And if either of those two had got out, England would have lost that game against New Zealand, the first test at Lords there. So there's lots of different contexts. But again, just look at the scorecard here. 8 overs in, 46 for 2. They're not holding back, and they can play proper cricket shots to score the runs, because it's that sort of ground, that sort of pitch.
You mentioned Joe Root, of course. They also want to finish well with the captain Ben Stokes and Harry Brook. And Harry Brook, the way he batted in the first innings, he just clearly endorses the fact that what kind of mood he's in and how he can provide a great finish to the England innings.
Yeah, he has a conventional style of batting, but he's still got an aggressive attitude about it. And it's amazing how he's been so successful in all formats. You see him in the T20 as well. And I think he's someone for the future. He's made a huge announcement as he's come onto the international stage. I think it's his second test match. And I think with all the English batters, they can up the ante, because it's the mindset that they've bought into. And it comes very naturally to them.
Talk about Pakistan bowling, and that is so important as well, that Pakistan grabs every single opportunity coming their way. No Haris Rauf. That will be a bit of a dent, and in fact, a huge dent.
No, good point. It brings more pressure to bear on Naseem Shah, who bowled a lot of overs in the first innings, Muhammad Ali as well. The spinners obviously play their parts. I think the lesson that Babar needs to take from England is you switch things around. don't let people settle. So you don't let batsmen get a long look at one bowler. You don't want to over-bowl the seamers anyway for obvious reasons. And you can just switch things around. He's got a lot of, he's got various bowlers he can go to. Not necessarily the best in the world, some of them. The part-time spinners, although we've just seen Will Jacks pick up 6. There are ways of working this around. Funky fields, different tactics, anything you can do just to upset the progress.
A quick one. What's the number that England you feel would be comfortable with?
Well, somewhere over 300 for starters, so anywhere really from about sort of 330 onwards. Depends how quickly they get there. But one thing they need is time to bowl
them out
for the 4th innings.
Cool. Thank you, David. Thank you, Arooj. It's time for the final session, or in fact, the second session of the day on day 4. Let's go and join them.
Welcome back to Rawalpindi and welcome back to the Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series. It's been a good morning for Pakistan. Their tail end hung around for long enough to cause England a few issues, but still England got a lead. And Pakistan have got 2 wickets in the second innings, but we know why, and that is because England are going to go hard and try and push this lead up. It's already 124. And it's a wicket apiece for Nazeem and Muhammad Ali. First wicket was Duckett's first ball, having got 100 in the first innings. He tried to run it down off the face of the bat to third man. All he did was run it off the face to second slip. And then Muhammad Ali with the bouncer. There were 2 men out. And it was a good bouncer. The line of it was perfect. And Ollie Pope found Nazim Shah down at fine leg. So 69 overs possible. We're not going to get those, but 69 overs possible in the day on day 4, and England lead by 124. Pakistan will look to take wickets, set it up nicely for a run chase later this evening and tomorrow. Well, strap yourselves in. This is going to be fun this afternoon. Root and his England teammates are just going to go hard. They know no other way under McCullum and Stokes. They know they've got to dangle that carrot to Pakistan. If they bat too long, the pitch is too flat for a side that will block it out, as we saw last time here when Pakistan on the last day made 258 for none against Australia. So England know they've got to set something for Pakistan. We shall see what that is, or even by England being aggressive, Pakistan bowl England out and come back into this game. Okay, Eunice, what do you reckon Babar Azam was saying at lunchtime to his team?
First thing, I would think that he must have said, just keep it simple. Just bowl good lines and good lengths, and we've seen that we have, whenever we bowl well, control the game, we have picked up a wicket. We've got to carry on picking our wickets.
And he's got to prepare them for what's coming. That is for certain, and have plans. I think the short ball plan's pretty good. Having maybe 2 or 3, it's already worked 1, and get England hooking and pulling the quicker bowlers out to the men in the deep. There's nothing in this pitch at all. How he uses his spinner. Remember, he's Haris Rauf down, so he's 1 seamer down. So he's going to have to use his spin as well, maybe bowling it into the rough. Stop England scoring.
So much talk about the pitch being really dead or slow, hard for people to get wickets, but the situation we are sitting at the moment, we might have a very, very good day and a half. It all depends how England are looking to play from here on. At the moment, 6.27 is the run rate where they're going at. They probably want to play maybe 40, 45 overs tonight and ask Pakistan to bat again right at the end. And we might have a game, Bazit.
Yeah, I find this very fascinating. We saw Australia. Australia won the series over 15 days. They won it on the very last day. Now, the philosophy here from England is to go hard and make sure that they make a game of it and not look at the draw. But it'd be interesting if they falter and Pakistan do get away or win the game, and then you look back at a test match which you've dominated all the way through, and then dangle a carrot and go into Multan 1 test match down. And it's not as if you're going to Multan and you're going to get a seamer, or not as if you're going there and you're getting a pitch that'll sort of support you. So the philosophy is so fascinating with McCullum and Stokes, even on this placid track, to then be thinking of forcing a result.
Yeah, they're just not thinking of it as a series at all. They're just thinking of it as a test match, one-off test match. They have made their statement right at the start. They are not interested in draws. If it ends up a draw, so be it. They're not looking at the big picture of the series in 15 days. All they're trying to do is work out, how do we win in these 5 days, this one-off test match. Whether you agree with it or not, we shall find out in the next day and a half. Mention that Multan test. One thing that England will have to do is look after their bowlers at some stage, but they will maybe have an extra weapon in their armoury at lunchtime. Mark Wood was out there bowling. Something that's been lacking in the England attack is the extra pace. one of the, if not the quickest bowler in the last 2 or 3 years on the world circuit.
Yeah, England will be needing him if Pakistan provides them a similar pitch or a flat pitch. Saw him running around the ground, sprinting around and bowling this afternoon, and he looked good.
Goes fine. I don't think it will go for fine unless Nazim mistimes his dive. Nazim has stayed down, which is a bit of a concern, whether he's disappointed with the boundary or if he's hurt himself. He's just holding that shoulder again, maybe from the throw. I don't think Pakistan fans should be worried about the boundary here. I think he's okay. It's the bit after the fielding they should be, that bit, the throw.
He's done really well there. Yes, he was touching the skirting, but the ball was not in his hand at the time. And the second attempt, as he picked up his foot off the skirting, I think he's okay. I think he's okay. Maybe some other angle might tell us different story, but from this angle, it looked that he has saved the boundary.
And the fact that there's no signal at all from the standing umpire means that Nazim had done well. It's an odd one, isn't it, Waqar? Because he seems okay bowling, but it hurts him throwing.
Yeah, he's been complaining for a while now. Even in the past also, it's just his, when he throws the ball, his shoulder hurts. But when it comes to bowling, he's fine. There's no issues at all. I think he needs to work on his throwing. Sometimes he throws off balance or with the open chested at times, and when you throw with the open chest, there's every chance that your shoulder will hurt, because you have to give more jerk to it, put extra force in it, rather than if you go sideways. It's a bit like bowling when you're throwing. If you're sideways, you don't really hurt that much.
Hands behind square, so they'll get at least 2 here, England. They'll settle for 2. I remember Courtney Walsh, by the end of his career, almost had to throw in underarm, didn't he? Like an underarm. I know the West Indians used to throw a little bit like that anyway, but it's the rotator cuff in the shoulder. He just holds it just after throwing it in from his knees, just there.
Well, his fielding has definitely improved. His catching has improved a lot. And his bowling has improved from the first inning. First inning, he was a bit too full. He was trying to get some swing. I realized it in this inning that he needs to just sort of bowl back of the length. He's producing good pace. Never easy when you've played T20 cricket for so long and suddenly you have to come and bowl long spells in test match. Takes a lot on your body. He's got a classical action. I love his action. Gets on sideways really, really well. Little bit of flat footer when he runs in, but when he approaches the crease, he's in a very, very good position to just let that ball go. The energy goes into the ball really well. Very whippy kind of action. Little bit of hyperextension also. Very deceptive at times when the wicket is a little bit more supportive. Bowled really well in the World Cup just recently, even in Asia Cup.
Philbin set an extra man on the offside. It's very difficult on this flat pitch to bowl to one side of the wicket because Root can manoeuvre it down to third like that. What a shot from Joe Root, just opening the face. Pure class from Joe Root.
Does it so easily. We've seen this shot get him so many runs. This time off the front foot. Normally it's that back foot, little dab down to third. This time just easing it down off his front foot and gets 4 without any fuss whatsoever.
When he plays that shot, that means he's in good touch. That means he's controlling the shot really well. Missed out in the first inning. He looked good.
.58 for 2.
Pakistan's definitely going to miss Haris Rauf. They went into this game with 3 seamers and Zahid, a right-arm leg spinner, and then they have a couple of part-timers who have not bowled that many overs in the first inning. So a lot will depend on Naseem and Muhammad Ali. Zahid struggled in the first inning. He definitely will be missed out there today.
Root wants 2, left-handed throw out there, so Root comes back for 2.
Got to really stay on your toes. You've got to save every run. You don't want England to score quickly. Saud Shakil just going around the ball and picking it up, throwing.
Tip and run.
That's England playing tonight, 12 a.m. England versus Senegal.
I'll be fast asleep.
No,
I'll be fast asleep.
England quite a good squad.
Just regulation. England will go through, beat Senegal.
Yeah, because I think they've got, what, only 3 players from Arsenal, so it's a good squad, isn't it?
You suddenly become Gary Neville overnight, Baz. Hey, our football expert up here.
But England is a very good side.
They are, yeah. I wonder if any of the England boys will be allowed. I don't know if allowed's the right word. Sounds like a Essex under 11 trip, but I reckon a few of them might. They love their football in that dressing room, definitely. Been banned by Ashley Giles and Rob Key. They can't play football because of injuries, but they love it. There'll be a few who might sneak the telly on tonight at midnight.
You know what the new way of getting injured is? Golf.
Golf, yeah. That kept low. England won't mind seeing that with a lead of 130 odd, 139. Just rolled a bit as it went through to the keeper.
I thought in the first inning the ball kept low quite a bit at times. Second inning it was much better. It wasn't really staying low. I think maybe the newish ball, the harder ball, just skids through a little bit more than once it gets old.
That's a flick, isn't it? That's brilliant from Crawley. Bit of Peterson flamingo about that. From outside off through the mid-wicket area for 4. Brilliant from Crawley.
Well, that's not a test match shot. That's more of a T20 cricket out there. Mid-on up in the circle. Look at that. That's a beauty. That's aggressive cricket.
Field's wrong. You got to bowl straight on here with the split field. It's too good a pitch to say, right, I'm going to bowl outside off. If it was nipping around, that's a dangerous shot. But these cricketers nowadays will just take you from outside off And you open up the offside as well. Got a bowl straight with a split field as the pitch dies. 66 for 2.
Good crowd in once again. It was a full house yesterday. I think more will come tomorrow if England look to declare tonight, and if they feel that Pakistan can win this game.
Again, you can't bowl to this field, not on this surface. Babar's got this wrong. Got to bowl straight. You need the extra man on the leg side, especially to Crawley. He's so strong through mid-wicket.
Lovely easy shot though, just easing it leg side. Man in form, got 100 in the first innings and it's showing. Previous over, he took it from outside off stump. This one in the stumps, just little wrist through the onside. No change in the field.
The only thing that it'll do now is Nazim will have to bowl even wider outside off. And that opens up the offside. Just cannot bowl to this field. You've got to bowl straight with a split field, skipper.
Doesn't matter how many fielders you put on the offside, on the boundary, the way he's hitting, the way he's timing the ball, there's no chance of stopping. Too easy at the moment. You bowl him a little straight, he goes on the onside, you go a little bit wider, and that's what he does. In such a good form.
And he changes it. 3 deliveries later, an extra man goes on the leg side to mid-wicket. Now he's just got to bowl off stump, the better field.
Yeah, Zach Crawley against Pakistan. He's 30% of Crawley's test runs come against Pakistan. He's averaging more or less 150 against Pakistan. It's the one side that he really relishes.
Scoop. Does he get it over everyone? He does. We've seen this on a number of occasions from Joe Root. It is his go-to shot. Brilliant from Root.
What should one do as a bowler? You bowl outside the off stump, you get thrash, you bowl straight, you get through mid-on, and this was the last thing Naseem Shah was thinking that Joe Root will do. He tried in the first inning, ball was soft, old. New ball has travelled very quickly to the boundary. Brave shot.
Did a couple of those for 6 in England because there was more pace on the ball and in the pitch, so it went all the way for 6. This dying pitch, he's just trying to get it over the slip cordon.
Yeah, since lunch, already 33 runs scored, and this is top quality, audacious cricket, which we are now used to, the way that England have developed, especially as a test side. Maybe even more positive than the T20 side. They don't take a back foot step at all.
It's a quick single. 80 for 2 from 11 overs. Well, you make a good point, Bazid, because that's exactly what Buttler said in the World Cup final. He said that Stokes would have dropped himself in a test match if he had batted like he did in the World Cup final and chewed up deliveries. It was a different situation, mind you. But with Stokes to come, with Brook to come, with Livingston to come, and Jacks, England will keep going hard here.
Still so much time left in this test match. 65 overs today. We might not get 65. Might be more 55. We can minus 10. And then, of course, the entire day tomorrow. Well, Babar is happy to give away 6 runs, but these two at the crease, they're looking for more. The last over thrashed for 3 boundaries. 2 from Zach, and this was a beauty from Joe Root.
It's a top shot. That really is a top shot. At the top of the bounce, and there's not much bounce. He's a tall man, Crawley. That is exquisite.
Off the back foot, he just timed it through, and it's gone so quickly to the fence. That is classy batting. That's batsmanship at its best.
If they've got anything left in them, that's what you got to do, I reckon. 2 or 3 men out. This was one of the shots of the day. Just the back foot punch. One of Root's shots, that. Get given 2 bounces. You're allowed 2 bounces and over shoulder height. So I reckon if Pakistan are trying to dry it up, got to use their 2 bounces.
A 50 partnership of just 39 deliveries. And the way that England have set up playing test match cricket, you need your batters to be given a pretty long leash. They've done exactly that with Crawley. And they say that he's got a very high ceiling, so it's showing in this innings. But the whole method that England follow, they need a long leash for everyone. Because if you're consistently going to play that high-risk cricket in test match cricket, there are bound to be occasions when you point fingers at players playing too expansively, but you have to take into account the whole brand of cricket that they're trying to play.
Nicely played again. We've seen that twice now. Just runs it off the face of the bat for 4. Problems for Pakistan here. Leaking boundaries, 90 for 2.
Problems for Babar. Is already a bowler short, and then Naseem Shah bowled 6. Muhammad Ali has already bowled 6 over. They've been very expensive. Yes, they picked up 2 wickets, but very expensive. Who is he going to go to? Zahid, I guess he's the one who's going to bowl, who's very expensive in the first inning. The England batsmen, they enjoyed batting against him. And then a couple of part-timers. more problem, a serious problem for Babar and his team. Another little nudge down the third man for a 4. 5 overs been bowled since lunch. 44 runs been scored. Very expensive.
First look of Zahid Mahmood in this second innings. He was expensive in the first innings, got those 4 wickets. Now England, this present modern England side, are very good players of spin as well, so going to be difficult to stem the flow of runs.
Yeah, buddy. खाली ज़्यादा नहीं बस सिर्फ आपको एंगल में आस-पास हो बस आपको लगे कि ना ज़्यादा ना कम बस हाँ बिल्कुल थोड़ा सा
Just the 13th over with this ball, so they'll have a little bit of pace on it off the pitch as well. So what Zahid Mahmood will try and do is bowl into the pitch and bowl it as straight as possible. Maybe when Zach Crowley goes on that back foot, he wants it to skid off the surface.
It's not a big spinning pitch yet, so there's the option on the drift for Crawley to hit over mid-on. We saw Brooke take that option beautifully off Mahmood. Mid-on's up, Shan Masood. So as it drifts in, Crawley might, Shan Masood just moving back a couple there. At the moment, Crawley just happy to see into the spinner. The spinner definitely bowling it quicker here, Mahmood, pushing it through.
Yeah, first inning he was bowling a lot slower. And he goes swept both sides of the pitch. He's definitely gonna bowl a lot quicker. He has decided that he's gonna come hard. Little bit of spin, not much.
नहीं कप्तान ठीक है खुद एक
Good start from Mahmood. Just the 1 run from his first over, 91 for 2. Driven, doesn't get through Barber at mid-off.
Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life's too short for sensitivity.
Been pushing that line a little bit. Already bowled a no ball or two. There was one in the last over, yeah. And umpire Rasmus, third umpire's seat, has checked that one, and he's not happy. He's going to have to bowl it again, which is not what you want on this surface.
Muhammad Ali bowled 3 overs before lunch, and it should be quite fresh. You've got to be very, very watchful, very careful. If a wicket comes, you don't want to be crossing that line.
Well, that's 50 for Zak Crawley to go with his 100 in the first innings and a double 100 at the Ageas Bowl against Pakistan. He loves batting against this side. He really does. 7th Test 50. 300s. Looks in good touch.
Yeah, 38 deliveries for his 50 in the first inning. Slightly slower this time around, but 50 or 47. Everything's hitting the middle of the bat.
Short ball down the leg side. Has he gloved it? Pakistan thinks he's gloved it. The umpire doesn't think he's gloved it. They're going to have a look.
TV umpire to director. We have a player's review from court behind. Original decision not out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Spin vision, please. Front on. I need ultra edge, please. Ball on the glove and a little spike there. Just rock and roll that for me. Thank you. I'm going to go back to Ahsan. Ahsan, I've got a small glove and a spike as the ball touches the glove. You can signal now.
Well, it was the faintest of murmurs. You can see why the standing umpire couldn't hear it. It was a feather, but that's all it needs off the glove. So it's 50 and out for Zak Crawley. He's not happy. He didn't feel anything. But Ultra Edge showed a murmur. He has to go. 96 for 3.
Harry Brook, the new man in. Muhammad Ali got a faint tickle of Zach Crawley's bat. A fine young player, and he's enjoying his time here in Pakistan. A big 100 in the first innings. Have a look at that. Just a faint tickle on the glove on the way out. Pakistan was sure, absolutely sure. DRS confirmed that. England 96 for 3.
Well, the luxury England have is this long batting lineup, simple as that. Most of them indulged themselves in the first innings. Brook, of course, the highest scorer in England's first innings, 153. Everyone starts again. When you've got Stokes to come, Jack's, but I mean, I'm just wondering, what's Livingston's fitness at the moment? He hasn't been on the field.
No, he's got this knee problem that has prevented him being on the field and bowling. Whether it prevents him from batting is another matter, and will surely depend on the situation. If England find themselves or dig themselves into a bit of a hole, then I've no doubt he'll come in to bat. Crawley thing was curious, wasn't it? It was definitely out, as the technology suggested, but he himself thought the ball had hit his shoulder. There was a moment where he says, no, it's hit my shoulder. But replay showed that it was absolutely nowhere near his shoulder, and it definitely flicked the glove.
And down leg side, he's got nice timing on that. There is a man there. I'll pick up a couple of runs. Yeah, he was quite animated when he immediately went and he said, "Nuh-uh, it's my shoulder." It was nowhere near, was it then?
May I put it to the court that the man might have been a little disingenuous on this occasion, might have been trying to maybe influence.
Well, I understand that in a pre-DRS age, trying to influence the umpire. But once Pakistan was so convinced they were always likely to go to DRS, and therefore the disingenuousness is slightly irrelevant.
Once you've sort of instinctively done it, I mean, there was a hint of, shall we say, guilty body language straight after. Once you've done it, you can't undo it. I mean, that's whatever your instinct, whatever. I mean, okay, only one man knows, and he's sitting in the pavilion, ruining the fact that it's only 50 and not more to his name in this innings. We are but speculators in a commentary box, 200 yards away.
Just the one slip for Harry Brook now. He's bowled well. Just into his second over with Zahid Mahmood. Even the seamers, Naseem Shah in particular as well. Trying to sneak a wrong one in. The grouping's been a lot better. Oh, big shot. It was a long up, half tracker, and he's dispatched it.
It's quite a startling way to get off the mark, it must be said. Zahid looks as though he's trying to bowl a little more quickly in this second innings, but has dragged that one down, and Harry Brook has nailed that over mid-wicket. Off the mark with a 6.
Oh, yes.
The better line. 15 overs done, England 105 for 3.
Well, I do love Harry Brook's approach to this game. Doesn't make any difference whether it's, say, 20 overs, 50 overs, 5 days. If it is there to be hit, he is one of the cleanest hitters in this game.
Yeah, tip of the legs again. Very strong there. Another couple of runs to Joe Root. You're talking about averages in the subcontinent, in Asia, minimum 1,000 runs. Oh, lovely. We've got Joe Root in there, Alistair Cook. David Gower to my right with a smile from year to year.
I saw this stat this morning. Mazda sends them out early. And Hansa, I'm very pleasantly surprised. I'm not responsible for putting that on screen, but I'm not complaining.
All the time you're sitting next to Maz trying to dig up stuff with your name on top of the list. We've seen a couple of them already.
It was, I mean, a couple of big innings here in Pakistan. I never made 100 in India, actually. That was one of those, I think, highest score in India was about 70-something. But enough of the sort of average scores to sort of keep things ticking. Oh, 85. My memory's appalling. Ah, yes, that's right. 85 in Kanpur, yeah, good. I remember the hundreds in Faisalabad and Lahore. Only because I looked them up the other day.
What's quite interesting to me of a player of a generation that spanned really the two that featured mostly on that list. So Gower, Gatting, Fletcher, you're talking really 70s and 80s. Then Peterson, Trescothick, Bell, Cook, you're talking the 2000s. And those were two eras where England came to the subcontinent a lot, whereas players of my generation, myself, Nasser, Alec, Graham Thorpe, he hardly played on the subcontinent at all, for just kind of random reasons. Just that's how it was. I played one test in India in 115, only 3 here, 3 in Sri Lanka, and I was virtually ever present in that time. And it was just a fluke, really, that England hardly came to the subcontinent for a long period between the late 80s and the start of the 2000s. There was a decade and a half where England teams were almost foreigners to the subcontinent, oddly.
Nicely driven. Beautifully driven. There is a sweeper. It's the beauty of Test cricket, isn't it? Touring to different parts of the world and how it challenges temperaments, techniques.
Well, it was one of the regrets of my generation that we didn't come here more frequently. It would have been lovely to play more cricket around this part of the world, but it just wasn't part of the schedule. We seemed to play Australia, West Indies, South Africa all the time.
Good delivery to finish the over. 16 done, 1-1-1 for 3. After this, you talk about different generations who've played Test cricket, and we just sort of looked at, broadly speaking, 3 eras of Test cricket, and it's amazing to see the evolution or revolutionizing the England have done in the current setup with Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum. They just don't talk the talk and walk the walk. It's more to that. They seem to be enjoying the form of cricket that they're playing, and not just the older players, but the new ones who walk in. They all bought into that idea, and it's definitely showing its results.
I think there is a generation in this team, though, that you'd say are the first generation to be it's the T20 generation. So you take Harry Brook, for example. He's the first of the generations that have come through with T20 as an established part of the game, and therefore, you know, it's not surprising perhaps that he plays in a slightly more aggressive vein. And I think what Stokes and McCullum are doing in particular is saying this is just the best chance of us being successful, tapping into this very aggressive outlook, because a lot of our young players have been brought up in a multi-format age and a T20 age when they can play all these shots.
And for the players security and a surety, and I'm sure Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes provide that safety net, allowing them to play the nature of the game that comes naturally to them. And Ben Stokes said, yes, it'll come with its failures as well. But it's definitely kept Test cricket alive and more entertaining.
The one thing to add, and I'm not trying to pour cold water on this at all, because I'm a huge admirer of what they've done. You know, this culture is brilliant for English cricket and for Test match cricket as a whole. But there were times last summer where, you know, that culture actually helped them survive, but it needed them. In the Root innings at Lords against New Zealand was a great example. It needed Joe Root to play out of his skin, not in any sense in the Bazball style, to make 100 against some really good bowling on a pitch that was doing things, and Ben Foakes alongside him to battle hard to win that game. They could easily have lost that game. And they certainly couldn't play that second innings at Lords in the same way as we're sort of assuming all their cricket is played. If you counter that with the Johnny Bairstow 100 at, say, Trent Bridge, where it was the most brilliant 5-day pitch, ideal for a sort of 2020 style game of cricket, and he did absolutely nail it. It was brilliant. I mean, and very good bowlers, Southey, Bolt and the rest of them, were made to look foolish.
A big shot again. Another boundary, this time from Brook.
Bit of a shrug, isn't it, from Syed Mahmood? Whatever he's trying to do, he knows full well that if it's just a little bit short, someone like Brook will read length well, read length quickly and react quickly. Everything happens quickly. The foot movement, the hands, they're all quick.
The other thing on that is, because they continue this new brand of cricket they play, it's also a test of it when the situation is difficult. So it'll be interesting to see how they balance it out. They're obviously very clear about that they continue to do that. But you mentioned Joe Root's innings, and there's again another highlight of how they are also going to be tweaking it along the way, still being aggressive and wanting results. Short. A swivel. There are two men there. Just one.
I was trying to work out earlier how many England captains had declared in the third innings of a game and lost, and there aren't actually too many. David, to my left, is one. Joe Root actually was quite adventurous in a declaration at Headingley against West Indies. Kevin Peterson at Chennai. I think Norman Yardley from way back did it, but that's few and far between when England captains have actually declared, set a target and lost. And of course that will be an intriguing part of what's coming towards the end of the day today. How adventurous will Ben Stokes be?
And it's probably precisely that has kept the viewers captivated and involved in this game, as to how England play this and almost lure Pakistan into a place where they feel they can win and probably force the error. So from nothing happening for majority part of this, and suddenly everyone's into the game as to when do England declare and how much they leave themselves in order to pick up those 10 Pakistan wickets. On the other side, Abdullah Shafiq mentioned yesterday they'll be positive too and eyeing a result.
Adelaide decent odds that Ben Stokes won't emulate David though and declare and lose by 10 wickets. Or was it 9?
Well, I mean, it's scant consolation. Yeah, okay. You take the rough with the smooth in this game, don't you? You can be top of one list, which you're quite happy with, and top of another list, which you don't really want to remember. 344 for one, the West Indies at Lords in 1984, okay? You've got the facts and the figures. They had 14 overs to spare, which is even more galling, to be honest. And the one wicket that fell that afternoon was a run out. Desmond Haynes run out, poor man. Gordon Greenwich got double 100, played out of his skin. My captaincy was woeful. Botham's bowling was even worse. Tried to set fields, you know, one side of the pitch, as it were, and he kept angling it into Larry Gomes, who also get 100. He kept tucking it down the slope at Lords for 4. Anyway, we got home early.
It's the one stats card that hasn't come up live on screen. The one that you're in the bottom of.
Hang on, which one are you talking about now?
But I was there at the 2 instances after that when an England captain declared. So Kevin Peterson declared in Chennai, and there was a brilliant response from Virender Sehwag and Sachin Tendulkar to win a famous game there. And then Joe Root declared at Headingley against West Indies, and Shea Hope got 200s, 100 in either innings. Played absolutely brilliantly to win a game for West Indies on the final day.
England 118 for 3.
On that topic, though, if you're doing that, if you're taking that risk in the first test of a 3-match series, that is definitely braver. Because, of course, if you are going to risk losing, it puts a lot of pressure on the next 2 games to try and get your way back into a series and try and win it. It's almost not impossible, but almost, well, close to it. I had another instance here in Pakistan when I took over from Bob Willis in '84, where in the 3rd test match we were 1-0 down, and in order just to have half a chance of maybe sneaking a win, I declared leaving 240 odd in plenty of time. And in fact, Pakistan, Mohsin Khan, Shoaib Mohammad, 170 without loss when we got the first wicket, and they suddenly fell apart a little bit and just shut up shop. So that could easily have been another one.
The point is how rare the occurrence is. We could only find 4 occasions, I think. So the point being that captains tend to err on the conservative side. Often commentators are saying declare, declare, and the captains, inevitably, because there's a bit of risk involved, they tend to go on a bit longer. I suspect Ben Stokes will be one of those who doesn't, though.
Down the ground, he's timed that well. As Ben Stokes been really clear about it. And they're going to take 1 game at a time, look for a result in every game possible, not look too far ahead. And I'm not quite sure he's looking at this as a 3-match series. It's 1 match at a time. But if we're expecting anything interesting, it's probably going to be Ben Stokes who's going to lead the way on that. He was brilliant with his captaincy, kept moving his fielders around, and after a long day, they managed to pick up a day and a half, really pick up all Pakistan wickets. Flighted, timed, beautiful, absolutely beautiful from Brook.
Well, this is a man playing with the utmost confidence, not to mention an awful lot of skill as well. Does get himself in such good positions. I mean, you talk about getting your weight into a shot like that. If you looked at that side-on shot, the perfect example.
I talk about feet movement as well. Back in the day, you'd see a big forward lunge forward, try to get the foot right to the pitch of the ball. Modern day players now, especially when they play T20, get their foot in a relatively forward position. You see that from front on as well. It's the head that goes on top of the ball with the hands following through. Just their foot, gentle lunge forward. Balance of the head, the key. Overdone. England 127 for 3.
Another quick word on this declaring and losing thing. First question for you. How many test matches have there been in history, including this one?
2-4-7-8.
Yeah, you overheard Maz's stage whisper, which was, I mean, just appalling. I mean, appalling. Yes. So yeah, with assistance. Okay, no clues this time. How many times has someone anywhere in the world declared and lost out of 2,478 games? Higher or lower than 25?
Well, if England have done it 4 times only, other teams would have done it that or less, having played fewer test matches, so fewer, I would say.
Yeah, okay. 13 is the answer.
Yeah.
I'm not going to drag this out.
No, it shows you how rare it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, declare.
Any more trivia?
Oh, loads if you want it, but that's because, you know, you've got 3 test matches. You want to fire all the bullets straight away.
Naseem Shah now. It's been a hard toil, this test match, given the surface for the seamers in particular, and Naseem Shah from Pakistan has to be the pick. He's toiled hard. He's been the pick of the bowlers from Pakistan. His line and length, his groupings have been better. Hasn't picked up the amount of wickets he would have desired, but came off all guns blazing in the second innings. A beauty to Ben Duckett up front. He could have had another one, and the wickets call him Naseem Shah. It was a bit of a bowler's back drive from Zach Crawley. Hit his left hand on his way down the ball, and Naseem Shah, never easy. So one of those who just stick. Nicely driven. A Tapal Tea Lounge. The Tapal Tea moment, one of David Gower's favorite. Enjoying a nice cup of tea.
Always happy to help. Milk first, no sugar, thank you.
Another fuller delivery, another nicely timed shot, and another exquisite piece of fielding. Top cricket all around. Has definitely got the Rawalpindi crowd going there right into this game. Good effort from Imam Ul Haq.
Yeah, praise where it's due. He had a sprint very quickly to his left, full-length dive. Timed the dive perfectly. Smothered the ball.
Off the pads. I'll pick up another couple of runs. Sunday afternoon here, and the crowd have bigger in numbers. I reckon it's probably been the biggest crowd we've had in the test match. Plenty of kids out there, boys and girls, have come out to see their heroes and rightly quite involved in this test match. .131 for 3.
बॉलिंग में सोचते रहो मगर वहां से जल्दी आया करो, टाइम बचे। ज्यादा बाहर नहीं करना कप्तान, ज्यादा हो जाएगा ना।
Nicely tossed up, and even better the use of the feet. Harry Brook is playing a fine knock here.
Yeah, you've got to have the confidence. You've got to back yourself when you've got both long on and long off on the boundary. And again, the technique is just so good. Perfect chassis down the pitch. Beautiful strike. Absolutely dead straight.
Probably another masterclass for young boys and girls who are looking to play spin. Imam Ul Haq also did it really nicely. Comes down the wicket. Swings through the line of the ball.
It's none of those long, deliberate conversations. No conversation is going to make a jot of difference to a shot like this. Everything is right about that.
One of the problems for Zahid is that, if you recall the first innings, it's going to be very difficult for him to shut down Harry Brook by coming round the wicket. That was always the option in the past, either for a slow left armer or a leg spinner. Batsman gets on top of you, a right-handed batter gets on top of you. You can come round, bowl it into a bit of rough outside the leg stump and almost shut the game down. But because batters like Harry Brook have these reverse sweeps, reverse hits, it is very difficult to shut the game down as a spinner now.
Has dropped short, just in front of Babar Azam. And got good revs on the ball. Joe Root just pushing forward. Again, the pace in the wicket not there for it to carry. Now, there was a discussion around the pace at which Zahid Mahmood bowled Yasir Shah on these wickets, and generally quicker through the air, and a lot of bold and LBWs come into play, and he's probably why he's also has a lot of wickets. Zahid slightly short at times and trying to push the ball through. And so it's been a little bit full at times and shorter when he's trying to get the pace of the ball up.
And one of the other issues is if you try and take a bit of pace off again as a variety, golden rule or the standard rule is that take the pace off, it'll give the ball a chance to grip on the pitch a little bit. You see finger spinners and wrist spinners sometimes get more turn when you bowl it slow, but if you get the length at all wrong, you've seen what happens with someone like Harry Brook. If it's a tall short, wallop, it's gone.
And tucked away, they're looking for 2. Maybe even 3. Joe Root is running hard. Oh, that was close. 3 in the end. England 141 for 3.
Yeah, the smile on Joe Root's face. He suddenly realised he had to put his foot down a bit. It's Azhar Ali on the boundary. It's a decent arm. It's pretty straight too. I mean, he would have made it. He was there. But he just had to do 2 things. One is make sure he just accelerated at the end and then try and get round that roundabout.
The lead now 219. England going at 6.66. Wonder if they have a target in mind. Wonder if overs in mind. Pakistan will try and make sure they haven't been successful so far is to
keep that run rate down. It is bubbling up nicely. Joe Root just signaling to the dressing room. He's going at runner ball. Hit down the ground, timing good. Outfield very quick, another boundary. 50 for Joe Root. .48 deliveries. 55 50s in Test match cricket, Joe Root.
Incredible stats, and in that last column there, 55 50s, 28 hundreds. Outstanding player, so consistent over such a long period. And just punch down the ground for 4.
Nicely done. He'd almost picked the gap. Imam diving full stretch, saves a few runs, 3 runs. Joe Root timing that drive again supremely.
Yeah, second time around, he did it in the previous over also. Good dive in, saving the boundary. They're looking to save every run. And Naseem Shah looking for a reverse swing. That's why he's trying to bowl full. Trying to bring the ball back into the right hander. It's not happening. I thought he bowled a better length from the far end, from the pavilion end.
Yeah, talking about the consistency of Joe Root, he has now 83 50-plus scores in Test match cricket. Only Alistair Cook, Sir Alistair Cook, now has 90. Amazing effort, especially batting in England against the Duke's ball that moves around. You'd think he'd go a period where he doesn't score many, he doesn't. You often just look up and he's 30, 40, 50 not out.
Well, he adjusts to the conditions really well. Doesn't matter what sort of pitch you give him, he's always up there with the score. 146 for 3.
And he's a fantastic player in the subcontinent as well. A little bit like Sir Alistair Cook was. He had a great record in India and Sri Lanka, Joe Root, and he's done here in Pakistan in his first test. 146 for 3, time for drinks.
उसमें से
जल्दी आओ खड़े हो जाओ इसको यहाँ लेके आओ नहीं इसको
ये ना यहाँ से ना सीधी देखो आप लोग भी जाओ दरम्यान थोड़ा सा आने रूट है दरम्यान से मारे कैसा आ तो जाता ये भी शाने अंदर सारे अंदर हो गए क्योंकि यहाँ से अंदर ही लगेगी सारी
224 and counting. Your route got to his 50 previous over. As usual, classy batting. Bit of innovation, but otherwise it's been all class. That glide down to third man is his trademark shot, and that drive through the covers or straight down the ground. He'll be looking to add some more. He's 52 of 49. He has a chance to add to those 100 plus scores.
Great server of the game. Captained England over the years. Still going very strong.
इधर
This is the tactic that Michael Atherton was discussing, really, about nowadays bowling over the wicket into the rough. Right-handers just become left-handers. I reckon Root's going to bat left-handed here. In fact, yeah. Joe Root is batting left-handed and has been put down. And that is remarkable what I've just seen there. Joe Root hasn't even bothered changing sides. He's just become a left-handed bat. Batting right-handed, too easy for him.
Don't you have to tell the umpire that I'm going to bat left-handed? This was out of the rough.
I mean, how good does that look left-handed?
There are few batsmen nowadays that can play with both sides, both hands. We've seen David Warner going right, left. It's amazing talent. There we go. Rizwan standing down the leg side.
And just a single. Will he continue batting left-handed or not?
What's he going to do this time? Right hand, left hand? Barber's standing at slip thinking, what shall I set the field for, a right-hander or a left-hander? He's going to start right-handed this time.
Well, he does a conventional reverse sweep and gets plenty on it and goes to the fence, so reverse sweep.
Yeah, there's no need to tell the umpire if you're going to be left-handed. You know, Ben Stokes won't go out there today and say, I'm left-handed. Everyone will know that. You just line it up and the bowler and the captain has to adjust. So we've had Root as a left-hander. We've now had Root as a right-hander playing reverse sweeps for 4.
Was that reverse again? And because of those couple of attempts of reversing, the Babar has put himself at short third. Now the conventional sweep, just a single. So this aspect of play, especially from England, where the spinner can't really peg you down at all. 153 for 3.
Mazza tells us that Sunil Gavaskar once batted left-handed to negate the spin of a left-arm spinner bowling into the rough, and played him pretty well. That was in an 81-82 Ranji Trophy season, playing against Karnataka, so it has been done before.
The question is, how well did he do? Did he bat well left-handed or just bat for a couple of deliveries?
We're really testing Mazza now.
There we go. Got an unbeaten 18. How many balls?
Putting Mazhar under serious pressure.
Lovely shot. Beautifully timed through the offside. A cover drive of note.
Mazhar is under pressure. Naseem Shah is under pressure. Pakistan under pressure. Look at that drive. Beautiful. Right on top of the delivery.
Yeah, that was about as good as it gets, really. Front elbow, just waited, hit it underneath him. We saw one from Babar yesterday. This is just as good, if not better. Perfection. Bazid, your friend and mine, Mark Butcher, who's in the studio back in Sky in the UK, asked me a good question actually at lunch. The way England play, and then today and tomorrow when Pakistan come to bat, will that put them under any pressure at all? You know, England playing in this positive, we must win sort of way, take draw out the equation. With this crowd in, will Pakistan feel comfortable just blocking out for a draw? Or does it make them try and join in and go for a win?
Yeah, I wondered that in the first innings if they would match them in the way that they play. I don't think Pakistan try and match any side. Even when they play limited overs cricket, they have their own style of playing. And I think that Babar will play in his own rhythm. Every individual batter will play in their own rhythm. Yes, if it comes to a stage where they're looking good at chasing it down, then you might see a shift. But for considerable amount or considerable period of their batting, they will just bat as conventionally or in their own rhythm, in their own bubble as they do.
I think it all will depend on what England leave them, what sort of score they give, how many overs they want to bowl at them. If they leave them somewhere around 330 in what, 75 overs, 80 overs, I think Pakistan will feel that they can go after it. But I think looking at the score right now, they will score a bit more than that.
Into the leg side, gets the gap, and that's no stopping. 4 more. And boundary ends the over, the lead 241.
Lead of 241. Highest successful run chases in Pakistan. 1994 Pakistan, 314 they made against Australia in Karachi. Pakistan winning that game by 1 wicket. So only one score above 300 has been chased in Pakistan.
That pitch was a tough one, that against Australia in Karachi. The great Shane Warne, the late Shane Warne, was playing that game. Ian Healy was there. That famous miss-stumping on the last delivery or last wicket they wanted to get, and it went through Healy's legs, went for 4. Pakistan needed 3 at the time. A very famous test match. Pitch was very different to this one. Pakistan also chased down a total which we'll just find out. It was against Sri Lanka in Sharjah, where Azhar got runs. I'll get you the exact runs. Well, in Gaul, Pakistan chased down 340 this year, so that's not impossible. But if they leave them anything more than 330, 340, I think it will be very, very difficult for Pakistan to chase that down. Pakistan also chased down 300 in 2 sessions in Sharjah. That was also against Sri Lanka. That was 2014. But they have got the capacity. It's all about how they start. That's going to be very, very important. Both the openers are in good form. So they'll bat normal, and then they'll see how it goes after maybe 1 session.
Oh, watch the spin he does, Azhar Ali. The lead now 246. Just the 3 bowlers used so far, 25 overs that Pakistan have bowled in this second innings, and I think it's now time for a bit more spin. Salman Agha will come into the attack. Haris Rauf obviously not available to bowl in this innings, so Pakistan hampered on that front. Now Salman will start off round the wicket. He does play a lot of limited overs cricket, so it's the same kind of scenario here. Trying to restrict damage. Now this is interesting. He's gone outside leg stump. So far we hadn't seen anything called wide yet. When does the umpire deem it negative bowling? Rizwan wants another fielder on the leg side. He wants it all leg side and predominantly bowl about leg stump or outside. Yeah, he's got his way. Changed the field. That cover has been brought into square leg. And the opportunity for a single on the offside. Nobody's saving one on the offside, so goes with the reverse. He'll get back for the second.
It is impossible as a bowler and a captain nowadays. You're literally bowling to a right-hander and a left-hander at the same time. You're setting your field for the right-hander. You're bowling a line to the right-hander. He becomes a left-hander, so your field is completely the wrong way round. Joe Root is just batting left-handed here. The one advantage in Test match cricket, obviously, to white ball cricket, is you can have as many fielders out as you want. White ball, there's restrictions depending on what power play you are, so Babar, if he wanted to, could put a lot more fielders out.
Still get a single. But even as Root and Brook just knock it around. They're still going to get 6 and over, going at 6.7. It's a little dab, little reverse sweep. He'll come back for the second. So even with that line, they've been able to get 7 off the over. It's 175 for 3.
I think for England, it's more than the runs, it's the time actually. It's been going dark, what, around about 4:40 this evening local time. That's when they've been going off, rather. You lose 10 minutes in between innings, so that's 4:30. You want to bowl maybe for half an hour at Pakistan, that's 4 o'clock, which is 45 minutes after tea. The lead will be 350. What England don't want to do is go too far, and that's the most, you know, it's a ridiculous comment to make. They don't want to go too far where Pakistan just feel, right, sorry, we're not going to chase those down. And they'll just shut up shop on a very, very flat pitch. So they're going to have to time their declaration perfectly.
Bazid, you have done pitch report for the last, what, 4 days now?
The most difficult job ever.
I'm looking for your pitch report tomorrow.
Yes.
How's it the difficult job? I'm going easiest job.
That's in the air, but it won't carry. Now, for tomorrow, I'm just thinking I'm doing a pitch report from home. Just sit at home in my pajamas, drinking a cup of coffee, and say, well, whatever I'm saying, it's on repeat.
Or even on that highway we come in every morning. It's a very similar surface.
So there's a lot of bumps on that highway. None here.
Oh!
But honestly, we are really looking forward for that pitch report tomorrow. So far, you have not given anything, not to us or not to those listening.
The last 2 days, I've sort of stayed away from the pitch. I've been able to do the pitch report without looking at the pitch or mentioning the pitch, which is great. I look at my producer again to give me something, some visuals that I can stay away from the pitch yet again. Oh, he's absolutely smashed it down the ground with minimum ease.
He's a clean striker, isn't he, Brook? He has long levers, and some shots that he's played in the deep where you think it's 4 or 6 and it's always 6. The bowler for a millisecond thought he was in play here, and he wasn't. It was past him in a flash. Really clean striker.
I think that one went through Zahid's legs. It was hit so hard.
Sweep shot, and that'll also race away. He's hitting the ball extremely well, and you expect that from Brook.
Another example, the man on the sweep, Azhar Ali, had to move maybe 10 yards to his right. But past him very quickly. I know it's a quick outfield, but he's a serious talent, this Brook. That one went through the leg, so he went wider and he swept him for 4. Problems for Mahmood. Expensive game for him.
Could have really hit him hard because he didn't go down. He didn't get enough time. Zahid Mahmood, he could have hit him on his ankle. Because Brook hits the ball really, really hard.
Bit of frustration from Zahid. 185 for 3.
Between the overs, the two umpires just got together and spoke to Agha Salman probably asking him, you cannot bowl that line, that length on the onside. I don't think the two batsmen have any issue. They're just playing with ease. They're not having any problem. Normally when you see the bowlers bowling little negative, the batsmen start sort of whinging and moaning and saying, tell the bowlers to come more toward offside or middle stump. But no issues there.
Innovative route with that shot that he's made his own. Reverse sweep. Left-handed sweep. Little dabs, reverse sweep. He's got variations to that reverse sweep as well. So Nas is padding up. Gone out the window now. Nobody will pad up.
I've not seen one. I know it's a different situation, but no, I don't think people. Maybe second time round Pakistan, when they're trying to save the game later in the Test match, if someone's bowling over the wicket, the old days of Shane Warne bowling in the rough and people trying to kick him away. The problem here as well, we'll joke about the pitch report, but there is not that much rough outside that leg stump that he's aiming at. Often you bowl that line to land it in some kind of rough and hope it explodes. So if you're bowling at Colombo, or even there was that famous delivery Shane Warne bowled to Andrew Strauss at Edgbaston that sort of nutmegged him and went through his legs. There is not that much rough out there outside the leg stump. You can see there's nothing. All that stuff by the feet is too full. That would be a full toss.
Yeah, Mickey Arthur during that World T20 World Cup, or even before that Men's World T20 World Cup, talked about the subcontinent players, the Indian Pakistani players in particular, not using that shot, which goes to the fence, and the other variation, the reverse sweep. 2 overs for 14 for Salman, 192 for 3.
Well, the lead is 270 now. Still 48 overs remaining. And Joe Root is just walking around, getting a little edgy. I'm not sure if he's going to decide now.
Catch it!
Catch it! Taken. It's Imam ul Haq. He's played that trick really, really well till this time. This time got the edge, and Imam made no mistake.
Yeah, the conventional sweep from Joe Root. This was way outside leg stump and maybe a bit of extra bounce, but he had to reach for it because it was way down leg side. Went straight to Imam. Imam takes the catch. Zayed with relief. But a classy innings from Joe Root. 73 of 69. England now 192 for 4. Ben Stokes walks out. We know how he'll play. Captain leads from the front in terms of intent, in terms of taking the game on. Maybe Zayed will like bowling to the left-hander. Yeah, this time way down the leg side. In the end, he had to just reach for it with Joe Root with that sweep shot, the top edge into Imam's hand.
Yeah, that one bounced a little bit more than the usual what we've been seeing. Very happy captain with the performance of the ex-captain.
A two-man out leg side, a long on and a deep square. The first ball just patted back, but I don't think Stokes will wait too long. Reverse, doesn't get the gap. Oh, he's just popped it up to cover. So Joe Root, well, trying to take the attack to Pakistan straight away, doesn't succeed.
He could have taken a little bit longer, but he's in a bit of rush and try to hit it over extra cover. The ball was not there. Having a little chat with Brook that what he want him to do, which he couldn't do. So that's a bit of relief for Pakistan. A big wicket here. Stokes gone. He was reaching for it. It was a good delivery. It wasn't there. Not really sure what shot he wanted to play or what was he looking at. But ball was never there to hit anywhere. It was a good delivery, good length delivery. And Stokes gone without scoring. It's 192 for 5.
नॉर्मल गाइस नॉर्मल मिडिल के ऊपर सी पीछे बस ठीक है मैदान ऊपर अजय भाई
A couple of wickets from Zayed Mahmood, and there's a bit of twist in the proceedings. Will Jacks walks out. He's had a terrific game. Batted well, but with the ball, you remember it for a long time. Right now, with that dismissal of Ben Stokes, we leave this to Nasser Hussain to describe the shot. Flat batted it, I don't know, top edge to cover. But that has put a spanner in the works. Now, England are only 270, I say only, but 270 runs in front. And there's still a lot of overs to play with.
Interesting if Liam Livingstone's going to be okay. We haven't seen him for the last couple of days. He's been on and off the field occasionally before that. Just how he is with his knee. And getting a lot of treatment. Had a little bit bowled 2 days ago, bowled about 15 deliveries in the nets, and his knee went again. So whether it'll be Robinson in next.
Well, Zayed Mahmood with the maiden and a couple of wickets, 192 for 5.
Well, it's been an intriguing fourth day in many ways, more intriguing than the pitch and the conditions suggested we might get, and that's largely down to England's adventure. They've been rattling along at 6.7 runs and over, and it's Harry Brook again who's pushing the boundaries. 50 in the second innings to follow 150 in the first. He's playing quite beautifully.
Yeah, Test match he'll remember for a very long time. Class act, and he's piled up the runs. A big 100 in the first innings, and he follows that up with another 50. And I'm sure England are looking at him scoring a few more here as they look to extend this lead and extend the lead a bit too quickly.
It's very interesting when Ben Stokes got out. He was in there for a very brief period of time, just 3 balls, and England lost 2 very quick wickets, Root and then the captain Stokes. And right now Pakistan are wondering whether it might be a 3rd quick wicket. Salman indicating that that ball spun too much and would have passed leg stump. But it was interesting when Stokes got out, because he stopped to have a long conversation with Harry Brook, as if, I think, to give him clear instruction as to exactly what England are looking for and he is looking for. They will have a declaration target in mind, but Stokes wanted to give real clarity to Brook, because it may be that after Jacks he has to bat with some tail-enders. Livingston will only bat if required and if necessary, and Stokes here is giving clear instructions to Brook as to where he wants England to be at a certain stage. We don't know what that stage will be. We can only guess and surmise. But I think the important thing is that England know and Brook knows, because of that clarity of message from Stokes.
And I think it was more about being absolutely precise and spot on in the communication, probably why it took a little bit longer as well. It's been good so far from Pakistan as well. Again, the innovation from England, Joe Root. Quite mesmerizing to watch, really. Left-handed, brought out the sweep, absolutely no problems.
What did our elegant left-hander to your right make of Root as a left-hander, I wonder?
Well, instant response as he played the shot was, Alex, all right. Then I realised it was a top edge and was flirting with mid-wicket, who should have caught it. And I thought, yeah, that's typical left-handers. Actually, it looks just there. If you froze the shot there, without the result, without the top edge flirting with mid-wicket, it looks all right. It looks good.
I reckon it's something we all did as kids. I used to do it as a kid. You know, played with my brother in the backyard all day long, and mainly right-handed, but you'd occasionally try and emulate your heroes, Gower and Clive Lloyd, when it came to my schoolboy days, and you'd emulate them and try and have a go, but to do it in a test match is a different thing.
Can I say that emulating Clive Lloyd and David Gower at the same time is mighty hard. And also, I mean, I used to have nets as a right-hander. Just, well, I won't say why. Just as a sort of, as you know, as a sort of exercise. And there is, if I can sort of claim a little bit of benefit, obviously for Joe Root, he would have practiced that at some stage. The bravery to use it in the midst of a test match, the right circumstances, I've no gripe with that at all.
Well, I've seen David Warner do it in the nets. As a right-hander, not as a left-hander, obviously. I've seen him bat right-handed in the nets, and pretty well too.
Yes, bowling from this angle, Zahid Mahmood getting the ball to turn a little bit more, enticing Brook to play the sweep shot for any top edge possibility. Babar is just in close as well.
Just got back. Rizwan was sensing an opportunity here because Brook was so far down the pitch. He really thought he might get to the ball and just backhanded as Brook was just slightly dawdling for a moment and absent-minded. Hit so sweetly by Harry Brook. That is an incredible shot, really. Over wide, long on for another 6. He got off the mark with a 6 today. And there's another.
One of the sweetest timers of the ball going around. Just the long levers coming in. It's pure timing, really.
Well, Livingston has got his gear on. Yeah, got pads on, gloves, so looks as though he's ready to go if required. Incredible. An incredible shot by Harry Brook, who was looking to advance. Zahid pushed it even wider of leg stump because he saw Brook coming, and he still had the presence of mind then to get into a position to sweep the ball.
Now this is quite a spectacle Harry Brook is putting up here. It's brilliant to get to the pitch of the ball as well and the length, and then still put it away for 4. And he does it again. There is a man this time round. He's been a pleasure to watch. He's so pleasing on the eye. It's almost effortless when he bats, and the range of shots that he does have. In the first inning, there was plenty of sweeps and reverse sweeps he's played. He can hit the big shot in front of the wicket. And David, what do you make of him as a player? All formats, really.
What don't I make of him? I mean, for a man, for the last 3 years or so, he's been developing his game with his County Yorkshire, in the franchise leagues. He loves playing, loves batting. He's worked really hard at it, and he's got such natural talent. But that shot you were talking about just now, the previous one, the sweep where it was so wide of leg stump, takes a lot to actually get the footwork right so quickly, and that's where he's good. He's a big man, but he moves his feet so well, and then everything else clicks into place after that. Once you've got your feet in the right place, those long arms, big levers, he's powerfully built.
And hits the ball very hard. He's a little like Zach Crawley, actually, in that respect. They hit it deceptively hard. It looks as though sometimes they just caress the ball, but it pings so quickly off the bat.
Yeah, you can just really admire what he's doing here in the middle. Spoke to Nasser this morning about using your feet to spin. England played reverse sweep really well. Pakistan batters came down the wicket really well. Nas made a really good point of how young boys and girls think the slower the bowler is, the slower their movements can be, and it's quite the contrary, really. You want to get into good positions really quickly and then play your shot. So it can always be tricky when you're playing against a slow bowler.
Jacks it is this time, getting in on the act. All these England batsmen who are multi-format players, who've grown up in a T20 age, have got these, well, shots that once upon a time were thought to be extravagant or beyond the pale. They're just run-of-the-mill now for some of these players. And it means that Pakistan just cannot stop that run rate, which is now galloping up towards 7 and over.
Yeah, for every time a player hits a boundary and the Osaka LED board is on display, the Osaka boundary contest it is, they get 10,000 PKR.
.218 for 5, the lead 296.
I'll be sending an invoice to Osaka because that 6 that Harry Brook hit in the previous over, not sure it made it onto screen, but as it was crossing the boundary, I was watching it out of the front of the commentary box through the window, old-fashioned style. The Osaka boundary came up. Go on, cough up, Osaka.
Doesn't come to you, David. It doesn't come to you. It goes to
This
the batter.
is for the good of the game. This is, you know, the Pakistan flood relief. I mean, I'm happy for it to go somewhere good.
Full points for observation.
Thank you.
साने आप इधर आओगे एक बंदा इधर आ जाओ वापस इमी आप पॉइंट पे आ जाओ इधर आएगा रुक जाओ सारे वापस.
So we've got about 20 minutes to tea. The lead is 296. 20 minutes is what, 5 overs or so. We can assume at the current rate that England will be another 30 to 40 runs on, which puts them 330 ahead at tea. Shortened final session, of course. England will want to bowl tonight, so they're not going to go on for that much longer after tea. It's been another really good crowd here in Pindi today. And given the opportunities, there may be a decent turnout tomorrow with a fifth day on as Brook comes down the pitch again and launches Zahid straight for 6. It's just another effortless 6 to Harry Brook. That's his 3rd of his innings. 8th of the match for him.
This is just spectacular. This is absolutely amazing stroke play from Harry Brook, and I reckon that's probably the best shot of the innings. And there's been a few quality shots, and he's probably got a large number of them to his name.
Well, that last 6 is the benefit of all those innovative shots that he played. When Zahid was round the wicket, all the reverse hits and the reverse sweeps means that the leg spinners had to come back over the wicket, and then Brook can play the more orthodox shot down the ground. And down he comes again, over extra cover this time. Placement perfect, 4 more.
He was always looking to hit it there. It was never a case of hitting it straight. He knew the fielder was up. He was always looking to go over extra cover. Really nicely timed again, and even better the gap. That's a 6. Straight, went far, and he follows that up with a boundary over extra cover. I probably just get a hint of what Ben Stokes' message was to Harry Brook when he had that long conversation after he himself got out. Probably try and get as many and get them quickly. Brook is raised to 79.
Tell you what, there have been some hundreds for Yorkshire players in England colours of late. Brook again, Jacks this time, correction. Watching the ball fly straight like a bullet, you automatically assume it's Brook, but it's Jack this time in on the act. It's fantastic batting. 235 for 5 from 33.
A big over. Zahid Mahmood 17 off, and this time Jacks gets into the attack. Straighter. Just going to have a look whether it's gone all the way.
Just thinking of those hundreds scored by Yorkshire players. And Bairstow had the time of his life last summer. And Root for the previous 12 months Scored an incredible number of hundreds, and now Brook has one and is, well, approaching a second. He's 21 runs away from what would be a second 100 in the match. Just checking to see whether this is 4 or 6. It's not easy to see. I think it's 6.
बार-बार करी जाए, हाँ, बार-बार करी होकर बाउंड्री पे जा रहे हैं, बाउंड्रियों पे।
Thinking of some of the records that have been broken in this game, Brook has already broken one record for the most number of runs hit by an England player in a single over in Test cricket. He equalled it on the first day and then broke it the next. As Jacks clubs a short ball into the crowd. This is destructive batting from England. And Pakistan just can't stop the flow of runs. But just thinking about Brook, 80 from 59, that record set by Gilbert Jessop in 1902. He may be thinking about that because he definitely has records in his mind, because he knew the record of runs from a single over as Jack swings away leg side over, long on. England on the charge here.
At the moment, it looks like there's no one who can come in between England at the stroke may. All too easy. Dropping short again, Salman Agha and Will Jacks repeating the dose. 2 back-to-back sixes.
Well, Will Jacks' fun is about to come to an end. Imam with the safe hands at extra cover. Jacks perishes in the cause of scoring quick runs here for England, as the declaration will come sometime after tea, but that is selfless batting from Jacks. 24 from 13. England lose another as their lead now is 326.
Yeah, it was a brief that was given, get the runs and get them quickly. And he did so for the 23-24 part, and he got of the 13. Got a top edge which went straight up and into Imam ul Haq's hands. A safe catch in the end. Will Jacks for 24. England 248 for 6.
No batsman in Test history had scored 20 centuries of less than 100 balls. Now, 76.
Liam Livingstone, who will hobble to the non-striker's end. We didn't see him in the field yesterday. He injured his knee, and so we didn't see him in the field. He wasn't able to bowl, but he's come in here at number 8 for England, who are looking for quick runs. That lead is stretching now as Brooks swings into the leg side, but short of deep mid-wicket. And a misfield brings Harry Brook another boundary. He moves to 84. It's Shan Masood misfielding in the deep.
I don't think Harry Brook will mind that at all. Another boundary to his name. Just bounces right under his fingertips. 18, a big over the 34th. England 253 for 6.
Jack's played some incredible shots in that very brief stay, but showed that even on debut, he's prepared to bat selflessly, to throw his wicket away almost. Not that he wanted to get out, but was prepared to, in pursuit of quick runs. 24 from 13 is exactly what Stokes would have wanted at this stage. It's been an incredible performance again from England. That run rate is at almost 7.5 runs and over now. You think naturally it would become harder to score as quickly in the second innings as the first, given that Pakistan can go on the defensive, can put fielders out, that the pitch is wearing and in its 4th day now, but no. Livingston swings to leg and hobbles back for 2.
Yeah, Babar will probably just be wondering when this onslaught will stop. Every England batter that comes out is prepared to play their shots. Livingston will have to be a little careful with that knee. Probably won't be looking for 2 quick singles. He's got the firepower, doesn't he? He's got the strength to hit this ball a very, very long way.
Clever bowling, a slower ball bowled into the surface, and Imam in the deep. His fielding today has been exceptional, actually. I didn't think that Pakistan's fielding throughout England's first innings was of a very high standard, but Imam, especially in the second innings, has thrown himself around, made some fantastic stops, taken a couple of catches. He's been exceptional.
Good fielding in Pakistan are 2 words you don't normally put together, but this innings Imam has been special. There was a certain boundary he stopped when he was fielding mid-on. He's made an excellent stop at the boundary as well. He got a big 100 in the first innings and he'll be keen to get out there quickly. Bat again as well. 84 now broke his race to just of the 60 deliveries, striking at 140.
He didn't realise it was going to be a slower ball. He tried to scoop that fine, but it was a clever bit of bowling from Muhammad Ali. A kind of leg spinner come leg cutter, and there's just no pace on the ball. And it moved off the surface as well. Good bowling, clever bowling, slower ball than Yorker in one-day mode now. Oh, I mentioned Imam's fielding, which has been of a very high standard this afternoon, under real pressure with the ball flying to all parts. He's been excellent in the field, both the catching and ground fielding of a very high standard.
Been given a no ball, trying another slow one. Yeah, Imam's been good. And I think you got a glimpse of it on the big screen as well. Had a little bit of a smile.
Pretty good over in the circumstances. 260 for 6.
Ride him over.
Probably get 2 overs in before tea. Here's Naseem Shah. And Brooks swings him away, but only as far as deep square leg for a single. Good bowling, slower ball, deceiving Livingston.
Yeah, the crowd getting right into this as well. Just a bit of a knock on his elbow or ribs. Brook now 86. Fastest century by an English player in Test cricket, 76 deliveries.
Yeah, it's an old record, 120 years old. Set by Gilbert Jessop in 1902. A few England players have challenged it in the last 12 months.
Brook himself came really close to it in the first innings. Eventually got his century of 80 deliveries. 12 deliveries he's got to equal that record if he gets there.
Yes, it'd be quite a thing, wouldn't it, in just your second Test match to have the third fastest 100 for England and the fastest.
Yeah, it's been really quick batting. A Tapal tea moment in the Tapal tea lounge. Enjoying their cup of tea on this wonderful afternoon. The cricket's heating up. I'm sure the tea is as well.
Bowled him. There will be no record for Harry Brook. Aiming a mighty heave to leg. Naseem Shah has flattened Harry Brook's middle stump. Nevertheless, what an innings this has been from England's brightest young star. 150 in the first innings, England's third fastest 100 in the first innings, and looking for another. He goes for 87. It has been a fine, fine innings by Harry Brook, but he's done now on the stroke of tea. .264 for 7. Brook gone for 87. Well, umpires have decided that that is that. So it's a good change from the skipper, bringing Naseem back, ending Harry Brook's stay, shortening the session. And both teams can go to tea now and just have a get together and get a sense of where we are. It's been a dramatic afternoon session with 218 runs coming The run rate over 7.5 runs for England, so they've given themselves a real chance here of declaring sometime shortly after tea to get Pakistan in for the final hour of the day. Really enterprising stuff from England today from Root, who made 73 from 69. Crawley quicker than a runner ball half-century as well. Harry Brook out moments ago for his 87. Will Jacks perishing in the cause as well. Wicket shared, couple for Naseem, couple for Muhammad Ali, 2 for Zahid, but expensive again, and 1 for Salman. Well, pity the man who's had to cut these highlights for this session, because there's a lot of boundaries to choose from. There's been some incredible batting. Ishmael it is, we understand, who is cutting the highlights today. A thankless task with all these 4s and 6s. Been some incredible batting. Crawley, first of all, who loves playing against Pakistan, has got more than 50% of his runs in Test cricket against one nation, and his innings came to an end courtesy of a review, a little glove down the leg side, and his time was done. Brook came in and hit the ball so sweetly from the off. Yorkshire past, present and future at the crease, with Brook and Joe Root together in combination, each trying to outdo each other. Root playing with his usual and customary style and grace, apart from the odd innovation. He played one shot left-handed. It was put down actually by Naseem at square leg. That was a gorgeous drive from Brook. Root's innings came to an end via the safe hands of Imam at short fine leg. Ben Stokes lasted just 3 balls before carving to cover. He then gave Harry Brook some clear instruction. Brook continued to play aggressively up until tea. His half-century came at quicker than a runner ball. Played some amazing shots, both sides of the wicket. Took to the leg spinner, as he has done all game, really. It's been a very painful introduction to Test cricket for Zahid. Will Jacks came in and had a bit of fun for 13 balls, hitting one enormous 6 over wide long on and trying to repeat the measure. Fell to extra cover. Imam again the safe catcher, and that was the end of Harry Brook on the point of tea. Naseem dismantling his middle stump. Amazing session of cricket. England galloping along at over 7 and over. They lead now by 342, and we've got 4 sessions left in the game. Stay with us. We'll come back in about 15 minutes time for the final session of the day.
Okay, so it's all started in the second innings with Crawley getting to a landmark. It started off, gave that momentum that England wanted in their second innings. Root was not behind. He kept on scoring, especially with his innovative stroke play, reverse sweeps, and then later on you get on to other batters who have made sure that England gets to a good score in the second innings as well at tea on day 4. Let's have a look at the match summary, and an important thing for my guess is that England at 264 for 7 have declared their innings, which means they've left Pakistan a target. Can they get to that in the required time? We'll talk about that, but this is the match summary. In almost 3.5 days, 1,500 runs have been scored. Hello and welcome to the Inverex Solar Energy pitch side studio, and here I am, Sikandar. I've got my guests David Gower and Waqar Younis alongside me. Got lots of questions and I'll need a lot of explanations here. So big news that the declaration has come about. 342 is the target. You feel this is the right call with 4 sessions to go, another 41 overs to be squeezed in today?
I think I'm surprised. As ever, we were discussing the possibilities. Came back live, and consensus, you mumble about things. The consensus was maybe a few more overs, another 20-odd runs, that sort of thing. To declare now, what was the carrot? We've been talking a lot over the last 24 hours about someone dangling a carrot. This is the entire bloody vegetable garden. I mean, there is plenty of time left, which, yes, Ben Stokes might think he needs that time to take those 10 wickets. But it does open the game up.
Well, I tell you what, just before the start of this show, I was talking to Waqar Younis. He was spot on. He said, I wouldn't be surprised if Ben Stokes declares a tea.
Yeah, I had the fair idea, but I thought they will probably look to get maybe 15, 20 more runs, maybe 360, because there's, you know, more than enough time left in this game. You know, if you do the calculation, 41 tonight, which is not going to happen, say 30 odd, 32, 33 overs tonight, if they bowl the spinners, more overs. And then, of course, tomorrow, at least 80 to 85 overs somewhere else. So that's a lot of overs, a lot of time. And Pakistan will feel, okay, you know, yes, things have not gone in their way in the first inning. They batted really well. Now we can win this game. So evens out, everything evens out now. So the game is very much on now.
Yeah, it is indeed. Now, England have scored at 7.5 runs in over, and the batters who set it up, Harry Brook, would lead that name and that list, and they've been amazing to set up that 342 in just around 35 overs. Have a look at that, David, the kind of stroke play Brook had today.
Yeah, get used to it. He's in prime form, he's mighty confident, and he is basically excellent. Everything we say about him live on air is about footwork, about the hands, just the striking quality. It's immense and immaculate.
When you have a look at this kind of stroke play, 7.5 runs in over, somewhere probably you feel that Pakistan was happy because, of course, they need enough time to score those runs. So they were pretty sure that England would try something around 350, 400 and then go away.
I think even Pakistan dressing room will be shocked because I don't think they were expecting this, and suddenly, you know, they will feel the energy will come into Pakistan's dressing room, and they'll feel that they are in the game now. They can win this game now. So, you know, it is very surprising for everyone that declaration, but that's Ben's way, that's Ben's ball, whatever they call it, or Stokes' way.
This is something different.
Yeah, I know. I know. Test match cricket is altogether a different ball game. But Pakistan will feel that they're very much in the game and they can really pull this off.
Big question mark. Who is going to benefit from this declaration? Let's have the expert prediction.
Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
All right, let's go to David. Can England save this? And then to Waqar, can Pakistan score this?
Can England save this? I like the way you phrased that. Right, on their side, whatever the maths, whatever the run rate required here, whatever the time left, is the fact that I don't think anyone in Pakistan Test history in this country has made more than 300 to win a game. So that's one thing. Although we do know that in this game a lot of records have been broken, it could be a perfect opportunity. So I'm going to have to be patriotic and back England on this one.
Well, we'll have to see around 1,842 runs if Pakistan has to win. Can Pakistan get there and the 342 and the time available?
Look, Pakistan have done this in the past. 340, maybe not in Pakistan. They have chased that down just recently in Sri Lanka. So they'll feel that they have chance because this pitch is not as bad as what they've chased 340 on, which was a lot more turning. Yes, the odd ball will keep low. You know, there'll be a lot of things will be tested, nerves, captaincy, you know, fielding positions and catching also. A lot will be tested. And I think they have opened up the gates for both teams.
Okay, that's the expert prediction.
Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Okay, so here we are. Well, closing up now to the third and final session on day 4. Pakistan needs 342 to win. If you've just joined us, England have declared their second innings at 264 for 7. So the game is wide open. Can Pakistan utilize the time available, or England can get those 10 wickets? Thank you, David. Thank you, Waqar. And you guys enjoy this test match. It's going to be fun. Other side of the break, we'll have action.
Safar News presents KFC versus England Test Series. First Test, Day 4, Session 3. Well, the situation here is that England have declared. They've dangled the carrot and more for Pakistan. Pakistan will now need 343 runs to win. 264 for 7 declared. 40 overs remaining in today's play and a full day tomorrow. Well, as we know, there was all action. It was Harry Brook who led the charge. He's been phenomenal in this test match to pick up shot off length and cover drive, all those shots that he played, and he just got his runs off 65 deliveries. And as he got out, England thought that might as well declare. They have given Pakistan quite a chance. If Pakistan bat through, they will win the game. I reckon 343 to get, and they say 40 overs. Well, you say maybe 10, maybe 12 overs will be lost to bad light, so 28 today, and then going by the average number of overs, 80 tomorrow. So still in excess of 100 overs for Pakistan to chase this down. But Ben Stokes, true to his word, they don't believe in draws. Nasser Hussain, well, it's an exciting declaration if there was any.
Exciting cricket, really. If you think of how flat this pitch has been, Bazid, there is no reason that we should be going into this last innings with any kind of result apart from a draw on the cards. But because England scored over 900 runs at a run rate at 6.6, 6.7, it has bought themselves some time to try and win this game. Obviously, by pushing the envelope and doing that, they bring Pakistan into it. If Pakistan are 60 for none tonight, needing 280 on a flat one tomorrow, then they've got a chance. History tells you that it is unlikely that Pakistan will chase down. It would be a record-breaking run chase, as those stats tell you. But you never know. Key is for England, new ball wickets. It's not all about the spinners. New ball wickets. I wouldn't be surprised if England used the short ball a little bit more as well. You think of Pakistan, how they got their wickets. They bounced out Ollie Pope and they got Crawley with a short ball down the leg side. Don't forget the short ball on a placid surface. First ball of the final innings of this test match.
Abdullah Shafiq has done well for himself. Big 100 in the first innings. Both openers like to play on this ground and both have runs to their name. A very healthy average into his test career. Just 8 test matches and a best of 160.
Yeah, all 3 of his hundreds on this ground. Imam, fine player, organised player. These 2 are the ones last time against Australia. Batted the last day out, so they have good memories batting last here. No, don't think so. Just the bounce with the new ball and the angle down the leg side.
All the talks and speculation around how much Ben Stokes will leave Pakistan with, and he's left the carrot dangling. Just to put things into perspective, Pakistan got 343 in the first innings in 96 overs, and the number of overs left today with the light situation, you'd probably imagine we get around 125 overs into this test match left.
Short leg in, 2 men out. And there is that short ball. England immediately, within a couple of deliveries, changing their plans to the short ball tactic.
I haven't seen much conventional swing at all in this test match, so yeah, bang it in. With the ball hard as it is, then you get pace off the surface.
And again, good carry from Robinson It's a good effort this from these lads, because remember, they've been bowling just this morning. That's how quick. You have to factor that in. One of the negative sides of England scoring so quickly is that their bowlers haven't been rested. Often when you get 200 in your second innings, you've been well rested. That'll be a no ball, just the effort put in by Robinson. And they're going to need some effort. 150 overs in the field. And they're going again a couple of hours later.
Yeah, another change in the field. Square leg now next to the umpire. One man back as well.
Yeah, they want him to take it on. And you think if you're going for that short ball tactic, it's better off going to it early with the hard new ball. The slowness of the surface won't allow you really, with an older ball, to get any sort of pace off the track. Now a little bit of a change of feel. There's a deepish mid-wicket now in place. And when you talk to the great Wasim Akram, he'd always say, the flatter the pitch, the shorter I go. So if there's no swing, then I'll just revert to that bouncer theory.
The other thing it does, it scuffs the ball up, which is completely anti what you do in England. You want that ball staying new and shiny. It scuffs it up early, so you can choose one side to roughen up and get it reversing. Obviously, it takes a few modes of dismissal out of play. First boundary for Pakistan in this run chase. It's 5 for none.
Enough time just to get over the top of that. And the phrase going around, England have dangled the carrot. I think they've dangled a few carrots, because this is quite achievable. You saw those run chases in Pakistan. The only thing I'll add to that since 2021, the test match here against South Africa, the pitch has been remodified drastically. It's much flatter.
Well, Jimmy Anderson often takes the new ball for England. He hasn't taken it here. And I was out there doing a pitch report, or going to do a pitch report for Sky in the UK, and Mark Wood was marking a run-up out, and Mark Wood's not playing in the game, so it wasn't for him. I said, who are you marking out for? He said Ben Stokes. And it's more of a sign that England and their captain are going to go with the enforcer role early on. They've given up on trying to get this Kookaburra ball to swing or seam. The enforcer is on straight away, Stokes. Short, pulled hard, and that will be 4 straight away. First ball for Imam.
And this is good from both Pakistan openers. Abdullah Shafiq doing that in the previous over. Ben Stokes up front as expected. The short one, he's done well, rolled his wrist and kept it along the ground.
And that will be 4 more.
Yeah, certainly opens up scoring opportunities as well. Wrist reward, this one, maybe the direction that Stokes didn't want, outside off. Easy pickings for Imam.
Yeah, Stokes will know that he's got his line wrong there. It's got to be right at the body. A better line, good comeback, a bit more energy from Stokes as well, trying to get into his spell.
As a plan for England is to get those wickets. It also provides Pakistan an opportunity to get a few runs quickly with this hard new ball. England have a few men catching up, which opens up bigger gaps in the outfield. The outfield throughout the Test match has been really quick. And it's been the best time to bat against the hard new ball. So good runs for Pakistan up front.
Take from Ollie Pope. Keep an eye on him as well. His keeping, especially tomorrow on a last day pitch, albeit a good pitch. Standing up to the keepers. At times he may even stand up to the seamers to force the batters back in the crease.
Nas, I'm still stuck about your comment about the pitch report. What did you say? I want notes.
I didn't end up doing it because we'd realised that England had declared, so
write notes.
Wood told us to get lost, basically. But when I was out there, it didn't look much different. Hasn't changed hardly. There's a little bit of rough bowling this way towards the media end outside the leg stump of the right-hander where Root top-edged any one of those sweep shots for his wicket. So that, of course, on a day 5 tomorrow in the subcontinent, spin is going to play a role. You know that. But it's held together very well, too well. Over 13 for none. So these two excellent openers, Shafiq and Imam, will try and get Pakistan off to an excellent start. Absolutely the key. Target 3-4-3. All results still possible. How long are England going to commit to this plan of short pitch bowling? That's what they got to do. There'll be boundaries. Will they believe in this plan, and how long for?
It was changes that Ben Stokes did wonderfully well in the first innings against Pakistan. Changes with his bowlers and in particular his field placement as well, which after a long day did yield his success. But again, like you say, Naz, it just depends on for how long and when those wickets do fall for Pakistan, because Pakistan somewhere will believe they can actually look to chase this 343.
Change of angle for Ollie Robinson. He's going to go round the wicket. This obviously takes a lot more out of you, and I've mentioned how they'll be tired, these bowlers, having been in the field for so long and not having much of a rest, so they won't be long spells. And also you want to get Leach, as we saw in the first innings when he got Azhar Ali out with the new ball. You want to get Leach with a relatively new ball into it as well, the one that skids on. It's going to be a fascinating day and a bit to see how Stokes marshals these troops. With pace, gets out of the way in the end. Shafiq went to hook and pull and got out the way.
And Dafa News cricketing fact: Abdullah Shafiq's 4th innings average in Test cricket is 93 this year. We all remember that 160 against Sri Lanka and the 96 against Australia as well. Both matches Pakistan won.
So far they've played it well. Anything around about waist high they've pulled. Anything that gets too high on them they've just ducked out the way. He's used up his quota here. That's what the umpires signal there. 2 for the over. Means you're allowed 2 over shoulder height. So if this next delivery is over shoulder height, it'll be called a wide. Past gully. Leach will cut it off.
Yeah, and the key with facing short bowling on a slowish pitch is that you want to be looking to hit the ball rather than wanting to leave the ball, because there is that sense of the ball not arriving or the ball not bouncing as much. So you're in much better position when you're taking it on, and then, like Abdullah Shafiq has shown us, then if it gets too big or zips off the surface, you can even let it go. You get into a tangle if you sort of thought about leaving it or ducking underneath it straight away.
$14 for none, Pakistan. Correction. Looks like the third umpire has just said that was a no ball. It is. Erasmus Murray upstairs will have checked that. And Ollie Robinson again just overstepping, so he'll have to bowl another one. 15 for none. Big no ball. That's a huge one. That's a sign of a tired bowler stretching. Problem with the side screen, they'd turned it over for the other end. Now they're going to have to put the tarpaulin back up, which they have done. And unless that's a no ball, that is over. 15 for none. Nice target, successfully chased by Pakistan. 377 against Sri Lanka 2015. Recently in Gaul, that 342 was this year. It's hit down the leg side. pulled in front of square, pulled through mid-on. Anderson gives up on it. It's a very quick outfield. Just factor that in this run chase. It is lightning, this outfield.
Yeah, with the short bowling, the field set square. And nobody there. And Imam ul Haq has done well to get on top of the bounce. Hit in front of that man on screen.
That's how this plan will go. You'll look at it for 3 or 4 overs and say, utter nonsense, what are you doing? You'll be leaking boundaries, and then suddenly you'll get one, a glove down the leg side, a little nick, and you'll think it's worth the risk. They tried the other way, and both sets of openers got hundreds in the first innings.
England have been true to their word. They said they don't like draws, the draws out of the equation, and you look at the state of the game and you think, if you look at percentages right now, this is my own percentages. I'm not very good with maths. Arooj is good with maths though. I'm going 55-45 Pakistan and no chance of a draw, but Arooj will go draw, won't you, Arooj?
$20 for none. Forget Crick Viz. Baz Viz says what? 55%.
Right now, yeah, 55% Pakistan, 45 England, no draw.
0%
Zero draw. Yeah, tie. I love a tie.
That's a global fact that Bazid Khan loves ties. But yeah, Baz, I'll second you on that. I think Pakistan will fancy that they've got their nose slightly ahead. Especially with the surface on offer, the ball still fresh, new, and Pakistan are getting the runs.
Well, the only reason the draw does come in is obviously if Pakistan lose wickets 4 or 5 down, they will then shut up shop. And that brings the draw in. In the air, there are 3 men out there. The short ball plan has worked. You will go for boundaries, but eventually you will get the wicket. Smart thinking from England. They have their first.
Yeah, the plan worked. And you're just questioning it there, but the top edge, the big top edge. First time really that he's not been able to control that pull shot. But a very well controlled catch from Brooke. Robinson from round the wicket strikes. England believe. Abdullah Shafiq gone for 6, is 20 for 1.
Pakistan need someone to bat long. Azhar Ali historically has done just that, and they need something from him. He's played a lot of test match cricket now. 96th test match. And they stuck to the plan, and with so many people out, it's high risk to take him on. He did, and it was his undoing.
Yeah, this will be good to watch. It's going to be a good contest. Azhar Ali not a fan of short bowling, and they've got the field for him as well.
Yeah, different challenge here for England now. Azhar Ali doesn't really take that short ball on too often. He'll try and ride it, he'll try and go onto that back foot and make sure that he just keeps it down. But with this field set, I'm not sure that Azhar Ali will take it on. Very rarely does he take on short pitch bowling, especially when the field is set that way.
Just a delay here. Azhar Ali taking one to the gloves. So the physio is running on. And why are they bowling the short pitch stuff here, England? There's been a few batters in this game that just with the short ball have been found wanting either down the leg side with a little glove. That was Crawley, got to 50. And that was Shafiq himself with a ball down the leg side, given not out. And then Pope with a short ball earlier today. So they've just noticed that the short ball at times on this slow pitch, you have to make up your mind whether you're going to ride it down the leg side, flick a glove, or you're going to take it on. So they're giving it a go.
It's already worked for them once. Robinson picking up Abdullah Shafiq in similar fashion. And the delay is because Azhar Ali's been wrapped on the gloves, getting some treatment out there in the middle. His right hand, probably his thumb.
As with all this technology, haven't they been able to make gloves which are good enough?
They've improved, haven't they? I mean, you would have been playing when they had those spiky gloves, wouldn't you, Baz? So, yeah, they've improved. But still, some people's digits, hashtag me, a bit more brittle. Pop-it-on fingers, they used to call me. Used to snap easily. Alex Stewart used to use that claw, didn't he? You were talking about Neil Lenham, who you knew from Sussex days and schoolboy days. He used to have very, very fragile fingers. Just how you're built, really. Let's hope Azhar Ali's fingers, hope he's been drinking his milk growing up and they're a bit more solid.
Yeah, we're talking about the short ball earlier, and the only dismissal so far for Pakistan, again, courtesy the short ball. A wonderful catch from Brook. And the plan has worked to perfection. Robinson with the short stuff. Abdullah Shafiq top edging that.
Quite a long tail, isn't it, with Ralph, Nazim, Ali and Mahmood. I know they hung around in the first innings and were useful contributors with just surviving.
Yeah, first innings, England wanted to search for swing, search for some seam movement, which was never there, so they've ditched that altogether. Just one full delivery. It's just been halfway down the pitch, and it's working. And it looks as if Azhar Ali is walking off. Yeah, he's walking off. Doesn't feel as if he's going to get significant grip on the bat.
Well, let's hope he's okay, but obviously he can't grip that handle, get some treatment and either come back this evening or tomorrow. But the crowd got very excited. Cries of Babar go up around the ground. They've come in on a Sunday and they've got their wish. So where did it hit him exactly? Was it the digit? Was it the wrist? I think it was the digit, just trapped on that handle.
And this is a big moment in this game. Babar walks in. If England can get Babar early, that'll put the cat among the pigeons. I think Babar is that calmness that Pakistan have when he bats, and bats well. Obviously the way that he bats, he just calms the dressing room round. This is a huge moment. If Robinson can get anything on Babar right now, I think England will fancy themselves even more.
Looks like he's going to stand up and play it. In the first innings against an older ball, he was pulling. He was taking it on and pulling in front of square. With the harder ball, he realises the bounce just brings top edge into play. It'd be fascinating to see how a world-class batsman like Babar Azam takes on this tactic from England. Cut, and the noise from the crowd tells you the story. First boundary for Babar.
Yeah, just slightly wrong the line. Just gave him the opportunity just to hit it through the offside. The length is okay, but just across him, so the opportunity which Babar accepted, he's off the mark.
Ducks out the way, 24 for 1.
Well, I take my hat off to Ben Stokes and England. I really do. It was a very bold declaration at tea, even though Pakistan have been asked to make more than have ever been made in the fourth innings of a test match here. And then the short ball tactics have worked so far, picking up a wicket and sending Azhar Ali back with an injured finger. So England at least have been as good as their word, regardless of what happens in the end in this test match. Regardless of the result, they came here promising to play cricket to win, and they were prepared to lose, they said, to win, and they have been as good as their word. So their enterprising players completely opened up this game today. It's given Pakistan an opportunity, and I think that's probably more than this pitch has deserved. It's fantastic to see. Good crowd in, and they're enjoying this contest.
It's a truism that, you know, whatever the circumstances, over 300 requires you to bat well to make a target like that. You could, I mean, depending on the injury to Azhar, he didn't last long after treatment before he went off retired hurt. It might in effect be already 25 for 2. If he does come back, he ain't going to be at his best, I suspect. He ain't going to be smacking it all around the park necessarily.
Has it carried? Pope thinks so. This is a huge moment in the game. England's short ball ploy has paid real dividend here. Shafiq first of all, Azhar Ali back in the pavilion, and now the key wicket of the Pakistan captain Babar Azam, looking to stand tall and play the ball, but edging through to Pope. What a moment in the game.
It's an incredible moment, absolutely. So much rests on Babar's shoulders each and every time he comes to pitch. Big noise as it goes past. Ollie Pope just gets a glove underneath it. And that changes the dynamic absolutely 100%, does it not? It took a little while for the finger to go up. And then not much longer after that for the celebrations to kick in. That is such a big blow to Pakistan. Babar Azam gone for 4, 25 for 2.
Silence has descended in Pindi. Babar Azam, Pakistan's best player, their captain, their leader, has come and gone. He hit one boundary to a great roar, and then moments ago he fell to a short ball from Ben Stokes, and silence descended. Stokes didn't realise that the ball had taken the edge, but Pope knew and the umpire knew, and Babar Azam knew as well, because he didn't review it. So Pakistan in disarray here. 25 for 2 with an injured man back in the pavilion.
Well, someone's going to have to bat well. That was the biggest blow. And for Babar, well, he'll be thinking, he'll be sitting there, I'm sure, in the pavilion right now thinking, what else could I have done there? There is always that uncertainty with a pitch like this as to how the ball is going to bounce, how it's going to come off the pitch. And he actually just got the bottom edge to it, I think, there. Whereas all you can look back, and it's so easy to look back, isn't it? It's the perfect thing to look back. Hindsight, a wonderful thing, and say, drop your wrists underneath it. But that's because you don't know. Even someone like Babar Azam isn't quite sure how high it's going to bounce. And the irony is he got over it. It wasn't the outside edge, wasn't the top edge, it was the bottom edge.
And a good catch as well by Ollie Pope. Remember that England have a stand-in wicket-keeper. Pope is only keeping in his 8th first-class game, doing it for the 2nd time in Test cricket. And a good low catch taken by him, and incredible success that this short ball ploy has brought. Firstly, Shafiq, who is a real rock at the crease and hard to remove. then the injury to Azhar Ali, then Babar Azam, and it's going to carry on with Stokes here and Robinson. And when they tire, you can be sure that the spinners will come into the attack. The moment he came in, Babar looked as though he wanted to stand tall and play rather than duck under the ball. And all the confusion, the umpires have forgotten that over needed to be called. 25 for 2 Pakistan from 6.
Yeah, many things have changed in Test cricket, but it's still 6 balls and over. Well, will it be? Will it turn out that fortune favours the bold? 318 to win, 25 for 2, maybe 25 for 3 in effect. Well, we interrupt this broadcast for a moment or two just to bring you this message. Life is indeed too short for sensitive teeth. Might be a few chewed fingernails.
Well, there are 5 men dotted around on the leg side, no slips. That's a measure of how different Pakistan Test cricket can be from that which England's players are normally used to. Normally Robinson would bowl to an array of slips, but they're all dotted around on the leg side as Robinson will explore the middle of the pitch. And it's not easy sometimes for a batsman when the pitch is slow to take the short ball on. It sounds counterintuitive that it might be harder when on a quicker pitch, but sometimes that's not the case because you're not quite sure how quickly or otherwise the ball will come off a slow pitch. And therefore to be in control of the shot against the short ball is not always straightforward.
Well, at tea, I was very nervous for England and I was very excited for Pakistan. Not anymore. This target looks way too far now. Aggressive declaration.
Yeah, I mean, for all that it was a bold declaration, 343 is still record territory here. Nobody's made more than what? 314 to win, is it, in the final innings of a test match here, and that many years ago.
Yeah, that's true, but just recently Pakistan have scored 340 in Sri Lanka in more difficult conditions.
Now showing some heart and some fight and digging deep.
Stokes bowling his 4th over, normally bowls short spells, and Pakistani batsmen should know that he struggles with his knee at times, so he won't be bowling too many overs. And from a very beginning, when he came on to bowl, he has bowled short delivery, so that takes a lot out of him. Anderson will come, I guess he'll do the same. And also the ball will get soft very quickly, and probably reverse will come into play also. They still have to deal with spinners. Leach, I think he will have his role, his say in this game too. So plenty of problems there for Pakistan.
Lovely shot. A back cut. Most of the short balls have been bowled in at the body. Try and encourage the Pakistan batters to play the cross bat shot to the leg side. This time Shakil is given just a bit of width outside the off stump and he can cut it away.
Yeah, good timing. There's only one man on the offside. That third man. First inning, Saud Shakil was trying to play a similar shot. This one, when he got the boundary, it was a little bit too short. It was Robinson who bowled fuller and a little bit wider, and he tried to sort of guide it to third man. Played with the angle bat and lost his wicket. You've got to be really careful. No slip there though.
.32 for 2. Yeah, this was his first innings dismissal. It was a similar type of shot to a ball that probably wasn't quite so short from Robinson and angling across.
Yeah, I mean, what he's done with both shots there, one not so good, one fine, is sort of that wristy twirl that it's not got a full cut shot. So he's not necessarily coming with a back lift that is high and coming down on the ball because he's got the width to play it. It's just more of a sort of, okay, let's have a go, and the wrists flickered it. Now with a good set of eyes, good set of hands, you can get away with that a lot. But it is in the risky category.
England's declaration came at tea, setting Pakistan 343 to win, which will be a record 4th innings score or record 4th innings chase to win. And they've already lost 2 wickets, and Azhar Ali is in the pavilion with an injured finger, having been wrapped on the glove 3rd ball.
Yeah, that no ball, relayed, of course, from the 3rd umpire.
England's tactics have been absolutely clear in this period after tea. They've come at Pakistan's batters hard with this new ball. They're bowled short to a particular leg side plan, trying to encourage the batters to play that kind of shot that Abdullah Shafiq played, only to see Harry Brook in the way. That was the injury to Azhar Ali. So they came out with a particular plan. They've had no slips. It's not been traditional new ball bowling at all, but it has worked.
I was thinking back to Lancashire when Wasim Akram was in his pomp, on good hard pitches there, which did go through. Looked a little bit more worrying from side on where the dressing rooms were before the pitch was turned round, but Wasim would bang it in for 3 or 4 overs, test out the mettle of a batsman, and also get the ball into the sort of shape he wanted.
Yeah, he would usually start pitching a couple up just to see if it swung, and if it didn't, bounces. The cheers as the ball beats a despairing dive from Jack Leach, who made the ground actually and had it covered, but couldn't predict a rather tricky bounce.
It was a definite bobble, wasn't it? And it's nicely flicked away. It's below waist height this time. There it goes. I mean, it's unlucky. At least Jack had the the good grace to acknowledge the fact it wasn't entirely his fault. Those are the heights that are awkward, aren't they? You're standing up to play it. If, say, the variation of possible bounce is, I don't know, a foot and a half or so between, say, stomach height and throat height, and you're trying to play it, you do run out of time sometimes quite quickly. Yes, of course you assume on a pitch like this it's not going to race at you, but it's just that slight unpredictability that gets into your mind.
Good shot, this. He's in control. It's about what? Armpit height, maybe heart height. It's not so high that he's playing that shot and he's out of control of the shot. He rolls his wrists, keeps it down because there are men in the deep waiting. That is a really good response from Imam.
It's not an easy pitch to duck, actually. The odd ones keeping a little low. Imam is a good puller of the ball. He makes sure that he just plays it down. 42 for 2.
Yeah, the boundary was a great shot. Got in position well. I mean, it's a classic finish, that actually. It's a beautiful finish, that. And then even the one afterwards, which he mistimed, he was okay because he's on top of it. So if you get your hands high to start with, gives you a chance of coming down on the ball. If it gets above shoulder height, of course, then it becomes a different kettle of fish. But good batsmen will sometimes pull out of the shot at that stage. Depends how they see it. But as long as you're on top of it, you will feel relatively safe.
Anderson it will be to replace Stokes, who bowled 4 physically hard overs, bowling the ball into the middle of this pitch, trying to get it above head height, takes it out of you. So it will be short spells for the seamers, as Vakar rightly said a moment ago. Anderson now to follow. We'll have a shortened session, of course, here. The sun is just starting to dip now. It looks like Anderson is going to carry on the same tactics, the short pitch ploy that Stokes and Robinson have used. Whether his 40-year-old body will thank him tomorrow morning remains to be seen.
Well, I'm just imagining the conversation from the captain. Yeah, would you mind if?
People at home might say, well, you know, you've got a guy of 175 test series, taking nearly 700 test wickets, doing one thing. Why are you getting him to do something else? The theory here, and it's a theory we've often seen in this part of the world, is if the pitch is giving you nothing, take the pitch out of the equation. Short and full. And try and get the batsmen out of their comfort zone.
I suppose equally so if the ball is giving you nothing. In other words, you look at the respective innings of this game, the new ball has done precious little. Just a reminder that Osaka will be donating 10,000 Pakistan rupees for every boundary scored while the boards are lit up. And that 10,000 rupees goes to the batsman. Sure, there was one earlier in the day. I was watching from here, watching the ball sail over the boundary at wide long on. As it sort of dropped behind those boundaries, the Osaka banners came up on that electric boundary fence. I'm not sure it made it to screen.
They've been very canny because there have been a few boundaries.
I've been
in this
writing
game.
to Mr. Osaka, to Osaka-san, yeah. Say, go on.
My word.
Put it in the kitty.
How many, Mazza? How many 4s and 6s in this game? All told, both sides. Got him scrambling now on his computer to work it out. No team has scored quicker over the course of a test match than England have here. (191 4s, 24 6s in a single test match.
And it's not over yet.
Wise words.
42 for 2. One must admire the effort from the English bowlers because they only batted for 36 overs and they're back on in the field, and they were in the field in the first inning for over 150 overs. So well done, great job, and coming out with the different tactics of bowling short deliveries, which takes a lot out of you. That's test match cricket, and at the moment England playing at their best. They got 2 wickets. That's what they were looking for. They probably would love to get one more. With Azhar not there, or if he's got issues, then Pakistan will be in more problem tomorrow.
Double change. Robinson and Stokes give way to Leach and Anderson.
Come on then, Nutter. Right that edge now, boy. Yeah, nah.
Sounds like a firm of chartered accountants, doesn't it? Now, can Jack Leach find a bit of turn out of a little bit of rough there is outside the left-hander's off stump?
Nice boy.
Imam batted quite nicely against Leach in the first inning. He used his feet quite nicely and went back in the crease. Also, is still very comfortable so far in the last 2 deliveries what we have seen. is happy to use his feet.
Oh, that's beautiful, Nut. Beautiful, that Nutter. Beautiful, Ten Hag. Oh, nice boy, nice boy. Work here, Nat. Beautiful start, Nat. Catch it, Stokesy. Right then, Pep Guardiola. Come on, Pep. Oh, that's nice, boy.
That's a good length. Just gets that little feeling of indecision. If you can't get right out to it or right back to it, there's a bit of loop, a bit of grip.
Oh,
Maiden then for Jack Leach to start. And more precious minutes now will be taken from this session as the players take a pause for drinks. Pakistan 42 for 2.
T101 Pakistan need. We've already lost a couple of wickets. Azhar Ali back in the pavilion with a sore finger. Have to wait and see when he'll be fit enough to bat. Anderson round the wicket. Bangs it in. It's not often that you see Anderson testing the middle of the wicket so often in a space of 7 deliveries.
What's Baz Viz saying now? It was 55% Pakistan,
Yeah,
45% and 0% the draw. What's Baz Viz gone to?
I think the server is down, so it's still stuck at 55. And again, short again. Interesting how Anderson carries on. Will he now say, okay, I can venture full, or it's just going to be predominantly short?
Well, I guess he knows he's not got that long to bowl. A, because there's not that much left in the day, but also, as we saw yesterday, at around about 4:40 local time, the umpires will go up to Stokes and say, you can't bowl your quicker bowlers. So we're going to have 15-20 minutes of Anderson. So he's got to give it everything. And then it will be spin at both ends for the last 10 minutes. It will be Groundhog Day towards the end of the innings, or the end of the day, rather.
We saw that dismissal earlier of South Shakil in the first innings, the ball angling across. So far, the short ball is not taking it all. At all, he's not taking it on. And the first innings, that angle across did bother him. Now Anderson is switching over the wicket. Will he now just bowl conventional sort of across the left-hander?
Yeah, there was a bit of reverse at that stage. And with England banging this ball in, it's another consequence of banging it in is that the ball will reverse a bit quicker. So they may go, even though the field doesn't suggest that at all, it's just over the wicket bounces at the moment. But eventually, maybe tomorrow, Stokes will say orthodox reverse swing across the left-hander. All the changes here is over the wicket short stuff.
You pointed out that shorter players are very good picking up the length in the sweep shot. Are they good at the hook shot or not? That's one. And he's nailed it. It's gone straight to the fence.
Pakistan 46 for 2. I think Imam has answered your question perfectly. Apologies, South Shakil. Not any taller than I am, I reckon. Maybe a few inches. He's got on top of the bounce.
Not any taller than you are. Come on. Come on.
I quickly corrected that by saying a few inches taller than me.
You batting in high heels or something?
Yeah, but I just feel with length or with shorter players, the trajectory is easier to pick up. With the shorter ball, again, probably ducking out of the way or getting out of the way also easier. You see a lot of short stuff flying well over. Not the case on this surface. Doesn't have that much bounce, hence why it's also caused a lot of shoulder, head high, short bowling wickets as well.
Yeah, a bit of difference in stature there. Even Rizwan, I think Rizwan even...
Just about. South shorter than him as well.
Oh! Nice boy, nice boy.
They were doing some slip catching in the morning, and every time they took an easier catch, they said, well, it's a ladies catch, and I just said, all right, we can probably have a catch together and see how it goes. Their fielding coach, Abdul Majid, was the Pakistan women's team fielding coach at one point, and I remember he never took it easy with the slip catching. So I reckon it'll be a good challenge. I'll probably get some fielding together.
So tomorrow morning done. That can replace the pitch report. You can have a catching challenge. Who else is in slip? You and who are you challenging?
Or anyone. Go on.
Anyone. David Gower?
Challenge accepted.
Now, Imam likes coming down the track, and he's talked about how he likes to make sure that he's on top of the spinners. Saud Shakeel down the track, he gets it into the gap. Stokes wants him doing that, but this time around he gets a boundary.
Yeah, Stokes has just brought himself up and mid-wicket up. There is no mid-on, no mid-wicket at all. It's not like you have those two catchers there and someone behind him. Stokes has just basically said to Shakeel, chip it over my head if you want, and he chipped it between them.
And with the two left-handers, there's only a deep square leg in play, so that leg side very inviting. Goes again, that little chip, times it well enough. Maybe just reach the fence. Couple of boundaries in that over for Saud Shakeel. 51-55 for two.
That is where your spinner, and a few words there between Stokes and Saud Shakeel. Well, that's where your spinner has to buy into your captain. I know a few spinners that would have said, I'm not bowling to this field, Skip. But Leach and Stokes are inseparable on and off the field. And Leach will buy into every plan that Stokes is giving him. Really, that's not a field you have to your left arm spinner, but Leach will buy into it because it's Stokes.
Also, Saud Shakeel realizing that there is no fielder and the fielder's catching a fairly up, so all he has to really do is chip it. Just a gentle chip over those fielders and try to break that field setting up.
Will Jacks, so spin from both ends. Obviously fading light and all, but Will Jacks 6 wickets in that first innings. England will be thinking just one before the end of play, and that'll do. It's going to start round the wicket. Two left-handers, so the ball spinning across. Straight away, Imam down the wicket into the gap leg side. Timing is good.
Keeper!
And they'll come back for 3. Robson doing the hard yard.
Come on, boy.
He's done extremely well there. Ollie Robinson late on day 4. Every run counts. A wonderful effort.
Yeah, more orthodox field for Jacks, the 2 men catching on the offside. The only thing that you look for is there's nobody out on the sweep. Short and wide and punished.
Yeah, excellent shot. Use of the feet and then hanging back. Both the left-handers just putting him off his length. And that's the one thing, even though he got 6 wickets in the first innings, one thing he struggled with is that control of length. But in between, he bowled some wicket-taking deliveries.
Artificial lights also starting to take effect. Pakistan 62 for 2. Probably keep an eye on when the umpires do start taking the light meters on. It's been around similar time. It's in fact grown. The time has increased as we've gone off the latest yesterday. Just under 5 p.m. local time. That's when they went off yesterday.
Rush, hey Joel. Rush, boys.
Yeah, just a few shouts of no rush. England want to get on with it as per Pakistani batters, just taking their time, and Ollie Pope just letting Imam know that it's that time of day where most batters are looking at the clock.
Oh, nice knock.
Do they still look at the clock? That's the question now, Nas.
I think in this situation, definitely. Not only looking at the clock, but you'd imagine there'd be a night watchman.
Manages the cut shot. The ball did cramp him up in the end, but he was in good position.
Nice knock, nice knock.
I think someone like Zahid Mahmood would be padded up. No, at the moment Rizwan's got his on. Maybe he doesn't want a night watchman. Zahid Mahmood is a proper blocker, isn't he, as we saw in that first innings. These two want to get the job done themselves, get there and be there at the close.
That's a shot. He's picked up length and he's smashed it offside. Imam looking in good order.
Yeah, the forward press onto the front foot there and then rock back and hit it right underneath you. He loves this ground.
Come on, boy.
300s already on this pitch and a start in this innings.
You're talking about the night watchman. Zahid did well. Rizwan was seen paired up in the gallery as well, but again the two men in the middle will want to keep their wickets intact and be the fresh pair to start tomorrow.
Oh, that's good, boy.
69 for 2.
I reckon at various phases tomorrow we will go from thinking utter genius, Ben Stokes, with what you've done, to what have you done, Ben Stokes? Why did you declare? He could be an absolute hero and a genius tomorrow evening, or they'll be saying 1 down in a 3-match series. That's why you love him as captain. He's risked it for a win. Thinking about the bigger picture of Test match cricket and making it interesting.
Yeah, it's amazing because he embraces that. Even if they go down 1-0, But the fact that they've got so many people captivated and engrossed into this test match, so the real winner is Test cricket. Night watchman also paired up Zahid Mahmood.
Oh, nice boy. Nice, Jacko.
Rizwan looked at him as if to say, what are you padded up for? It's usually up to the individual. The coach will go and say, do you want a night watchman?
Down the ground. Saw that in the first innings, the use of feet. He's been so good with that.
Yeah, positive stuff from Imam. It's late in the day, day 4, few overs left. But when the ball is there for the offering, it's gone down the wicket. It's another clean strike. It's bounced inside.
Imam comes again, but he's talked about this as well. When he comes down the track, it's not necessarily that he'll go through with the big shot. And even there, he sort of bails out.
Oh, nice, Jacko. Good boy. Very good, Jacko.
The other option Ben Stokes has right now with a, 16 overs, this ball, slightly newer ball, so he could turn to Joe Root. Joe Root bowls it flatter, and with those left-handers in, he wants the ball attacking that front pad. Will Jacks is more that bowler bowls it slowly. .74 for 2.
Yeah, it's a good point, and Root will bowl it with a round arm as well, angling it in. May have just been given the nod from the skipper at the moment. He was polishing the ball for reverse swing tomorrow. The rate at which England scored those 900 plus runs is why we still in with a shout for all results tomorrow, and obviously the declaration, the positive attacking declaration. Wondering if Stokes can have a man up offside. Just when he comes down and he kicks it away, you could get a bat pad offside. Leach is looking round. And yeah, man comes in. Brook comes in with the helmet on. Silly mid-offs. Short extra there. Going across to the other side.
He does play with the bat a lot. Just before this over started, he sort of wanted off stump, so maybe Imam is wanting to stand in front of those stumps or slightly across. And he is on off stump, so he's backing himself to get outside the line of the off stump and take LBW out of play, and also get to the ball easier when Leach tosses it outside that line. .50 partnership of 68 deliveries. Pakistan going at 4.5.
Oh, that's beautiful, Nat. Just got to clip it there, Nat. Just got to clip it there, Nat. Oh, that's nice, boy. Lovely set, mate.
75 for 2. Maybe another 10, maybe 12 minutes. It's that time of day when the light meters aren't too far away.
Well, this is another win for Joe Root. The batters have called for their helmets for Joe Root. For his bouncer, must be no other reason. And you're right, Baz, they have gone to Joe Root because of the way he bowls, and the batter's worried about the Root bouncer. And he's saying, yep, look out for it.
Yeah, but I thought he'd attack the front pad. It's that short ball theory again.
Yeah, just to remind everyone why those helmets have been called out, because he fired those two in. Short and surprised the batters. I'm sure Ollie Pope behind the stumps knew exactly what was coming. Is he going to start with a similar one first up?
Yeah, with Joe Root, the opportunity to attack that front pad, that slider that'll probably drift back in. Turned away nicely, Mom. Just around the corner, come back for the second.
Lovely Joe. Oh, catch it. Nice boy. Come on, boys. One tonight here, lads. Oh, nice bounce, boy. Nice job.
Solid from Imam, 77 for 2.
Come on, boys.
Could be an intriguing day, will be an intriguing day tomorrow. Unfortunately, it's a Monday work day here. I wonder if a couple of times in the summer, ECB and ground authorities made it free of charge on the last day. I wonder if they can let people in tomorrow and catch the last day of what will be an intriguing day of Test match cricket. That's a half a chance. That's half a chance. In and out. I think it's Keaton Jennings. It is. He's one of the best short legs in the game, and he's very disappointed. In and out of the hands.
Nice, boys.
The reactions was perfect. His hands went in the right direction, and each couldn't believe it in the end because Jennings had done everything correctly, just didn't grab on.
It's just one of those that just don't stick. He got everything right. He stayed low. He got his right leg moving. His hands went with the movement. Here's it in real time. It all happens so quickly.
Nicely played through the offside. Out Shakil. Your neck of the woods, Karachi, and normally around the circuit, whenever there's a Karachi batter, you say he plays exceptionally well against spin. Reputation of playing spin really, really well, so South no different. We'll have faced a lot of spin growing up and in first class cricket and been successful. 79 for 2.
Umpires just coming together. It's that time of day again. 4:46. They have been going off 4:38, 4:52, 4:55. It's just a little bit more hazy this evening. So we're not far away. And this will be important tomorrow as well. He may just be finding out what the readings were. They have a set reading throughout the Test match, and he just may be asking the third umpire what was the reading on the first 3 days.
Let's go.
Oh, well, it's fine. And they'll get another over through.
A similar situation yesterday where the artificial lights, you can see by the shadows, they become a little bit more prominent.
Have another 6 balls. And what you want as a batter is to get a single and get down the other end. That's the best result you can get. A bit of turn on offer for Joe Root.
Yeah, just tossed up there. They've got mid-off, halfway, hovering. But 15 yards in from the boundary. Just trying to entice Imam with that flight.
Dab down and he'll get a single, Imam. And he'll want to stay there. Just take his gloves off. Let Saud Shakil to bat out these 3 deliveries now.
Yeah, I'm sure he won't even look at him anymore. He just say, I'm happy where I am. I'm going to stay down this end. And hopefully you get through the 3 deliveries.
Yeah, the countdown, a couple of deliveries to go. And Stokes, as always, tinkering with the field, just making Saud Shakil wait slightly. Gully in place now. Depends, Saud Shakil. That over negotiated. You look at the umpires. Umpires will come together. They look at that light meter. Getting a reading. And that's it. That's it for the day. Just Ben Stokes pretty happy. Imam will be quite chuffed with the way that he's batted. Pakistan need 263 more to win tomorrow, and that sets up that 5th day at Rawalpindi absolutely perfectly. 8 wickets for England to get. It's been quite an intriguing day of Test cricket, all done by England with their intent. 12 wickets for the day, but that declaration that Ben Stokes made.
Beautifully set up, isn't it? 263 for Pakistan to win, 8 wickets for England to win. Have a look and see if Azhar Ali will be okay tomorrow to bat. That's going to be vital. He's off the field with an injury, had to retire hurt, so his finger injury is going to be important. But Ben Stokes and England have talked the talk about not playing for the draw, and they have absolutely walked that walk as well. Fascinating setup for day 5 on a very flat pitch. All credit to both sets of players.
The applause all around the English camp, and I'm sure the Pakistan camp also very happy. England troops marshal off on this day 4 as it comes to a close, and I'm sure Pakistan will also be very pleased with this effort. They lost the 2 wickets, but they've steadied themselves. 55 the last partnership, as they are 80 for 2 in the close of play on day 4. Shafiq missed out, he got 6. Imam ul Haq is batting well in the middle, 43. Azhar Ali retired her with a blow on that finger, and Babar Azam with a big wicket. Ben Stokes got him for 4. Saud Shakil in the middle with Imam and 24. 80 for 2 is Pakistan where they are currently. The England bowlers, they came out with a definite plan. The seamers up front banged the ball in short, and that yielded both the wickets. Robinson with 1, Stokes with 1, Anderson with just the 2 overs, and then the spin attack. As the highlights, as Pakistan batters came out to play, there was a lot of short stuff bowled to a definite plan. Whenever there was a little bit of width offered, they did put it away. The outfield has been kicked quick throughout this test match. And there was 1 too many in the end. Robinson excellent with his line. Got the top edge of Abdullah Shafiq's bat. Babar walked in and as always was classy. Until that happened. Inside edge, faint tickle. Only Ollie Pope knew there was a tickle on there, given out in the end. Runs continue to flow from the bat of Imam ul Haq. He's been exceptional throughout this test match. They tried the short stuff for a little bit longer, England. And then came the spin attack of Leach. Saud Shakil, I thought, who plays spin exceptionally well, did well again today. Short stuff was pounced on. That was the one chance that went down. Keaton Jennings at short leg, straight in, straight out. They'll be disappointed. Similar time as yesterday, when the light meter was brought out and the close of play was. Match summary so far of this first test. England in the first innings 657, played 579 from Pakistan. England in reply declared at 264 for 7, leaving Pakistan at the moment with 263 runs to win. They are currently 80 for 2. Don't forget to join us at 9:35 a.m. from the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium, where this test match is set up beautifully. And the first ball will be bowled at 9:45 a.m. Approximately 98 overs to be bowled if light allows, and what it does promise is an exciting day 5.
Welcome to day 4, Rawalpindi. And he takes that option. This is really good batting.
And that is a 50 for Salman.
Outside edge and gone.
A big shout for stumping towards the leg umpire.
Well, he's got a wicket.
Ball in the air, chance and accepted this time around. A good bouncer from Muhammad Ali.
Short ball down the leg side. Has he gloved it? Pakistan thinks he's gloved it.
50 for Joe Root. And it's Harry Brook again who's pushing the boundaries. 50 in the second innings to follow 150
in the air. There are 3 men out there. The short ball plan has worked.
This is a huge moment in the game.
Well, it's been a riveting day's test match cricket between Pakistan and England. Pakistan were bowled out for 579, and then we saw a brave declaration. Harry Brook was one of the stars. Once again, contributions from the top, and in response, Pakistan are at 80 for 2. This is how the match stands at this point of time. A lot of talk around that brave declaration. 264 for 7 is what England declared at, and then in response, Imam ul Haq is still at the crease, 43 not out, with Pakistan needing 263 runs to win. Welcome to the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. Now, tomorrow is going to be an interesting day in this test match because we could get a result. It could go either way, which is why we're looking most forward to it. Everything, all the action that is lined up for us. I've been joined by Bazid Khan and Pakistan bowling coach Shaun Tate. Shaun, welcome to the Inverex Pitch Side Show. I just want to ask you about what you feel, how things went for Pakistan today.
I think it was a pretty decent day. You know, there's no doubt. You guys will know watching. You know, we've been up against it during this test a few times, more than a few times, and I think we've responded fairly well. It might not always look that way from the outside, but even with the ball, the guys have been under the pump. We're a bowler down. I still felt like we fought, and I think the game's in a very interesting position, especially for the viewers at home. Yeah.
You're talking about the game being in an interesting position. I mean, what's been the dressing room talk at this point of time? You're approaching the target. How are you going about it? Because there's a whole day for Pakistan to play tomorrow.
I mean, you got to take it fairly deep, I suppose. There's a whole thing about losing wickets, getting the runs, all that stuff, the usual last day test match result stuff. But I think that we're just going to bat. The guys have been playing well. I thought we obviously batted fairly well in the first innings, and continue on from there. As the result sort of gets a bit closer, then obviously you look at that at the time.
Were you surprised by the declaration at all?
It was. We were sort of sitting back wondering what they were going to do and how aggressive they were going to be. Not surprised because that's what England. That's the way England play now. I think it was. For Test cricket, really good though. Yeah.
Yeah. About the pitch, is this one of the worst pitches to bowl fast bowling on or not?
I mean, possibly, yeah. I think that's why I'm actually quite impressed with the way we went about it, because we lost Harris. We're a bowler down, so from a quicks point of view, the two guys hustled in. That's all they could do. They bowled, they improved from the first day and bowled pretty good areas. So I was impressed, yeah.
And you've got sort of 5 test matches back to back. How many fast bowlers would you ideally want to rotate? It's really tough. It's back-to-back test matches on pitches which are really flat.
I mean, we've got guys in the wings, but yeah, you're right. It is tough. There's going to be some tough decisions from our management made during this whole 5 test matches. So it's not going to be easy. There's no doubt about that. But luckily, a rest day tomorrow for our bowlers, and then possibly another 3 before the next test match. So we've got a few days to get the guys taped up, bandaged up and ready to go again. Yeah. What's
the update on Haris Rauf then? He's got a quad strain. Do you think he's going to be fit for the second test match?
I don't know. I actually don't know, to be honest. I haven't gone into deep conversations with the medical guys. I hope so, but I'm not sure. I couldn't say. Yeah.
As a bowling coach, what do you tell your team? How should they be bowling in these conditions? Yeah. There's obviously not much at offer. There's not a lot happening on that wicket. What do you tell them? What do you tell your fast bowlers to be? How should they be bowling in these conditions?
This test match has been an interesting one from a coaching point of view as well, because the way that England have gone about it. Sure, they've been playing this way, but this is even obviously a bit of a perfect storm with the wicket, a great batting wicket as well. So it's a perfect storm for them to make the runs they've made. So you sort of sit back and take it all in for a session and then go, right, what message am I going to deliver to the guys? And I think patience was a big thing. And maybe changing those areas. I'm not going to say one day bowling, but something in the middle between test and one day bowling in a way. You saw Naseem Shah take the pace off a couple of times, got Stokes out with that. Sort of hitting that top of the stumps length and a bit straighter than probably your normal test match lengths. And obviously we had a bit of a defensive. The guys square the wicket, we had them out for a lot of the match as well, which is a lot different to what you'd normally do in a test match.
Yeah, and well, looking from the outside, I particularly thought that Pakistan bowled better in the second innings than they did the first, and obviously that first innings, as you talked about, there's that element of shock, really, the way that England batted. Now this innings and now sort of preparing ahead, it might get easier because you know exactly what to expect from England.
Oh, exactly right. You know, I mean, that first, we knew they were going to come hard. We knew the way that England were going to play, no
But
doubt.
not
But
this
that,
hard.
yeah, that was extreme and amazing to watch for cricket fans.
Yeah.
But so we had that first session. I didn't think we bowled that well. You're right. And we had to sort of sit back and go, okay, how are we going to go about the rest of this match? Which is why I say I was impressed with the guys, the way they did stand up, a bowler down, and kept toiling away. You know?
How do you decide to bowl to someone who decides to bat left-handed? We saw that with Joe Root today.
I mean, again, Test cricket evolving even more, you know. So, especially a guy like Joe Root, you know, one of the great batsmen of the world, and you know, people would say, you know, a correct batsman with a great technique, and he's the one that's turning around, hitting the ball the other way. So, it shows the mentality of England at the moment and then their aggressiveness. But I mean, Naseem was sort of looking at me on the boundary with his arms out, going, "What is this?" You know, and laughing. So, our guys had a bit of fun with it as well. Yeah.
Okay, I think one thing that everyone wants to know is what is the update on Shaheen Shah Afridi? I mean, there's a lot that's been going on with him, but obviously everybody wants to see him fully fit in action once again as soon as possible.
Yeah, again, I'm going to bore you here. I don't know. That's the honest truth. But obviously, the way this Test match is going and the way England are playing, Pakistani fans are going to be eager for Shaheen to come back, and I suppose we all are. But you know, I don't think he's going to be around for certainly the next Test. That's a guess from me, but yeah.
Okay, nice. There's a lot of guessing game going on today in this pitch side show. But in terms of team talk, you know, we are hopeful. Well, we're definitely probably going to get a result tomorrow. I mean, considering the way this Test match started, you know, there's a lot of talk around it being a draw towards the end because of the conditions and everything. But now we're in for a result. So, what's the team talk like right now? I mean, how do you come out tomorrow? Is it session by session, or what does it mean like?
I think there was, I mean, throughout this Test match, the team talk has been certainly, and not a great deal of talking, actually, to be honest. I mean, the players are sorting it out, but it's been aggressive from our side to a certain extent. It's been very positive. It's talking about staying in the game, and then when that glimmer of light comes through, and you got a chance, have a crack ourselves. Whether it's with the ball, there's going to be opportunities with the ball, the way they play, and now they've given us an opportunity with the bat, or they've given us opportunities through the Test with the bat, and so is the wicket. So we've actually batted. You know, we've played fairly aggressively for Test cricket, the way we've played as well. And even tonight, the guys are still going after it. So it doesn't look like it because we're playing against England, but I think our approach has been quite aggressive as well.
Yeah, I mean, you look at how many runs Pakistan scored today in this session. They've got 80 runs on the board. You can minus that from the total. Is it? It's not too premature to be hopeful. 260 to get.
I mean, like I said, the game is open, and it's open for us as well. And I think I'm not going to talk about the wicket too much, but on a wicket like this, you know, a sporty declaration, and that's what I mean. Hopefully, Test cricket, the way England are going about it here, and like I said, opening the door for us to have a chance of winning the match, is going to make for good watching. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts. I'm not going to keep you here. I'm sure you've got a lot to talk about in that dressing room. But yeah, that was Shaun Tait, the bowling coach of Pakistan cricket team. We'll be taking a short break on this Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side show, and we'll be back shortly. Well, just a quick reminder of how things stand at this point of time. Pakistan need 263 runs to win on that last day of the Pakistan versus England test match in approximately 80 overs, whereas England will be requiring 8 wickets. Back at the Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Show, and I've been joined now by David Gower. DG, lots of possibilities. Well, 2 possibilities tomorrow. Pakistan or England? Let's take your prediction and why.
Well, okay, England because I'm English. Someone has to support them out here. I think the balance is just with England. That first hour or so of this Pakistan second innings was absolutely crucial. Had Pakistan got away there scot-free, as it were, weathered the storm, the bouncer storm, and been none down when the spinners came on, well, then you'd start to think, the opportunity is there for a famous win. Yes, there's a long way to go. So, I mean, the art of predicting stuff in this game nowadays is to say nothing. It's the only safe way to get through these questions. But I think, it'll make it a really interesting day tomorrow. I mean, all credit to, well, mainly England. First of all, for making those runs so quick in the first inning. Secondly, for the declaration, which could have been held back for another 20, 30 minutes or even more by previous captains. And it just keeps things nicely balanced.
Well, we're talking about today and how things went today. We saw England pepper Pakistan with a lot of short ball stuff. Obviously, we saw a lot of wickets because of that as well. Let's have a look at the fall of wickets for today.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, you see people who've made hundreds in the first innings falling cheaply here. First of all, that catch in the deep. Secondly, Babar Azam had obviously decided to stand tall.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
I mean, you look at this kind of strategy, a lot of teams have used that against Pakistan, bowling them with that short ball. And today it got them results, from an England perspective.
Yeah, it is one of those tactics that will have good days and bad. And if anyone who's watched England in the last few years, there have been times when they've done it without success. Stokes loves it. He's the one who's prepared to put in the effort, prepared to open the bowling. Robinson also with the extra height that he has. And although this pitch has been derided for being lacking in pace and bounce, actually, sometimes that's harder. We made the point in company. Sometimes that's harder as a batsman. You're not quite sure whether to go for the hook shot, get underneath it, try and just defend it. You haven't got long to make up your mind. We know that. But it is a tactic which will sometimes work. So actually it was crucial, absolutely crucial for England that those 2 wickets fell.
Baz, are you impressed with the captaincy of Ben Stokes and how he's used his bowlers, how he's had his field placements?
Yeah, he's been brilliant. He's been on the ball. He's done stuff that normally most captains don't. He's got a side who's redefining the way that you play Test match cricket, and he declared where I wasn't convinced that he should have declared. He did that. I don't know what David Gower feels, Lord Gower, but I felt that he'd given Pakistan a big chance to come back into a test match where England had dominated throughout. And I refer back to that Australia series where Australia won that test series over 15 days. But this theory of winning what's in front of you and making sure that it's just one-off test and win that, if they do that tomorrow, I think Ben Stokes needs to be mayor of Rawalpindi or something.
Yeah, they're gonna have a statue built of him somewhere here, or
man who got a result. Rawalpindi.
Yeah, on this wicket. Azhar Ali's injury, is that going to be a huge blow for Pakistan?
Well, I'm sure he's tough enough. He will come back if needed tomorrow. It was a period of play where there was that created a wicket, and then Azhar Ali going off, and then Babar Azam coming in and he getting dismissed. So that period of play worked in favor of England completely. I think that he'll come back. He walked off. It looked, I don't know, he'll have an X-ray, but I think that if needed, he'll come back tomorrow to bat.
Well, there's something called upping the ante in cricket. England's ante hasn't reduced at any point of this time in this test match from day one up until now. And one of their star performers has been Harry Brook.
Top Performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, it's brilliant all test match, and the ability to judge length and then hit it so hard. It just comes off his bat so quickly, even though he's just timed it to the offside, but it goes so quickly. The one shot that hit down the ground, this one went all the way. The one shot that hit down the ground with Zayed not having any opportunity to get down to it, it just shows that although it looks so simple, the power that he possesses is brilliant. Another player who loves playing in Pakistan and loves these conditions, and also loves playing against Pakistan.
Top Performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, we saw something really interesting today, David, and that was Joe Root batting left-handed. Thoughts on that? I mean, have you ever had that opportunity to bat right-handed?
Well, we all have the opportunity. I never took it. I batted right-handed sometimes in nets, but never needed to or never tried to do it out in the middle, especially a test match. For Joe, yes, he can play, for instance, that reverse sweep very, very well. This one was actually, looking at it before the result, i.e. offering a catch mid-wicket, if he just froze the shot itself, I thought it looked very, very good. I thought the style was almost. I mean, do you know what's amazing? How much better right-handers look when they play left-handedly. You know.
Yeah.
Except Joe's one of the exceptions. He looks pretty good batting.
Isn't it the wrong way around though?
What, right-handed? Yeah.
Well, it's almost freaky, Baz. I mean, it's not easy to be doing something like that. Just switching gears and being ambidextrous, changing the way around. Is it really to obviously unsettle the bowling, or?
It's ridiculous skill really to be able to do that and actually hit a pretty decent shot. And it's a nightmare for the spinners. You're actually bowling anyway. You're bowling to a right-hander and a left-hander with that reverse sweep and the reverse hit or switch hit, as you would call it. So even when the spinner is trying to curtail the runs by bowling outside leg, they've got so many shots that it's completely impossible, as we saw throughout the games. Players now developing themselves as a left-hander, as a right-hander. David Warner can do that. David Gower can predominantly batted left-handed and made it look simple. Now, you must be jealous of Joe Root.
Well, I was just thinking, actually, take it to the next level. Maybe at some stage in the next two test matches, he can take his stance as a left-hander and play a reverse sweep as a left-hander. Now, that would be taking something, yes.
That would be really teasing with the bowlers. I mean, he's been doing that. The whole England team has been doing that, though. We've seen the amount of reverse sweeps that they've been playing. Ben Duckett at the top. But, we keep hearing your opinions and we keep hearing what you have to say. It's time for Have You Say.
Have Your Say, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
So, Baz, I've got this question for you. There's been so much talk around Bazball, and England does it. Is it hard for other teams to replicate that? Teams like Pakistan?
It is hard. You've got to have the players, and you've got to buy into that strategy. And now with Bazball, especially, they don't like it called Bazball. Even McCullum sort of says stay away from that. The problem here is that, especially as a batter, you need a long leash. You will look silly at times. You will be questioned of trying to play too aggressively and getting out at a moment where the team needed more sedate batting. You will be questioned on that. But if the team management and the players and the coaching staff and the selectors all move in that one direction, then yes, maybe. But in Pakistan, I reckon if you had a player who'd got out stumped twice, everybody would question that and say, why doesn't he play more conventionally? So it's a difficult thing to do, and you want everybody on your side if you're going to play that way.
I mean, just on what Baz pointed out, that there's so much external pressure as well, David, to perform a certain way. And when it doesn't go your way, when we're talking about Bazball, Obviously, you receive a lot of criticism for oil ends, but so it requires a lot of courage for them to be playing that way, and apart from skill, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I actually thought Baz invented it 30 years ago, but there you are.
But I invented the forward defence.
This pitch has been redefined.
And the well left.
Beautifully done, yes, they redefined it. Baz's point is right. It's a cultural thing in terms of that particular team, the management, the captain, the players. It's freed a lot of people up in the England team for sure. It's made Ben Stokes do some funny things as well. I mean, that shot today, he can get away with because he is the architect of that style of cricket, and if it goes straight up in the air for naught, well, that's apparently acceptable. I didn't like that particular shot, I have to say. I thought it was appalling. But there are the risks they're prepared to take. At the same time, whatever way you want to play, you are always going to be subject to results, aren't you? So England, because they won 6 out of 7 last summer, validated that approach. Because they've made this the game it is here in Rawalpindi as well, and they're now just favourites to win it, of course. Again, that validates the style of play. If they have a run of games where it all unravels horribly, for instance, because of that, and let's face it, during the summer, just to remind people, against New Zealand, they lost one against South Africa because it did unravel. Against New Zealand, first test at Lords, it could have gone the other way. You know, one ball here, there was a no ball at the crucial moment. There was a brilliant 100 from Joe Root playing properly, not this, not this real sort of extravagant style we've seen here. So there is still room for a bit of a blend. Let me sum it up that way.
But let's say, hypothetically, if England loses tomorrow, would this style of play be questioned, that early declaration, all of that, or would it not matter?
Well, tomorrow it won't matter. If at the end of 3 matches it's still 1-0 in Pakistan's favour, for instance, then there will be reflections on that because people want to win series. Partly, actually for Pakistan, of course, there is this World Test Championship points thing which might or might not be important. But for England, for Ben Stokes, he has basically put his reputation on the line. I mean, it is either going to be B for bold or B for bonkers. Either way, it's going to be fun.
Right, we'll have to wait and find out if it's B for bonkers or B for whatever. But yeah, that was Have Your Say.
Have Your Say. Brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
All right, gentlemen, I can tell you that tomorrow is going to be an interesting day's play. The way the test match was moving initially, we're all thinking about how it's going to end. But one thing is for sure, we will get a result. So thank you so much for your thoughts once again. And we'll be joining you tomorrow for all the action. You can have a look at what time we're starting tomorrow, which will be at 9:15. And I'm sure that all of you will be tuning in for this one. Well, the test match has certainly become really interesting, and I'm definitely looking forward to tomorrow. It could be either Pakistan or England. We'll find out. See you tomorrow.
Welcome to day 4, Rawalpindi. And he takes that option. This is really good batting.
And that is a 50 for Salma.
Outside edge and gone.
Big shout for stomping towards the leg umpire.
Well, he's got a wicket.
Ball in the air, a chance and accepted this time around. A good bouncer from Muhammad Ali.
Short ball down the leg side. Has he gloved it? Pakistan thinks he's gloved it. 50 for Joe Root.
And it's Harry Brook again who's pushing the boundaries. 50 in the second innings to follow 150.
In the air, there are 3 men out there. The short ball plan has worked.
This is a huge moment in the game.
नहीं छोड़ो ना यार, ये कहा दिया जानी तुम टाइट करो, बाहर की तरफ आउट हो जाता। Catch it! Oh, I like that nut. Oi, get on there. Oh, I like that nut. Oh, I like that nut. Put it, Jacko, straight on board. Go on then, Nata. Go on, Jacko, go on, Jack. Lads, great laugh, boys. Catch it!
ऐसे दूर करी जाओ।
Catch it! Catch it! Catch it! Catch it! स्पिन तो हुआ है जहाज ले लो फिर सामने का हाइट पे नहीं रहे
जो अपनी फनकारियां ला
ओ शॉट नहीं छोड़ो ना यार नहीं छोड़ो ना यार बस क्या कर सकते हैं यार